Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm gonna do. All right. I have 12 hours in Amsterdam. What should I do? 420 blaze up. What else can you do? Anyway. China cooked all my stocks. I denounce Xi. China cooked all my stocks. I denounce Xi. Well, putting your eggs in the American basket there. Anyway, I can't even figure out I'm blocked from Google or see the rules because I don't know how Twitch works. What? All the Google results are about Hassan getting banned? I'm confused about what you're saying, but I am not banned. Hey Hassan, you've recently been called out for misogyny. What do you have to say about it? Honestly, it kind of makes me sad that you've said some of the things you said, such as the 4B movement when you called feminist femcells and your stance on sex work. Not just that, but the unsavory jokes you made are coming back into light. Yeah, that's just every other week you got enemies of mine that unearth stuff like that. But as far as the 4B movement goes, that was like literally one of the instances where I said my mistake. Like that's a very famous incident where when I first heard about it, I thought it was like kind of reactionary. And then actually, after looking into exactly how bad the gender wars were in South Korea, I realized like, okay, ladies in South Korea, instances of me openly being like, yeah, my mistake. I didn't know truly how bad things were. In any case, very cool start to the show. All right, so we got, yeah, that was, sometimes I make a impulse decision, and then I am acquainted with additional information, and it makes me totally reconsider my previous stances. But a lot of people will still hit that previous stance without showing that I have changed my mind on something. Anyway. So, why are people talking about 4B right now? No, because the fuck Hassan wave has like exploded, so people are just like rehashing whatever their own previous battles were. Because remember, I got a lot of fucking enemies. Okay, I got a lot of people who despise me for a trillion different reasons, and many of it is around my opinions on something, and some of it is because people misunderstood a position that I hold, or and sometimes it's because they just disagree with one or a number of different reasons. Anyway, so it's all just like people trying to take advantage of the fuck Hassan bandwagon to like bring more people onto their cause. Don't be sad, baby. I'm not. There's not really. This is always going to be a byproduct of being perhaps the most visible. Is China still happening next month? Yeah. Fear End is still happening. Fear End China is still happening. Did you hear about Cutie and her OCD? I did. I did hear about that. I did. Have you seen the Afghani land division of Pakistan? I have not. All right. Turk stocks are down in China. Don't let them know you're Ottoman, son. What is this? I never knew Turkish people could be that insane while craving for our territory, Xinjiang, badly. Their government lied to them about the Great Wall. They have been conned.
Hello, Turkey people. And
bro, this has 50 likes. What are you, crazy? Are you out of your dang mind? How is this on your For You page? How is this on your For You page, dude? I don't even know how one encounters something like this. This is just like, this is not even on my For You page. And I'm Turkish. I care about Turkish stuff and also Chinese and care about Chinese stuff. That's crazy to me that like this is something that hit your timeline. Sometimes I get videos with 0 likes and 10 views. I know that's how TikTok works. But plus 1,000 social credit. Yeah, be normal Saturday. We will never be normal. Let's be real. Michael and Ludwig are going to be in China too. Are you going around the same time? I don't know when they're going to China, but I have noticed a bunch of other streamers are going to China, and I feel so sad that I didn't do it first. Like, I feel like everyone else is doing China too. Like, Agent is in China right now. It blows my mind that like mad people are in China. Everyone's going to China. Okay. You only have yourself to blame. I know. Speed owned me. Everybody owns me. Personal news for all the parasocialists out there. Personal news. Law El Bozoshi, don't even know you. I know. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, first and foremost, ended the broadcast last night. And then what did I do? I watched Mussolini, Son of the Century, and it was so good that I kind of want to watch it on stream now, even though it's Italian only. There's no dubs, and it is, I mean, it's so spectacular. It is an absolute banger. Oh my God, it's so well shot. It's well acted. It's so fucking good. It blew my mind because like the entire time I was watching it, I was like, this is so good. This is so good. This is so good. It's a Sky TV original. Like,
quella di oggi è una data storica. Oggi nasce il fascismo. Una creatura bellissima, fatta di ideali, di cambiamento, che conquisterà milioni di cuori. Sono sicuro anche i vostri. Seguitemi.
I think
Un'epoca è finita. Il mondo come funzionava prima non funziona più. La violenza che praticate è imbarazzante.
I think it so perfectly shows like liberalism's failures. It so perfectly shows obviously like former socialist Mussolini developing the ideology, the movement of fascism in Italy. And I think it's such a good, like it really captures how fascism is the ideology of fucking losers. Okay. That's what's so perfect about it, because like when you're watching it, you're like, oh my God, of course. Like this, not only do you see so many parallels to what's going on right now with, you know, growing fascist movements all around the country, so it doesn't glaze fascism. I thought the trailer was trying to say fascism is good. No, what? No, it does not glaze fascism. The first scene in the first episode straight up shows Mussolini hanging upside down, the real footage of Mussolini hanging upside down, that famous image. And also it shows Italians kicking his dead body in the fucking face. It is not even spoilers already. Yeah, it's called spoilers. It's called history. Okay. I do think it shows very well that famous image is not Mussolini. Wait, what? Yeah. Have I been lied to my whole life? What do you mean? The famous image of like the fat man hanging upside down with his family, that's not Mussolini and his family? It absolutely is, isn't it? He died? Bruh, I was gonna watch that. Yeah, it's him and his fucking lady, isn't it? Anyway, it's also a really good way for, I think, Americans to understand, no, it's his son-in-law. Wait, what? Brother, what you are telling me right now is one of the most insane. This is like saying 9/11 actually didn't happen, okay? It is one of the most iconic images of all time. Are you kidding me? I feel like I'm getting gaslit. It's like when people say 9/11 was a hologram, like it didn't happen. It is straight up. It is straight up one of the most iconic images. Is definitely, is in the words of Aiden Ross, is Benito Mussolini. Maybe he's baiting you to look at it. Yeah, probably. I thought. First of all, you didn't taught. You thought. Okay. Anyway, I don't believe this. All right. I think you're lying. I'm not even gonna Google it. I'm just gonna refuse to believe you.
Cavalleresca. Ecco.
Tu li fare cadere tutti, finché non arriverà il tuo momento.
Ed io mi farò trovare pronto. Dobbiamo diventare un vero partito! Ora entra in scena il prestigiatore.
Okay, don't link the photo. I can't watch it. It's just so, it is so perfect because like it shows that ultra nationalists and fascists in general are just like constantly filled with animalistic rage, petty vendettas. They're unfuckable losers. Fascism is the most unfuckable loser ideology of all time. I swear to fucking God. Socialism 100% is the most like all-encompassing, the most like broad tent, broad umbrella movement of all time. And fascism is the exact opposite. It is for the maladaptive. It is for the freaks and the fucking losers and the people who just are rizless and angry and constantly want to dominate motherfuckers because they don't have that popularity, that organic popularity that comes from just like having a good opinion, having the right opinions. Oh my Lord. And that's precisely why they have to like design this historical myth, this elevated status, this like higher, this like mythology around like who you represent as a people. It's like, I might be a fucking loser in my real life, but actually I'm a white man. I might be a fucking loser in my real life, but in my day-to-day experiences, but I actually am together united in this like nationalistic mythology. I am strong. I represent something more important. I represent the Romans, if you know. It's always the Romans, weirdly enough. It's like, even for the Germans, it was a little bit the Romans. And certainly for Mussolini, it's the Romans. It's crazy. It's just so dumb. It's so fucking, it's so dumb. Does Hasanabi remember this? What is that? Oh, yeah. This is Jim Carrey. If you're wondering what fascism leads to, just ask Benito Mussolini and his Mistress Claretta and then Alessandra Mussolini. You are a bastard. Okay, someone fucking tweaked it upside down. You're so stupid for that. This is real, though. This is Mussolini's, like, granddaughter who actually did unironically reply to Jim Carrey. That's a real thing. That is a real thing. That did happen. Also, she is a part of, I think she's now a part of Meloni's party. Meloni is a fascist. The leader of Italy right now is also a was a youth wing of the fascist youth movement, basically. And Alessandra Mussolini is also an Italian politician, also a fascist. And I think now she might be the great grandson of Mussolini, plays football for Lazio. That's, oh my God, that seems perfect. You are a bastard. It's just crazy because, like, I don't know. We obviously look a lot. We read into, you know, German fascism, German Nazism quite a bit, right? As opposed to now Mussolini is the most right party in government. Salvini's Lega. I think Italian fascism was kind of like left unaddressed by the Western world. Like I don't know how Nazi. I mean, I guess because of the Holocaust, Nazi Germany tanked a lot of the negative association in World War II that like fascist movements in France kind of just, you know, you're saying Gladio happened, except like Gladio happened everywhere pretty much. When we reflect back on fascist movements of the past, like everybody knows at least a lot about the Nazis and not a lot about Mussolini, and certainly very little about like Japanese imperialist fascism. And it's interesting. Years of lead, the Italian communists almost won. I know. America really did a number on Italy. Fascist Italy's victims are mostly brown and black people. It was considered normal. Even Spain. Yeah, I mean, we rarely talk about that one. That too. All right, let's blast off real quick. I do want to watch it real bad. I want to watch the show real bad. I don't know if people will have a lot of appetite for it, but I think it's fucking awesome. Dog Lover 27 says hi on LSD. Don't know what that even means. Okay. Let's get it started, okay? Palestinians return to rubble after ceasefire decision. China tanks U.S. stonks with export controls. Government shutdown. Shutdown continued. Yeah, Tennessee factory explosion. Hasanabi head. Quentin. De Gaulle kind of wiped the slate clean for a lot of collaborators so as to promote a version of history where the country was united against Nazis to keep a unified social body and push the commies on the side. Yeah, I mean, every European social democracy had their own flavor of like fucking over the people that actually actively were premature anti-fascists, as we like to call them. Don't you dare cancel gaming, mother chod. No, I won't. Foreign news, Venezuela, UK left, French collapse. Okay, man. It's Saturday fun day. I'm going to limit my foreign news, okay? Palestinians return to rubble after ceasefire decision. China tanks U.S. stocks export controls. Government shutdown continued. Tennessee factory explosion. Hassan head Quentin Quarantino in the building to talk about his apprehension by his kidnapping by Israel. And his anti-Zionist journey. Mussolini, son of the century. Watch. Get in now. Yes, gaming will happen as well. I downloaded like a very weird, scary game. China tanks U.S. stonks. I mean, listen, I might not be abusive to my dog, but I am abusive to my chat. I think you guys know that already. I do routinely lie to you about gaming, and then I actually never end up gaming. And you already know. You already know how that works, okay? You know. Mascot horror games aren't good. Prove me wrong. All right. Anyway, I did download that new game, or the third installation. What is it? Little Big? Like, I've played the first one, I think. You got to play the Battlefield 6 campaign. It's so crazy. American war propaganda. I heard it reminds people of Medal of Honor campaigns in the past. I have not downloaded Battlefield 6 at all. I have not played Little Nightmares 3 I downloaded, and I downloaded this other game. I downloaded Ghost of Yote, but that's probably not a stream game. No, I'm Not a Human is the name of the game that I downloaded that I think could be fun. No, I'm Not a Human. It's like very weird. It's a very weird, very scary game, it seems. Little Nightmares 3 has shit reviews on Steam, really? There's also Road to Empress, which I think is that like a Chinese dating sim? Is that a Chinese dating sim to, what is this? Why did you send me this? I'm confused why you sent me this. Oh, this is Norway versus Israel. That's why. Oh, Israel scores its own goal. Is more of a Chinese court eunuch simulator. Norway beat Israel 5-0. Weebs Unite, Silent Hill F is the right choice. Yeah, I've been thinking about potentially doing a thing where I play a scary game and I get a bark collar, and I think that one like automatically, if your voice, it's like voice activated. And then I put a bark collar on while I play the game, and if I yell out of fear, I don't know, I zap. Does it? I don't know if they have a zapping one. I think they have they have the bark collars that like spray, and I think bark collars that like vibrate. A real scary game, brother. Are you oblivious to how much of a scaredy cat I am? I genuinely can't play. Scary gaming is something that is in high demand. It's the only type of gaming that I do on this broadcast that people actually tune into, because I straight up shit my pants. Like, I genuinely can't, but the problem is I genuinely can't play it. Because like, I can't play it because it scares me too much. It's not even a joke. I am too big of a scaredy cat, and I cannot play scary games. Like, it actually harms me physically. It's so stupid. I'm also in this like weird headspace where I'm like, on the one hand, I feel like the proper way to play like a scary game is to not be super scared. But then I feel like if you don't get super scared, then you're not playing the game right? Like, you're not, if you just like try to actively take yourself out, if you try to actively take yourself out of the game to not be scared, then it's like, well, then that's not, what's the point? That'd be fun, but it would actually push the idea to use a shot collar when you did not. I know, but it doesn't matter. I feel like it could be a fun way to get all the haters to watch me fucking play video games, because they'd be like, oh, we're going to torture him. Seni köpeği şokladıktan sonra yayın açmaya utanmıyor musun? Oğlum, sen utanmıyor musun? Salak mısın? Bu köpek var ya, bir kere bu köpek Amerika'daki insanların %99'undan daha iyi bir hayat yaşıyor. Ama Türkiye'deki insanların %100'ünden daha iyi bir hayat yaşıyor. Ne diyorsun oğlum, salak mısın? Bir tane 10 saniyelik klip gördün, ondan sonra dedin ki ha tamam, bu adam şokluyor köpeğini, hep her zaman dövüyor falan gibi. Salak mısın? Aslında cevabı biliyorum. Evet. Cevap. Evet. Don't Scream is a horror game that uses your mic. If you scream, you lose. Yeah, I've heard that one too. Hold on, show that coffee mug again, please. It's the commemorative mug for my king, the real king. Dövme lan köpeği. Bro, you need to play BF6 so I can donate subs for the jobs. Is that how it works? Literally sadece haber siteleri 3 gündür susmuyor bu konu hakkında. Ulan sadece haber sitesi ne demek ki lan, Türkiye'de hepsi sadece değil mi? Amına koyayım. Erdoğancılar mı kızıyorlar bana? Yoksa şeyler mi? Nasyonalistler mi? It turns out a bunch of right-wing newspapers in Turkey have also gone above and beyond with the dog thing, and they've been going crazy over there too. I really Abi Türkçe konuşma, hoparlör açık. It's interesting because it's like, it's interesting because I think the best PR here is to just make it a silly joke and then everyone will forget. No, people who fucking hate me will use this in the same way that they use like all the other previous insane shit that they say. Is now a core Hasanabe moment? Yeah. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Mansion Gate is not a thing anymore, similar to Porsche Gate. Yeah, I know. People still fucking get mad about that, though. People still bring it up every now and then. But it's just like, it inevitably turns into like a smaller and smaller amount of people. Because like, people that come in here will realize that it's just not true at all. And that they've been duped. So, you know, it is what it is. What is that elixir? It's cold brew. No, my coffee is not room temperature. I have a cold brew concentrate in a bottle. And I dilute it with water and drink that. Where are you in Code Gay-Ass? I'm on season 2. It has been a little bit more difficult to keep up. I pumped through the first season, but like I feel like season 2 has politics embedded in it for sure, but it certainly has more. I think season 2 has more. It's a little bit slower. It has more like, it has less politics and more like the spiritual God stuff in it. And for me, it's not like as entertaining. I mean, it's still very good. Make no mistake. It is still very, very good. It's just not as good. Just got in here. Have you talked about the Mussolini show yet? Yes. Anyway. Today is National Coming Out Day. Do you want to announce something today? No. Yes, I'm coming out as a straight man again. Is Quentin coming? Yes, Quentin Quarantino is coming he'll be in the building. He just got back from, I think, Jordan. He got released recently. He got released, not Tarantino, Quarantino, Quentin Quarantino. He's an Instagram meme account. He was on the flotilla. He's a Hasanabi head. Abi bu olay falan senin yaşadıklarını gördükçe kendim daha cesaret veriyor bana faşizme karşı. Is Mussolini in stream services? So the Mussolini son of the century stuff actually is finally in America. It's on some like random, it's on a random streaming service called like Mubi or something. And that's it. Happy National Coming Out Day, says Austin Show. Yeah. You already blew your load one time, okay? You can't be doing it again. You already did that. Anyway, do we have a playlist from Themasius in the building or no? 2000s anime, all right, kind of weeb main character syndrome fan service. I also watched Code Geass back when it was back then. It's politics like a child play for 14-year-olds. Check out this old clip. What? Azan, there's a new 5 Hearts Under One Roof game. Yeah, I heard. Mubi is also on Amazon Prime. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Okay, here's a 10-second clip of you getting scared by Kaya during scary gaming chatters. You can jump. I lost my magic marker. You can jump.
God damn it, dude.
Huh? Oh my God. And
Don't show them.
And she was so proud of that shit too. She was so goddamn proud of that shit too. That's crazy. She got my ass. You got my ass. Yeah, it turns out she was abusing me. Okay? Everybody's like, "Oh, you're abusing her." She's abusing me, bro. That's why I've been zapping her. Kaya. Okay. Are you still going to do the Metal Gear stream with Will? Yes, we're working on it. We're working on setting it up in the next 2 weeks, I think. What's crazy about that is that most people prefer puppies. Okay? Most people prefer puppies, but when she was like this, she was a fucking menace. Oh my Lord. God damn, she was such a fucking menace when she was that size because she had the sharp puppy teeth and she would literally just chomp people. And she would piss and shit everywhere. She was so unimaginably stubborn. A real nightmare. Okay? Piss maxing, shit maxing, barking all the time. And would bite people. Like she would use my mom like a chew toy. And it was back when she was teething. And of course, when she was like a little baby, because she was also the size of like a normal mid-sized dog, but as a puppy, it was when she was teething and she would fucking chomp people, it's like having an actual dog with super sharp teeth chomp people. So although she was a cutie pie angel, I 100% prefer older Kaya to puppy Kaya. Okay? I will say that. I think that's one of the most difficult aspects of training a dog that gets to be this size. Is that when they're a puppy, they're still very big, but they still exhibit puppy tendencies. And even now, she doesn't obviously understand her like size completely because I'm, I guess, so large that I have treated her like a lap dog. I have a pit bull. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. It is pretty wild, though. It is pretty wild how she's she definitely thinks you're getting smaller. I don't think she knows her size at all. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think she has any idea what her size is because if you see her interact with like little dogs, it's so funny. Like she just doesn't know. Is she fully grown? She is, yeah. she's 2.5 at this point. Like, she's 2.5 years old. I don't think she'll grow any more than this. Like, big dogs like this grow till the age of 3, I think. Delusional ass chat. This guy's gonna tell you guys are fucking delusional. Normally dogs grow till 2, but I've heard from some people that big dogs grow till the age of 3. Not exactly sure if she will continue to grow. I don't think she has. I think she's hit the maximum size. Does she shed a lot of hair? Twice a year, she sheds basically an entire bed worth of hair. Like, if I were to put all of her hair in compact inside of like bedding, I could make a straight up comforter with it. It is crazy. Anyway. Do it and sell it on the shop? No, I'm not going to do that. All right, mass layoffs begin as government shutdown stretches in the second week. We'll start here and then we'll get into some other stuff.
The federal government shutdown approaches its second week. Yesterday, the mass firing of federal workers appeared to get underway. In a court filing, the budget office said more than 4,000 employees across several agencies will receive layoff notices, but noted the situation is, quote, rapidly evolving. It's an attempt by the White House to exert pressure on congressional Democrats to end the shutdown. Torian Small.
New Ezra Klein and Jon Favreau podcast. What a nightmare. I don't know if that's going to be a nightmare. I feel like Ezra will be very nice to Jon Favreau.
Is at the White House with
and
more.
Jon Favreau is closer to my worldview than Ezra is.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer responding to those announced layoffs, calling it deliberate chaos as the shutdown stretches into another week.
It's a shutdown stalemate.
We're not in a good mood here in the Capitol. It's a somber day.
Defeated and frustrated, lawmakers left Washington Friday, pointing fingers with no resolution in sight.
Republicans have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They decided to shut the government down.
They have a simple choice in front of them. Open up the government. Quit playing politics.
The Senate will take up dueling stopgap legislation for a 9th time, Tuesday the 14th, one day before federal employees and military members miss their paychecks, while Speaker Mike Johnson will keep the House closed.
This is not a strategy call to keep the House working in their districts right now. There's an urgent necessity of it.
The Trump administration also made good on its threat of mass layoffs if Congress doesn't reopen the government. OMB Director Russ Vought posted on social media, quote, the reductions in force have begun. And President Trump confirmed in the Oval Office Friday it will be targeted.
How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which?
I always think politicians should stop doing politics. No politique here.
Democrat-oriented, because we figure, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented.
Democrats are calling it an intimidation tactic.
Donald Trump and his toxic administration have been laying off federal employees and engaging in mass firings since day one of his presidency. And this is just a continuation of their unlawful actions because cruelty has been the point from the very beginning.
The president also ratcheted up his trade war with China, canceling a planned upcoming meeting with President Xi in South Korea and imposing an additional 100% tariff on Chinese goods.
Yeah, so that's like the big story, I think, today. My MAGA military relatives are all scared as fuck right now. They don't have any money to buy food and are scrambling to pawn their stuff to pay for unsalted. Oh my God, this guy is back. To pay for unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled eggs to feed the crows. A few are starting to turn and quietly blame Trump because they're scared of getting dishonorably discharged. God damn it. The fucking unsalted peanuts and boiled eggs guy is back. He changed his fucking name to Derek Krahenman. Yeah, Crow Guy is back in the chat. Welcome back, Crow Guy. It's been a long time. He will Krehenman means crowman. Okay, that does make sense for him. Recession indicator. Everything's a recession indicator. We're in a recession.
Already at 30%, Dana.
All right, Torian, thank you.
Now to the impact of the government shutdown on air travel as TSA agents.
Please explain this lore. Lore explanation real quick. There's a chatter. There are some characters in this community. One of them is the sandwich guy. He hasn't been around, or actually he has been around every now and then. He would just like give me a sandwich. He would deliver me a sandwich every day. And Crowman is he just baits me into reading his comment and then will consistently, yeah, yo, it's CN is the sandwich guy. Crowman is a guy who just baits me into talking or baits me into reading. Reading his comments so that I'm getting messages from my friends. He based me into reading his comments that always end with how to feed crows. Never salted peanuts, always unsalted peanuts, and boiled eggs. Okay, that's what you're supposed to. I know this now. I know this because the Crowman has succeeded. Okay, he has been able to do this. He has been able to teach me that you are supposed to only feed crows at the park unsalted peanuts, because salted peanuts will actually hurt the crows. Okay? Thank you. Crows at the park really appreciate and enjoy unsalted peanuts and boiled eggs. Those are the two things that you can feed them. Never a salted one, though. Do not feed the crows at the park salted peanuts.
And air traffic controllers are forced to work without pay. ABC's Melissa Don joins us from Los Angeles with that part of the story. Melissa, good morning to you.
Good morning, Janae. Exactly. So millions are expected to travel this holiday weekend, and the ongoing shutdown may impact air travel. Yes, air traffic controllers, TSA employees, they're working without pay until the government opens back up. Now, the FAA is reporting an increase in air traffic controller shortages at facilities across the country, while the National Air Traffic Controllers Association president put out a statement saying workers are showing up, adding that the ongoing controller shortage predates the shutdown, while the Secretary of Transportation warning that controllers who don't show up won't get paid and could even be let go. Just yesterday, ATC staffing.
Yeah, that's, for the record, that's bullshit, okay? Yeah, if you don't come and work for no pay, we will fire you, except tough titties, bitch. No, you won't, because you have no one to replace them with. Okay, good luck. Good luck to that. Good luck to you, my good sir. I don't think that's happening. Okay. It's just, I don't think this government is that stupid. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Shortages led to flight delays at Phoenix and Chicago airports. And come Tuesday, it'll be the last partial paycheck for the more than 13,000 air traffic controllers. So the advice from a major airline trade group is anyone heading to the airport right now is encouraged to pack their patience.
Okay, Melissa, thanks for that.
Yeah. Also, Trump threatens 100% tariffs on imports from China. What to know? Trump tried to play ball, or tried to play hardball with China again. The inception point here, because they had a Madrid meeting, right? If we're gonna roll back the time, roll back the clock, Donald Trump has been Mr. Tariffs, right? As you guys know, he's Mr. Tariffs. He wants to do tariffs. He wants to dominate China through tariffs. It's a really stupid decision from the Trump administration, one that actually undermines America's global international trade design without any sort of like industrial base that we could have built in this time frame, so that we had some trade to protect, right? And as a tariff terrorist, a tariffist, okay, a tariff fetishist, a man who truly loves to molest the money, okay, molest the bag, put his grubby little paws all over that bag and molest it. Money molestation Trump. has decided, or had decided, after running on the tariff thing during the election cycle, to follow through on it. This obviously caused a lot of chaos for many titans of industry, I guess, with the exception of those who are already closely aligned with Donald Trump. The ones who were closely aligned with Donald Trump did make out like bandits in this process. There was a lot of speculation that they knew exactly when Donald Trump would turn the dial back on and played the market in an effort to consolidate even more wealth in their hands. There's a little bit of insider trading speculation going on. Well, luckily, we have completely destroyed the SEC. So who's going to actually prosecute this stuff? Ain't nobody's going to do that because he has destroyed the regulatory agencies, right? So all of that was happening for the past couple of months. And then obviously in that process, China being our largest trade partner, has a tremendous amount of power in the international marketplace. China decided to retaliate, said, okay, we're stopping all rare earth minerals and magnets and things that you need for your defense sector from actually going to the United States of America. Now, understand that the rare earth minerals are damn near a monopoly in the hands of China. They have spent, since Deng Xiaoping, they have spent the last 30 years building the most robust extraction and processing industries for the rare earth minerals. It's been multiple decades at this point, and refinement and procurement processes, and therefore they have a complete control over it. And these are the materials, the rare earth minerals that you absolutely need. Now, rare earth, ironically enough, contrary to its name, is not actually rare. Like the minerals are not that rare, right? But the refinement process requires the refinement of the procurement process is obviously very difficult, and it would take a very long time for the rest of the world to build their own refinement facilities rather than just getting it from China. They would never be able to compete with the Chinese facilities. They would never be able to compete with the price point that China offers. And also on top of that, it is quite difficult for them. It is quite difficult for them to just like build a robust industrial base to compete against China anyway. And we certainly do not have the ambition here in the United States of America to do such a thing. We don't have the control. We don't have a command economy that could very quickly try to build this industrial base. And also, even if we did, the training and the time frame and the logistics of building this robust industrial base to compete against China would take possibly a decade, right? So it's too little, too late. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because China, for this reason, has a tremendous amount of power. A tremendous amount of power over global trade policy. Okay? You got the command economy. It's just the wrong one. True. Fair. So I am a geologist. I work with element extraction. He's not even doing that well. He's a fucking idiot, pissing off all the research and industry associated with it with these kickback demands. Yeah, I mean, he's doing everything wrong, okay? He is doing everything wrong. When he said nothing bad happened, only good happened, he actually meant the exact opposite. Nothing good happening, only bad happening. Now, it's already incredibly difficult to build a competitive robust industrial base in this country without completely restructuring the economy, completely restructuring the political economy, completely restructuring how America operates. Okay, it is far too decentralized and far too capitalist for America to even turn around and be like, yeah, we are just going to be a nation that builds factories now. Good luck. That's not happening. Unless we become China and overnight magically and have Chinese-style top-down governance and get people to work instantly, it's just not going to happen. Okay? Fake quote, I said, it can only good happen. Much more smarter. True. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen in the United States of America. And the administration has been a failure in every fucking capacity, except the only thing that they could rely on in this moment is China's interest in rolling back the clock to pre-2025 levels of trade policy, international trade policy, or even better, pre-2018 levels of global trade policy. Both of those instances are Donald Trump. Donald Trump has actively tried to start this tariff war with China and has failed spectacularly. So what has happened, as far as I understand, is they did this like tariff initiative, this back and forth, right? Both of these countries postured, and as I told you, China would, in an endless interest to trade max, would go back to the table eventually and offer Trump like a minor W after showing the rest of the world how unstable and how dangerous Donald Trump truly is, right? So they did. They had a Madrid meeting where they got to a tariff stalemate, okay? They went to Madrid. This was a couple months ago, where they decided, okay, we're just going to back down and we're just going to go back to business as usual. You'll increase your tariffs. We won't buy your soybeans. We'll buy it from else. We'll buy it from some other country. We'll buy from Argentina. We'll cook key sectors for you. You'll try to cook our key sectors, whatever, right? But somewhere along the way, America started adding additional export controls. Okay? So then China, coming back from its national holiday, immediately were like, oh, you're doing export controls? Okay, we're bringing back the rare earth minerals export controls, and we're just going to now have additional security clearances if you want to fucking purchase if you want to purchase rare earth minerals from us. And it's basically like a nuclear option for China. This is an incredibly important part of China's global trade policy in general. So I suspect that they're not actually invested in stopping rare earth minerals from being exported to the United States of America at all. Because I feel like that if they were to ban it altogether, I mean, that almost is a self-own, okay? Because as long as they still control this, as long as they still control it and give assurances to every country that they can continue exporting this stuff or importing this stuff, then, people will go along with business as usual politics. So what is this? You're so right. Look at the scale of their refining industry for
Chinese
petrol.
state oil giant Sinopec has recently completed construction on the country's largest and most intelligent petrochemical industrial base in East China's Ningbo city. The Zhenhai refining and chemical base, spanning more than 23 square kilometers, has achieved zero emissions and is viewed as a standard in China's ongoing green transformation.
The oily wastewater produced in our oil refining is treated in a fully enclosed manner throughout the process. After a series of biochemical treatments, it is filtered here with a very high filtration accuracy, which can reach the...
Please, can you check out Zach from the Green Party in the UK? It'd be awesome. Yeah, I'm going to literally do his podcast next week. Anyway, this is an AI video. All right. Many people actually do not have the full picture of this rare earth crisis. Here it is. 1. Rare earth is not rare, but only China has the refining ability, especially the ability to refine heavy rare earths. Even rare earths from the United States need to be transported to China for refining. Japan and Australia are 2 main countries outside of China that can refine rare earths, but only light rare earths, and the cost is very high. Their heavy rare earths also rely on imports from China. The United States currently has some rare earth inventory, and the CIA has been working hard to steal 3 things from China in the past months. 1. Smuggling rare earths out of China. 2. Chinese... What the fuck? My monitor shut down again. Okay. 2. Chinese rare earth technicians. 3. China's refining equipment. Judging from Trump's current level of anger, CIA is not very successful. China not only restricts the export of rare earths, but also... Whoa. What? What's going on? What? You want attention? Is that what you want? That was not a yelp, for the record. That was her that wanted to get my attention, okay? Before people freak the fuck out. Did you shock her again? Kaya, come here. Look. She does not have a fucking collar on, okay? She does not have a collar on. Do you understand? She just wants my attention. She just wants my attention. Before people, oh fuck, oh Jesus Christ. Okay. Calm down. Oh Jesus. Stop. Oh no. Oh God. Oh. Hey guys, for those of you who don't know, dogs sometimes make fucking noises, especially if they're spoiled dogs, especially if they're 120 pounds and they think they're a fucking lap dog. This is a wonderful opportunity to showcase how a 10-second clip out of context could make it seem like I'm actually a very abusive person, when in fact, actually, my dog is just spoiled and knows that I will give her attention when she demands it. And that is precisely what's going on here. She doesn't even have a fucking collar on. Okay? Here is the multi-track, all of the different fucking angles that you can see. Are you happy? Is this what you wanted? Oh God. Fuck. Okay. Keep this angle forever. Your haters want you to be reactive to the dog, which is the number one thing you don't do. Caesar Milano South Park literally had an episode about this. I know. My haters are causing me to be more reactive to my dog when she's being spoiled, and then train her in the opposite direction, train her into thinking that she can just like get my attention by crying in the background. Okay? Which is bad. But what are you going to do? Fuck it. I'll just destroy all of the training that I've worked very, very hard on to reinforce, now that, the entire internet thinks I'm fucking abusive unless I, let my dog do whatever she wants and then run the show like this. Which is ironic because that's exactly what my fucking chatters used to do all the goddamn time as well, which is when they would also say, Hassan, you need to let Kaya run the show. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. All right. Oh, now she's done. She's like, okay, I got what I wanted. Kaya, place. Just you wait. Now she's going to be... Now... Good girl. Good girly. Don't let that baby down. She got down. We get more Kaya angles. I know. You do. Is Kai the most famous dog in the world right now? I'm not into dog celebrity, so I don't know. She is. Your haters would spin any narrative that causes you to appear as the villain. That's true. Anyway. Can you breathe with all that dog on you? Yes, I can. How heavy is she? 120 pounds. All right. Let's get back to the Chinese exports and whatnot that we were talking about. What is this? Go on the Higher Learning podcast? Wait, what the fuck? I have a good friend of mine that used to be Van's producer back in the day. Back when he was in the look, see, spot training is already failing because I already let her fucking. I already let her do whatever she wants now. See, this is how it works. Okay, she expands on the readily available confines. Okay, do you see that? Thank you, haters. You have successfully ruined. You have. I'm giving it to you. I'm giving you this dub. Dogs are like kids. They push boundaries. They push boundaries, and then they. Earlier, I saw they were mad at content creator touched their plants too hard, that they were abusing the plant. The internet is now full of concerned citizens. This controversy was like catnip. I know. Haters actually trained your dog. Stop complaining. I know. The funniest thing is like motherfuckers saying like motherfuckers are acting like I'm trying to have her sit behind me at all times because like I need her to be a prop on stream. Like I don't give a shit. Van already responded. Lamau. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. China not only restricts exports of rare earths, but also earth refining equipments. At the same time, China stipulates that any foreign enterprise that uses Chinese rare earths cannot sell products containing rare earths to buyers who have not been approved by China. Otherwise, no rare earth for you next time. Rare earths are used in many key places. The military industry enterprises, F-35 and nuclear submarines require rare earths. Automobile, both NEV and oil cars need rare earth. Ford almost stopped production due to the rare earth crisis last time. Chips, specific rare earth elements, dysprosium and terbium, required for chip manufacturing according to Chinese regulation. TSMC must obtain approval from China before selling chips to the United States. Even ASML has announced that their delivery times have been delayed due to China's new rare earth regulations. Aerospace and wind power, aircraft engines and turbine blades for wind turbines require the use of rare earth materials to withstand extreme high temperature environments. Under optimistic estimates, it will take the United States and its allies 10 years to build its rare earth supply chain. That is the most optimistic estimate, for the record. According to the current level of decline in their manufacturing industry, it may take forever. What does China want? Obviously, it's not 100% tariffs. I said a few months ago that China should trade rare earths for Taiwan, and I still think so now. I think China hitting the nuclear option on their trade policy like this is specifically done to say, look, we have a lot of power, we have a lot of influence. It took us many, many years to get here, but you can't just like fucking keep making these like ridiculous decisions to try to undermine whatever ambitions we have. We will go back to how much do I have to donate to you to shock your doggo? There's no amount of money that you can donate to me that would make me do that. That's such a weird fucking request. That just once again shows how much of a fucking dipshit you are. The U.S. calls us the greatest threat and our peer adversary, but its actions against us seem to be tailored to smaller, weaker nations that it thinks it can bully to submission. You are either unserious in your pursuit or simply incapable of facing us, says Top G. Which is not wrong. America and its trade policy against China still resembles bully ball. It still resembles like the way America operates around the globe against states that have very little sovereignty. I think the faster America understands that China is a peer and must be taken seriously, the easier this process will be for everybody involved. And I'm not saying this because I like glaze China or whatever. I'm saying this because it's incredibly stupid, and we will just continue having these sorts of issues as long as America continues to do, as long as America continues to be this like belligerent bully around the globe. You can do this to our European allies because they are vassal states. You can do this to the Gulf nation states to a certain degree, okay? Because their entire security apparatus and their entire monarchy relies on a constant flow of American weapons and American security contracts so that they can keep the public at bay if necessary. Right now in China are basically like shrugging, saying we don't need anything from the USA and they need everything from us. Seems to be the current state of mind out here. People just Bing chilling. Yeah, of course. Of course. U.S. is delusional. They thought they could take on Iran. Yeah. I just I don't know where this goes because I don't know how America operates. I can predict how China will operate because China has been very straightforward about not wanting to be bullied or about how much influence and power that they have, and about how they just want to go back to the previous international trade design because it suits their 15-year, 20-year, multiple decade projects, if that makes sense. But Steve Ho, quant research from Bloomberg, tries to answer the question, why did China suddenly show its full hand? P.S. anything, Brad Setzer says, P.S. anything by Keith Bradshaw on the China's control over rare earths is worth reading closely. China clearly decided to show its full hand yesterday. It thinks it has the high cards, which it does. Okay. This is the most plausible explanation that people are pointing to, which is the Chinese are responding directly to U.S. escalation on export controls with a 50% rule rolled out last week. It was clear that they would respond to this, which was a clear violation of the agreement in Madrid not to take any new measures. Because remember, they did a stalemate, right? They went to Madrid, they had a conversation, and they both parties basically backed away. Both parties basically backed away from the tit-for-tat tariff war that they were engaging in. And then this 50% rule rolled out in the United States, additional export controls, basically. This was a deliberate move by those favoring decoupling at commerce to up the ante, and neither the White House or the Commerce were fully informed, let alone about the potential, actually, certainty that Beijing would respond. Let's get to the causation straight here. Now, this is speculation. This is speculation, okay? Brad Setzer response says, Paul, that is a serious claim, and I would appreciate your evidence here as you generally lean against it. I read this Skadden report last night. The BIS rule expands export restrictions to entities 50% owned by parties on the entity and military end user lists. This is a new U.S. Commerce Department interim final rule that expanded the number of entities subject to export control restrictions by extending the entity list and MEU list restrictions to non-U.S. entities 50% or more owned directly or indirectly by listed parties effective as of September 29th, 2025. Okay? Greatly increasing the number of entities subject to these restrictions and requiring comprehensive ownership analyses as a part of due diligence will make it more complicated and time-consuming for exporters to ensure compliance with the law and increases risk of violations. From the Chinese side, they see this as additional export controls that America is subjecting to all entities, but technically it's one that they could use against China. The rule applies to all transactions subject to U.S. Export Administration regulations, including companies with U.S. parts or technologies in their supply chains, whether based in the U.S. or not. So then, Brad Setzer says, that's a serious claim. I would appreciate your evidence here as you generally lean against most U.S. controls, starting with the backgrounds, as I haven't followed closely. Why is the 50% rule existential for China in a way that other export controls were not? I did not say existential, Paul retorts. He says the 50% rule was pushed out by Commerce just before shutdown. It could impact as many as 10,000 companies. Both sides of Madrid agreed not to do just this type of thing during negotiations. Beijing's response was delayed by national holiday, but is the direct response to U.S. action, which was not approved at cabinet level. Clearly, no one told the president that Beijing would respond and strongly breach the solemn agreement at Madrid. I think this, of all the reasons I read, seems to be the most plausible explanation for why China suddenly announced new rare earth export controls is a direct response to what it perceived as a U.S. provocation and a violation of the truce. I think part of the miscalculation between U.S. and China stems from the different constitutions of U.S.-Chinese governments. I mean, this in and of itself is again more speculation that like America's attitude on international trade policy is more decentralized, whereas the Chinese one is more top down, more centralized, and therefore when there are any decisions that are being made, the administration itself is not thinking about like Chinese retaliation, and can sometimes feel blindsided, as they seemingly are today when China implemented these their own version of export controls for perhaps the most consequential one of the most consequential exports that they have. China's full hand will be total shutout of access to China's supply chain for U.S. business and coordinated dumping of USD with other countries that are looking to evacuate their reserve positions. People still don't understand China's leverage. I mean, yeah, that would be the most maximalist, most nuclear option of all time, except that nuclear option would hurt China's short-term and long-term goals. China benefits greatly from maintaining U.S. debt for this reason. It's leverage. They are tied at the hip. They are tied at the hip to the United States of America, and therefore it makes it much harder for the United States of America to try and increasingly engage in militant escalations against China, because they have leverage. Like, they are in this together. Trade and China's irreplaceable nature as the manufacturing hub of the entire planet is part of the reason why it has been allowed to socialize without too much Western interference. Okay? This is very important to understand, because when you think about the Cold War between the USSR and Western capitalist nations, the USSR did not have the same network of trade that the Western capitalist nations relied on for their daily existence. Correct. You guys spent $5 billion bombing the Houthis. You depleted your missile stocks and couldn't make enough to replace them. They ran away from the Red Sea. Things like this shape our reaction to you. You need us, and we know it. Yeah, it's normally Top G is making cracking jokes, but Top G is absolutely correct here. America and its defense industry relies on Chinese manufacturing at different points of America's manufacturing. We think like, oh, well, this stuff is domestic, right? The American defense industry is a manufacturing industry that is domestic, that is at the domestic level. But the way that global trade is designed makes it so that it's impossible to have everything kept neatly within the confines of the United States of America. Like here, this is a great example of this. Each F-35 requires 418 kilograms of rare earths. An Arleigh Burke destroyer requires 2,000 600 kilograms, and a Virginia-class submarine requires 4,600 kilograms. With the majority of U.S. imports coming from China, unprecedented crisis. Do you understand now? This is just some of the things. Hey, Sean Vids, thank you for the raid. China is helping us save money on our military. Thank you. I mean, it's everything. It's China makes everything. China makes components that are necessary. Do you understand? Like, China is the manufacturing hub of the planet. So attacking China like this with a weird tariff war that nobody asked for, that redesigns international trade policy, is unimaginably stupid, especially because we get fucked over a lot harder than China does in this process. Okay? We don't even have a domestic capability to make up for the lack of rare earth refinement facilities that we would need if we were to decouple from China completely. This is, by the way, this is not just for rare earth minerals either. This is for everything. This is what I was trying to explain when talking about trade policy prior to Donald Trump even initiating this tariff war. The reality of the matter is, even if you were to go and like invade Greenland, okay, you still don't have the factories for refinement. You don't have the equipment. You don't have the know-how. You don't have the capacity to recreate these factories that are competitive enough that you can make up for the lack of supply. For China, this took 40 fucking years. You're talking about a country that operates differently than the United States of America does, where, you know, whatever their design is, whatever their goals are, they follow it through, okay? And they have a tremendous amount of control over everything that happens inside of this massive country. When they decide, like, we are focusing our efforts on building real estate, because they control all flows of capital, they literally will turn around and start funding those initiatives when they are like, okay, we're still going to continue developing, but also, you know, this has become a bit of a bubble. We're going to move away from this. Then they can do that as well. America does not have that same America does not have this same process. Instead of investing trillions in the high-tech manufacturing in America, we're building fucking AI data centers for a speculation bubble. Even if we wanted to, I don't know if we could replace China at this point. We're making a big gamble on, I guess, like getting to full-blown automation, full-blown AI that would replace the entirety of the labor force here in the United States of America. And I don't know. Hassan on his Mike Israel arc? Wait, what? Mike Israel? What, like I'm jacked? I'm confused. What does that have to do with Mike? Wait, what? With AI? No, he got exposed for his on his fake PhD. The doc got exposed, kind of. What? I don't have a PhD. What? I'm not I also don't believe in, he's really into AI. I'm not into AI at all. I hate AI. I think AI is awful. So I don't know what you mean by that. Anyway, I don't even know what happened with this PhD stuff. I have no idea. You have a PhD in dog? I have a pretty huge dog. China is the only major world economy where food prices are declining. Source Financial Times. Okay, so yeah, I'm anti-clanker all day, every day. You guys already know this. Where the fuck were we? I don't know how we got here, but basically, I think this, of all the reasons I've read, seems the most plausible explanation for why China suddenly announced the new rare earth export controls. It's not even new. This is something that they entertained before, in the previous iteration, before the Madrid showdown and the Madrid stalemate. It's a direct response to what it perceives the U.S. provocation and violation of the truce. I think part of the miscalculation between U.S. and China stems from the different constitutions of the U.S. and Chinese governments. China's government is more top-down, centralized, and its policies are consistent mostly. U.S. government can be more decentralized with different power centers, factions, and varying degrees of hawkishness. Hence, policies are not necessarily mutually consistent, and Trump famously likes it this way, a team of rivals. So from Beijing's perspective, the U.S. seems inconsistent and repeatedly reneges promises. By this point, I think Beijing also understands that this is just a feature of U.S. government, but they are like, we don't care. We'll respond to your policies in their entirety as though they are made from a unified perspective, even if they all seem at times mutually contradictory and inconsistent, and all set policies in response accordingly. This is a quant researcher at Bloomberg. I think China wants stability. They have shown that they want stability more than anything else. And America keeps showing instability. America keeps behaving in increasingly belligerent ways. And I think this is the reason why China is showing its hand here. But I don't think they'll follow through on this. And the reason why I don't think they'll follow through on this is because it would truly brick international trade, which is ironically what they are trying to stop from happening. Okay, so sometimes you have to play hardball in order to get America back to the table and show them your capabilities, so that you can force America to behave in a consistent manner. That is what I think is going on here. Cloud District says, I have some doubt that China will actually go through with this. It's kind of become their modus operandi with diplomatic disputes to use the rare earth card. They've done the same to Japan in the 2010s over maritime disputes, but it was never permanent. Yeah, well, part of the reason why it's not permanent is because if people thought that China would behave like this, would take a maximalist position on these key materials that are necessary for defense production and numerous other things, then it would force the hand of all of the other countries to basically look for a more reliable trade partner that can, at a higher price point, of course, because they're never going to be able to compete with the Chinese prices, but at a higher price point, offer reliable procurement facilities. Now, currently, China has the monopoly on this, damn near the monopoly on this. I think it's like, they have damn near a monopoly on the extraction, and they certainly have a monopoly on the procurement. Okay, there are other countries, as some of the analysts that I just read to you have mentioned. There's some procurement in Australia and Japan, but it's nothing in comparison to how massive the Chinese refinement processes look like. And it's especially like the scale and how quickly they are capable of delivering these necessary supplies at a price point that is impossible to compete with, is what keeps everything going. Extraction and procurement are the same thing. Refinement is once you have the ore. Sorry, refinement. China has a strong position as well because of its highly integrated supply chains. While most of the developed world specialized and turned to services while hollowing out their industrial capacity during globalization, China kept a broad national framework that would let them hold out for longer in a long-term dispute. Yes.
Economy Now and fears that many of the things you buy could get a lot more expensive after President Trump threatened stiff new tariffs on imports from China. The markets didn't like it either. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all closing down sharply on Friday. NBC's Julie Sirkin is at the White House for us with more on these tariffs. Julie, good morning.
Laura, good morning. Yeah, that threat from President Trump on new Chinese tariffs is immediately having an impact on the economy and on your wallet. The S&P slide was the biggest drop since global tariffs were announced back in April. This latest tariff rate will be at a 100% rate, and that's on top of already existing taxes on everything from steel and aluminum, currently at 50%, to toys and furniture. Trump on social media writing the new tariffs would begin next month and are in response to China taking a, quote, extraordinarily aggressive position on trade because China announced major restrictions on exporting rare earth minerals, with China, remember, supplying 90% of those minerals to the rest of the world. Now, those minerals are critical because they're used to make phones, cars, and airplanes, even military equipment, and tensions have been escalating between Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping for months. The two leaders are in a back-and-forth trade war, but are set to meet in person in 2 weeks in South Korea. But here's the thing, the president suggested he could cancel that meeting based on China's latest moves. Laura?
Hey, thanks for watching.
So, yeah, the markets took a nosedive yesterday after China said we're enforcing new tighter export controls on rare earth minerals. It's so stupid for the U.S. to spend years boasting about excluding China from high-tech equipment via chip restrictions and then whine and whine when China retaliates. I know. That's why it's so funny that, like, when we get a fucking taste, just even a little bit of a taste of what we've done to China forever, all of a sudden, it's like, how dare you do this to us? It kind of fucking reminds me of like the dynamic between me and my haters a little bit, where it's like, I even retaliate a little bit in kind. They can spend days and days being like, dude, you're fucking murdering your dog, you're abusing your dog. And I retaliate even a little bit in kind and be like, dude, the fuck are you talking about? You're horrible at like the way that you've treated animals. They go, oh my God, how dare, this is the most insane thing. How dare you? You have really done it now. You know what I mean? You've really done it now. It's like, bitch, what do you mean? Look at the way you've behaved for the past couple of days. You're out of your fucking mind. It's like, we get to do whatever the fuck we want to China, to anybody around the planet. And the moment that you turn around, the moment that China turns around and does anything in kind, it's just like, how dare you? This double standard is so ridiculous. And it's interesting because it's like, there is no need for this. Trump did this almost entirely on his own. Okay? That's what's so crazy about it. Because, like, the craziest part about this is it's very clear that China just wants to keep doing trade. They have their own goals. They have their own ambitions. They have their own plans on how international trade should work. It was a design that America enforced upon the world. It was a design that Western capitalists enforced upon the world. It was quite beneficial for the labor aristocracy. Okay. And now Donald Trump has decided to brick it. Okay. He's decided to brick it for no reason other than because he loves money molestation. I think China's goals here are simply to roll back the clock on the tariff mania. Okay? That's it. Meanwhile, Bitcoin also tanked. Breaking, look at this. A new crypto account was opened yesterday morning, 30 minutes before Trump's announcement of 100% tariffs on China. It added a huge multi-million-dollar levered Bitcoin short position. The market dumped. The trader made a profit of $192 million in dollars in 2 hours. Unusual. Is it unusual? things that used to be previously unusual are now becoming much more usual, I would say. This has happened every single time. Insider trading has happened every single time. Not just on the crypto market, but also on the stock market as well. Okay? What is this? Thinking ChatGPT is useless is midwit. It's a magic box that answers any question you ask it from levels ranging from modestly coherent to extremely proficient. If you haven't bothered to figure it out, to derive some utility out of it, then you're just being lazy, to be honest. 125.25 from Nate Bronze. I'm just one person and my programming needs are somewhat unusual, building various kinds of statistical forecasting models, but I'm just not seeing the consistent productivity gains from LLMs that I would have expected if you'd asked me 6 months ago. I'm glad. Look, he tried it. He did it, and then he's back to the normal position, which is, you know, not the best. He's no longer Nate Hardstuck Bronze. He is Nate Iron now. He's officially Nate Iron. He's been demoted, okay? He lost too many. He lost too many ranking games, okay? He has deranked. I'm deranking him. Yeah, his elo is lower now. But yeah, lesser focused on story as of late, China has dropped its insistence on maintaining the developing country status with the WTO, which grants exemptions to following free trade rules. This has been a multi-decade dispute, so ending it signals China is serious about trying to normalize international trade to pre-2016 practice and about being a counterweight to Trump's trade policy. Yes, this has been, I mean, look, it has been quite beneficial for China. It's no longer a developing country. It makes sense. It is a developed country. Americans constantly, and the Western world constantly cries about China not playing by the rules. Okay? That's their number one thing. They always complain about this shit. They always are like, China's never playing by the rules. They do too much. We do subsidies the right way. They do subsidies the wrong way. Now, obviously, in that situation, if you want to outcompete China, you have to, unfortunately, become more like China, right? What I mean by this is, for those of you who don't understand what I'm saying, every country subsidizes its industrial output in order to, you know, keep prices level, right? The problem is, because China has central planning, they can just really subsidize it, right? They can just, it doesn't matter. They have a planned economy, so they can move money around in a way that other countries can't compete with. And they get very mad. This is how you arrive at, like, you know, cars that are just as good, if not better, than domestic production cars in each individual European country, and certainly in the United States of America as well, at a price point that is impossible to compete with. And the only way to compete against that would be to use the pre-existing subsidy vehicles that every capitalist country has, but this time with serious controls on pricing and also serious controls on where those subsidies go. In the Western world, when we subsidize our production, it doesn't just go to keeping prices low. It usually just goes to maximizing profits. If you don't have any interest in maximizing profits, then you can fucking make cars cheaper. The problem is, we don't do that. That's never been a consideration for any of the Western liberal capitalist countries. So instead of Western countries becoming more like China, they just keep crying to the referees. Okay? Few citizens dare to protest China's massive build-out of solar energy and efficient public transit. New York Times subhead writer must have remembered it had to make China sound bad at the end. How China powers its electric cars and high-speed trains. China's building a network of ultra-high voltage power lines that carry solar and wind energy hundreds and even thousands of miles as few citizens dare to protest. Why would anybody protest against this? Why would anybody be like, I hate having a network of ultra high voltage power lines that carry solar and wind energy hundreds and even thousands of miles. I hate that. Why the fuck would anybody protest against that? Why? This is like the meme, the New York Times like China headline generator meme, okay? China invents new bone glue, but at what cost? And if you're talking about eminent domain, right? If you're talking about eminent domain and protests against stuff like that, the Chinese government's attitude towards things of that nature is seemingly even better than the American one, as far as I understand. They very famously have a practice of like, what are they called? Like nail houses or whatever, where there are just some people who are too stubborn. So the Chinese government will be like, all right, fuck it. We'll just build around it. That's number one. And number two, even before it gets to that point, they literally will give you extra money and relocate you at a higher price point than the actual fucking home that you currently own. I wish America did that, because sometimes you need to do that, okay? But we don't do that, and then we masquerade that as like this illusion of freedom. The highest priority should be the material improvement of all citizens. And yet in America, we are so hyper individualistic that we've decided that that is actually wrong and bad. The horror. There's a single power line. China has 41 others. Each is capable of carrying more electricity than any utility transmission line in the United States. That's partly because China is using technology that makes its lines far more efficient than almost anywhere else in the world. The feat is owed to China's ambitious national energy policies and the fact that few residents along the path of these lines dare object, even though the lines emit static electricity that local people said they could feel when holding a metal fishing pole. As long as you don't fish directly underneath the wires and keeping fishing line from getting tangled in the wires is basically fine, Shujia, an air conditioning repairman, said, matter-of-factly, showing off a 6-inch fish he had just caught. The cost of labor is too much in the U.S. for it to be a manufacturing country. Will never get lower if they want to keep healthcare, education, and housing industries private. You cannot keep eating away from your labor force indefinitely and force their wages lower and lower. People do not operate efficiently when they're unhealthy and unhappy. Yes, labor is the most malleable aspect of production. And America and American capitalists know this, which is why they fucking outsourced it. They outsourced to countries that are lower cost by design due to their underdeveloped status, or due to the fact that they were, dominated by colonial powers in its history, due to consistently still being dominated to a certain degree by colonial powers. Like, there are a multitude of different reasons, right? But the only way to make this process entirely cost efficient, and I cannot believe I have to repeat this over and over again, is to become more Chinese, okay? You just have to be more Chinese. We have to become Chinese now. Okay, not today, not tomorrow, yesterday. We have to be more Chinese immediately. What I mean by that is nationalization. First socialization and then nationalization. Because if we are simply only invested in profit centers, if we're simply invested exclusively in stocks go higher at all costs, if we're only invested in profits and we put the interest of profit over the interest of people, we're just going to have this incredibly bloated fake economy that relies on an increasingly worse labor force that is constantly being dominated, that is relegated to like this neo-feudal status where we have like a bunch of techno serfs running around with a handful of unimaginably wealthy individuals. One of the best examples of this is healthcare, or even schooling, right? When you look at the way healthcare operates in this country, it's insane. It's one of the most insane things that we have. The fact that this process that is almost entirely controlled by the government, or at least has like significant levels of control by the government in every single country with the exception of the United States of America, and how bloated that healthcare system has become, should be evidence that we must become Chinese immediately. There is no world in which private profiteers should be dominating this sector. It doesn't even make sense from a capitalist framework, by the way, which is precisely the reason why so many other capitalist social democracies do not allow private healthcare to dominate the field, even though that is also changing a little bit. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. And Americans have deluded themselves into thinking, no, our healthcare is the best, actually, when all evidence points to the contrary. All evidence points to the exact opposite. Shut the fuck up. You are so American right now. Even us European feel how unhealthy and unthoughtful is what you are saying. Not because you are wrong, but because your logic is messed up. What do you mean? What? Capitalism is retardé and counterproductive. Please broaden your mind. You are so Western. You don't understand what you are saying. What? I don't even think you disagree with me on this. Also, you're a European who thinks I'm too Western? Wait, you're Western. Probably more than me. And you think I'm too pro-capitalist when I'm describing the importance of moving away from capitalism, even from a self-preservation perspective? It's confusing. Anyway. Hassan, are you saying that in order for material conditions to improve, the state has to make them improve? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. It does not at all. I'm saying that in order for material conditions for everyone to improve, the state has to move away from the previous model of profit first. Okay? And the greatest evidence for this is on healthcare. Even the neoclassical pro-capitalist economists have recognized that healthcare is an inelastic demand good or service. Okay? Healthcare has inelastic demand. As in, if you don't have healthcare, you fucking die. Okay? If you do not have healthcare, you die. And therefore, there is no price point. You will pay whatever price is required to pay for it. And instead of that being perhaps the greatest fucking evidence for why there needs to be heavy government intervention, if not in complete nationalization in this field, in this sector, okay? Americans have decided, no, we'll just kick the can down the road and we'll just keep subsidizing the private sector and the prices will continue expanding. We've done this for everything. We've done this for education, specifically higher education, and even lower education is now getting to that degree as well. We've done this for healthcare. We've done this for housing. These are three things that are, in order of priority, some of the most important things that we need. Education is a necessity for social cohesion and upward social mobility. Healthcare and shelter is obviously a necessity for survival, right? It makes no sense. And yet, for some weird reason, we've decided, nah, it's fine. We estimate that poor health subtracts more than 10% from the level of U.S. GDP, the Goldman economist wrote. Yet lawmakers balk at spending tax dollars to provide universal health care. Go figure. And it's really the stupidest fucking argument of all time, too. Every argument that has been designed against free health care has always been a fucking lie. Right? Like they'll say, oh, this is indentured servitude. This is slavery. You can't like force doctors to provide health care that would be slavery. It's like, no, that's not. I mean, it's like saying fucking jury duty would be slavery or some shit. There's plenty of things that people, public servants do, right? Policing is not considered slavery. Firefighters are not engaging in, we're not forcing firefighters to fight fire and it's slavery. We don't consider it that way. So I don't know why education and health is seen in this regard if it was nationalized. The military is not fucking slavery. It is damn closer to slavery than any of the other public sectors that I just mentioned. Okay? So that argument is fucking idiotic. Every argument that is that has been advanced in perpetuity against socialization of medicine, socialization of healthcare, or nationalization of healthcare is stupid. It makes no sense. It is just a way to keep people fearful. And perhaps one of the dumbest arguments is the notion that this would be too costly to do. It would literally be cheaper for the country. It would be cheaper for every single person to be covered under a universal program handled by the government. You wouldn't even need to hire too many people. The same processors would still have to work for the government. You would just, obviously the executives would be fired in that situation, but I don't think anybody gives a fuck about insurance executives. And the cost, the out-of-pocket cost of this process for the average American citizen would literally be cheaper. You would be paying a far lower premium in the form of taxes that go to this massive insurance pool. It's so fucking stupid. And yet, people still advocate against it. Oh. Good example, even within the capital's U.S., is Chattanooga, Tennessee has the best internet in the country. Of course, I don't even bring up Chattanooga in this goddamn chat. It makes me so mad. Yes, Chattanooga, Tennessee is a great example of this. It has the best internet in the country because the city took broadband under municipal control and built the infrastructure. There's no argument for competition because, as you know, as an Angelino, there are local service monopolies. I know. And of course, because that was such a successful program in offering people the best service as a municipality, that what did the big ISP, what did the big internet service providers do? Immediately make it illegal by lobbying in every other municipality to ensure that this never happens again. The state is an incredibly powerful entity. And yet in the United States of America, we use the unimaginable, awesome power of the state to benefit capital owners rather than use the state to keep capital owners at bay and their endless need for profits at bay. We don't use the state in the way that other countries do. And of course, even in other countries, as long as there are capital owners, as long as there is an endless need for profit, slowly but surely, through crippling austerity measures, the state-owned sectors will inevitably diminish in their services, in the products and the goods that they offer, and ultimately, capitalists will come in and take it over and privatize. And then at first, that privatization might look like there are better options out there, especially for those who have the power to pay for it. But little by little, without you realizing it, over the course of many decades sometimes, the service gets worse, the service is not as reliable, and it becomes even more costly because these guys, unlike the state, have no interest in ensuring that these services run. The state's highest priority is supposed to be to improve the material conditions of every single citizen. A company's highest priority is profits. It's profit generation. What is this? Why you don't matter anymore? How money
last
works?
Week, the U.S. shocked economists with a report that contained results they were not really expecting. The economy had grown at a shocking 3.8% pace in the second quarter, seemingly putting to rest all of the concerns that the naysayers had about a softening job market, trade wars, the cost of living, skyrocketing defaults, declining labor force participation, sector-wide crises, and slowing productivity. Sounds great, right? Well, as you might have already guessed, there is a lot to unpack from these numbers. GDP isn't a flawless measure, even in normal times, and I'm sure you have probably noticed there is a lot going on at the moment. But if you do what nobody else wants to do and actually read the data behind these figures, it tells three very interesting stories that challenges a lot of assumptions that we have about how our economy should work. This goes well beyond just simply growing inequality. That's not exactly shocking news anymore. But if you are looking for a sign of just how healthy and balanced the current market is, a new report has revealed that there are now more private equity firms in America than there are McDonald's. And the reason is very simple. If all of these numbers needed a headline, it would probably be, "You don't matter anymore." Economically speaking, of course.
GDP report showing that the U.S. economy expanded at 3.8%, surpassing the forecast growth of 3.3%.
36% of consumers say they've had trouble paying in just the last week.
Dude, you don't understand. Things are great, dude. Things are fucking awesome. You're so silly. You're so dumb. The economy is expanding. How can you complain? The stock market's doing relatively fine, except for yesterday. Things have never been better. We are the hottest country from the standpoint of heat. We are the hottest country. We are winning. We're winning so hard.
So that is up 25% compared to the same time period a year ago.
So you have to go to your landlord.
Yeah, I did. I assume, did you see the report that said if you don't count data centers, the GDP only rose by 0.1% in the first half of this year? I did see that report, and I suspect this is actually going to talk about that exact report. 99.9% of GDP growth this year has come from data centers and AI. We're so cooked. GDP in and of itself is already not a reliable metric to understand the health of the overall economy. I say this all the fucking time, and people yell at me and say, "Oh, dude, here we go. Socialist doesn't understand economics." It's like, I think we're human beings. We're not widgets. We're human beings. Okay? Not to get too philosophical here, but I think the health of the overall economy and the way that people actually experience it is very different than the GDP. It's very different than the stock market. The stock market is not a healthy measure of how the economy is being experienced by the average person. The greatest example that I always love using, not the dog shit one. The dog shit one is for the GDP. Remember, two economists walking into the forest and eating dog shit. That's a GDP analogy. But the greatest example I always use is if you look at stock performance, for example, in the aftermath of a merger, what happens? Mass layoffs. Mass layoffs happen after a company merges with another one, okay? Mass layoffs mean a fuck ton of people losing their jobs. And yet, the stock performance of the company is great. They have now eliminated redundancy. The elimination of redundancies looks great on your stock portfolio, but it actually means tens of thousands of people have lost their fucking jobs. So how can you tell me that the stock market is a valid barometer for how people experience the world? It is one of the most insane fucking ways that we have deluded ourselves into thinking about how things should be. It's base-boosted capitalism that robs the humanity of every single individual. Oh, it makes no sense.
And say, I don't know how I'm going to pay you. I've never had to do that.
Trillions of dollars are pouring into the United States for investment purposes.
The U.S. economy grew faster than expected between April and June.
So yeah, that wasn't a typo. There are now 19,000 private equity funds in the US and only 14,000 McDonald's locations. The statistic was originally high.
Chinese GDP. I make a product. I sell a product for $100. I have now added $100 to the GDP. American GDP. I make a product for $100. I sell the rights of the product for $100. I purchase graphic card usage rights back from them for $100. I have now added $300 to the GDP. Now, this is to talk about like the little bubble, the AI bubble. Okay, this is a way to explain the AI bubble. But I think it's far worse when you think about healthcare. I always go back to healthcare because it's like one of the most obvious points of pain for the average American. Okay, because the entirety of the private healthcare system is just a bloated middleman with no interest in actually keeping costs low at all. It does not need to exist. It's just fake. It's fake. We built it, we designed it just so a middleman can make money. And it's not even like all the workers in that middleman sector that are making money. It's the fucking owners that are making money. It's just completely made up. Yeah, Americans like to say tofu construction. Tofu dreg construction when talking about China. We have a tofu economy. We have the tofu dreg economy, okay? There is no need for this expensive, bloated middleman to exist at all. Literally, there is no need for it at all. It makes no sense. Everything is built around con men conning one another. Bro, during COVID, I made 32 an hour. Do you want me to make 30 an hour or something? Exactly. Like, if you were to use Andrew as an example, okay? Let's say you make $30 an hour instead of $32 an hour. But in the same time frame, because this is now a nationalized service, things are cheaper. The government has a higher priority to offer a better point of service and therefore actually has to hire a bunch more nurses, right? Or a bunch more healthcare professionals that actually are doing the healthcare, not the pencil pushers. All of a sudden, you're doing $30 an hour. Things are cheaper overall, and you get to work less. It's not as stressful, and you get to provide better care to your patients. I make way more than that now, thank God. You get the point. I think most people would agree with that.
Highlighted by Elisa Wood, a partner at one of the biggest private equity firms in the world. Ironies aside though, the reason this is happening is because there is just more opportunity in serving investment products to a few thousand ultra high net worth individuals and institutions than there is in serving burgers to millions of everyday Americans. As an economic participant, you really only have 3 jobs as far as these numbers are concerned. You can work, you can invest, and you can consume. So do keep this in mind as we jump into the numbers because there are really 3 big problems with a lot of our assumptions. The first problem is what this impressive economic growth figure is actually based on. GDP is normally calculated by summing together household consumption, investment, government spending, and exports, and then subtracting total imports. When the Bureau of Economic Analysis says that
this doesn't factor in unlimited billions to Israel. This is failing to factor in one of the most significant parts of America's existence, okay? The Israel tax.
The economy is growing at 3.8%. They do this calculation for a quarter, compare the difference to last quarter, and then
before
multiply
people
it
get
by
like really fucking, all the econ guys get really fucking annoying about it. I'm joking.
4 to get an annualized figure. If you are so inclined, they published the individual breakdowns of all of these numbers, and if you did look closely at the most recent report, there is one number buried deep in the data that really puts this promising headline into perspective. In Q1 of this year, imports into America spiked by over 38% from the quarter before. This was mostly because big retailers wanted to stock up on inventory before tariffs took effect so they could remain cost competitive for a few more months. But in Q2, after they had already filled all of their warehouses, they didn't need to bring in more inventory from overseas, so imports dropped by over 29%. Now remember, when the economists do their calculations, they subtract imports. So on paper, a crash in import volume is actually good for GDP numbers. In reality though, international trade swinging this wildly over 6 months in the biggest economy in the world is not great. But it gets worse. Within the same report, it is noted that this large drop in imports actually bolstered GDP by over 5%. What this means in plain English is that if we ignored the wild swings in import volumes, GDP would have actually shrunk by 1.2% at an annualized rate. Now, as a small little side note,
the root of these problems is ultimately capitalism, but it does feel like the financialization of capitalism made it infinitely worse. Yes, but the financialization of capitalism is just more capitalism. It was an inevitability that finance capital would take over. The notion, for the layman, the notion that like every single producer, every single sector has turned into a fucking bank. Okay? Boeing used to make planes. Okay? Maybe spacecraft. Shit like that. And you would look at the fundamentals, right? You would look at how many planes they were making, what the cost of that was, with the wages and everything else, with the materials, goods, whatever. And then you would look to the performance of Boeing as opposed to like other international competitors and whatnot. And that's how you analyze what the valuation of Boeing is. Obviously, there's a lot of other factors involved in this as well. I'm not getting into everything. Okay. I'm looking at the super reductive. Now it's not. Now it's a bank. Every company is a bank. Every big corporation now is a fucking bank. Okay. If the ultimate goal is to boost shareholder value, then companies are going to do everything in their power to make sure that they can redesign the system to not necessarily care about its output, not necessarily care about like building new products or innovation, and instead move numbers around, because ultimately that's all this is about. Your universities are a bank. Boeing is now a bank. Everything is bank. Everything is not computer. Everything is bank. Year over year, we remove the pretense of the responsibility companies have to their consumers and shift out the shareholders who often own stakes in actors who are supposedly competing with each other. Competition is discouraged and the whole idea of capitalism falls apart. Of course, it is natural and perfectly understandable for every single company to be the first to market and monopolize. That is the reason why there needs to be trust busting and regulation from the government. But of course, when you have this massively powerful class interest coming from capital owners, they will do everything in their power to make sure that the government never regulates adequately. And without that sort of regulation, without that sort of trust busting, without that sort of like expansive, unlimited free market competition that is supposed to exist through a process of vertical and horizontal integration, every single company becomes a monopoly. Every single company tries to at least become a monopoly. That's it. You have sectors that have a natural proclivity towards becoming a monopoly, because it's like unimaginably costly to enter that market. You know, there are plenty of sectors like that for sure, which I think should be nationalized already. Airlines a good example of this as well. Like without heavy regulation and heavy intervention from the state, these companies are always going to become a monopoly. They do not want competition. Nobody wants competition. It is the greatest lie that capital owners have ever told the average layman, the average everyday working man. The notion that they want competition, the notion that capitalism fosters competition and therefore innovation. They do not. They never wanted competition. They would always use that as a counter example to be like, well, if the state actually interferes in the competition, in the competitive process, which is neoliberalism, okay? Because the state does actually interfere in competition at the behest of private enterprise all the fucking time. But ultimately, every single company just wants to be a monopoly, because at that point, they can just slowly but surely make the services shittier and also up the prices. You are here now. You are experiencing that right now. That's why things get shittier and shittier year over year. The products that you consume are improved a little bit, okay? Am I effing again? Jesus Christ, dude. What a spectacular time for me to talk about enshittification. And monopolies. There you have it. Well, this is proof in the pudding, okay? This is it. This is literally it. This is a great example of it, okay?
Quarters of negative GDP growth. I'm sure the comment section can tell you what that's an indication of. Now, you might think a little glitch in the reporting process still shouldn't have this much of an impact on the performance of the entire economy, right? And you would be absolutely correct. Over 2/3 of the American economy depends on just this part here. Personal consumption now accounts for 68% of all of our economic activity, well above most other advanced economies, which is clearly not ideal, but it has given us two pieces of false confidence. The first is that since so much of the economy relies on consumer spending, we can't let those consumers fall too far, or else there will be nobody left to sell stuff to, right? Wrong. I have mentioned this statistic before, but for those who haven't heard it, 50% of all consumer spending is now done by just the top 10% of households. Now, that's a scary statistic by itself, but what it doesn't mention is that the bottom 60% of households now collectively account for less than 20% of the spending, and a growing share of that is being supported by risky consumer debt. The companies that have been performing best over the last 5 years have been in industries catering to wealthy consumers or to investor hype. Ferrari is now worth twice as much as Honda, and even Walmart is changing its business model to cater to more upmarket shoppers. More than 200 million people could drastically cut their spending tomorrow, and the total drop in economic activity could be covered over by increased spending on things like AI. In fact, it's kind of already happening. Personal consumption contributed less to economic growth than data center construction in the last reported quarter, and a majority of that consumption was done by just 10% of households anyway. Steve Eisman of Big Short fame did an extended interview on this a few days ago, and it goes into depth on a lot of the specifics, so I will leave a link to that down below. But in brief, this is more than just regular old inequality. Today we have something arguably worse: indifference. The lords of old at least needed their serfs to keep their empire operating. Today, not so much. As far as the economy is concerned, your ability to be a good little consumer is just a rounding error. And that leaves only your ability to work and your ability to invest. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why you don't matter anymore to the economy. This week's video is sponsored by Gamma, the tool that's changing the way people build presentations and content. If you haven't used it yet, Gamma makes it effortless to turn ideas into clean, professional decks without touching PowerPoint or Google Slides. Over 50 million people use it. It's basically the go-to workspace for modern presentations. They've just launched Gamma Agent, your built-in copilot that helps you work smarter, not just faster. Agent doesn't just—
I like that this is a video about why nothing matters anymore and everything is fake and how you don't matter to the economy, and it literally has a fucking AI PowerPoint generator ad in it.
Format slides. It researches, rewrites, and even fact checks your content automatically. It can pull competitor insights right inside your deck or summarize a full article into polished slides in seconds. I tried it on one of my own decks, dropped in a URL, and within seconds it summarized the article into slides with citations already linked. I didn't have to open a single tab. It even suggested counterpoints to strengthen my argument, which saved me a ton of time prepping for a client pitch. It can also personalize a presentation for different audiences or reframe your tone, from casual to executive ready instantly. It's like having an editor, researcher, and designer built into one tool. You can try Gamma and see what Agent can do for your workflow using the link in the description. One important detail about your relationship with the economy is that, yeah, sure, your success might not mean that much to the economy anymore. But the success of the economy...
Thank you, Bad Guy Riri, for the 5 gifted subs. Hype Train Level 2, Piker Broadcasting Services, sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. This is an ad-free broadcast, unless we are doing an ethical react to a video such as this one, at which point I will obviously let his ad run through, considering that we're consuming his content and his labor here. But outside of that, you will never see an ad on the Piker Broadcasting Service unless I get a sponsorship opportunity from a video game company. Xylax with 100 gifted subs. God damn. Maybe all the YouTubers should create a bubble where they all sponsor each other in a circle to create infinite money. Open presents with a 25 big bones. God damn. Selectively mute. Thank you for the 5 gifted as well.
Also doesn't mean that much to you anymore. Over the last 40 years, personal productivity has doubled, even accounting for inflation. That means the average American is now producing twice as much as they were 40 years ago. And this has given even average people access to comforts, conveniences, and experiences that they just wouldn't have had back then. And yet, when asked, slightly more than half of you that responded still said you would prefer to live back then. So we are all remembering history through rose-tinted glasses, or has this doubling of economic output actually been totally irrelevant to average people? Well, as you might have guessed, our per capita production doubled, but incomes did not. Adjusted for inflation, median wages have increased by just 20% over the last 40 years, which is not great, but it's still not nothing. The median isn't skewed by the uber-rich like the average is, and that's 20% after inflation, so we should theoretically be 20% better off. And we are, but only in areas that don't really matter. Travel, technology, on-demand services, clothing, furnishes, and even food are all much more accessible today than they were back then, by a pretty wide margin. However, more essential items like housing, education, and healthcare have become far more expensive. So while you can, in theory, buy more stuff today with a perfectly middle-of-the-road income, it's not exactly the stuff that you need to build a comfortable life. The things that we wanted became cheaper, but the things that we needed fell out of reach. Which means, for a lot of people, their strongest tangible connection to economic prosperity is the car they are paying off over the next 84 months. But there is one much bigger factor which is a lot harder to capture with these numbers, and it's how people have earned that money. Your consumption may not matter to the overall economy, but the overall economy hasn't made it easy to consume the things you want. But something that has lost its relevance even faster is the work we are doing. 40 years ago, most jobs garnered far more respect from both employers and employees. Most workers in skilled...
Going to live in a fort made out of cheap TVs? Yeah. I mean, that's it. If you want shelter, just buy a bunch of televisions, okay? And then make a little baby fort for yourself. You can even turn the TV into a mattress if you want. This way we'll all have shelter. Okay? Just treats. A bunch of different electrical equipment that you can purchase from China for as long as you can, for the record, because that's probably also going to go away the way things are heading with this tariff war. So get it while you can. Where do I put them? I'm saying you buy enough TVs so you can build a house out of TVs.
Or semi-skilled professions stayed with their employers for a long time, and laying off staff or getting fired was a massive deal. Today, losing your job at some point is the expectation. A lot of young workers treat it almost like a joke to make content out of, although this could be some kind of brain rot coping mechanism that I don't fully understand. Anyway, modern technologies have made a lot of jobs far more productive, but they have also made them far more user-friendly. As an example, a few decades ago, most large offices would have a small army of semi-skilled secretaries to put together presentations and information for reports. Something like making a graph in the prescribed corporate style would take a lot of time, but also—
Oh my God. This chatter just cracked the code. Las Vegas Sphere literally was made with TVs. Oh my God. The Las Vegas Sphere is unironically shelter made out of televisions when you think about it. Mike Moon, 22, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Iris Unknown, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Lizog, thank you for the 10. Delgado 305, thank you for the 5. And Chiron SCT, thank you for the 5. Gifted. Take me down to the Roku City where the glass is pink and the TV's made cheaply.
To take some level of training to learn. Today, the company can just have an Excel template, and as long as someone can copy and paste 2 rows of data, they can do what used to be hours of work. Bank managers used to be highly respected professionals with a deep understanding of business finances, their local economy, and their extensive list of clients. Replacing one of these guys could take a full year of direct mentoring. Today, bank managers are glorified loan salesmen because credit reports and extensive electronic databases have taken the skill out of their jobs. Travel agents, junior analysts, stockbrokers, and an array of other jobs all mostly followed the same trend. These people became far more productive, but also far easier to replace. User-friendly and standardized technologies meant most people could get up to speed with a job within a week or two, as long as they knew
He just repeated his ad. Yeah. He's like, why is the economy seemingly crashing for the average person? right after doing an AI ad talking about like how productivity can skyrocket and displace the pre-existing labor force. Like he literally said in the ad, with this AI tool, you no longer have the need to have like a researcher or a graphics design person or anything like that. You can do it all on your own by just like doing a couple inputs. Which, once again, for those of you who do not understand how this stuff works, like, I am not opposed to efficiency, okay? I'm not opposed to improving productivity. I am not anti-technological developments. The problem under capitalism is not that technology develops and it makes people more productive. The problem under capitalism is that when that productivity increases, capital owners use that as a mechanism of displacing the existing labor force. That's the issue. When productivity is increasing, it's not supposed to literally cause mass layoffs. It's supposed to lighten your workload. It's supposed to remove additional burdens from the existing labor force. And yet we don't operate that way because we live in a capitalist system.
How to use a suite of software. The promise or threat of AI, depending on who is asking, is that it could render your ability to work completely obsolete. But even if it simply continues this trend of standardizing roles, it will ultimately make workers more of a commodity that could be easily traded around an open market. Again, this raises the argument that if nobody can find a job anymore, then there will be nobody left to buy all of the stuff that companies are making.
What did you just do? I peeked to see my mom just drove up. And I wanted to see if she was coming in.
This is simply not true. Profit-motivated companies aren't going to hand over their valuable resources for nothing in return. For normal people, what they typically exchange for those goods and services is the hours in their day through something like a job, a contract, or maybe even working in their own business. But if these working hours are no longer valued by the market, then over time, companies are just going to start selling their products to people who can get their money through their investments, kind of like what is happening right now. In some tragic irony, this trend has gone so far that even multimillionaires are being pushed out of coveted goods and services by billionaires with more purchasing power.
I appreciate that because people don't think about the millionaires, right? Like, we get lumped in with the billionaires, but the millionaires really have it rough. Why are you guys saying f you?
Alright, so your consumption and your labor might not matter to the economy, but what about your ability to invest? It sounds like things are pretty sweet for those guys, right? Well, yes, except for the fact that investments into productive capital, like all of the technology that's making you really easy to replace, is even more consolidated than consumption and income.
It's crazy because, like, am I crazy to assume that, like, how money works is an entire, like, media franchise that is designed to specifically not do this kind of commentary, but because conditions have gotten to such a degree that, like, you kind of have to. Because, like, this literally is, I mean, this guy's taking my job. This is what I'm supposed to be talking about. I mean, this is what I have been talking about for a while. I feel like the guys that are supposed to understand how money works are supposed to tell me, like, no, it's still good. Actually, There's a funny video about how the millionaires who live in the Hamptons are actually getting priced out by the billionaires. Yeah. This guy doesn't like the finance industry. He used to work there. No, this guy's always had a lefty perspective. I think he used to work in private equity. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe this guy always was this way. I think I'm mistaking this for like isn't this like NPR? Like NPR's doesn't NPR have like a branch similar to this? I mean, I don't suspect he's a Marxist. Maybe I'm thinking of like Economics Explained or something. Yeah. Or Market Watch. There's a bunch of different versions of this kind of like explaining how the markets work that are to varying degrees pumping neoliberal content. This is not one of those channels, very obviously. The Australian economics YouTuber Economics Explained is a neoliberal and is funded by private equity. Yeah, I'm thinking of a bunch of different ones that exist. But I mean, ultimately, I think we're going to see more and more people come to these conclusions.
Increased high-interest consumer debt also makes a lot of investing done by everybody else counterproductive. According to data from the Fed, the top 10% of households own more than 93% of corporate equities in America, but those same households only account for 5.4% of non-mortgage consumer debt. It's great that more people are getting into the market, but if you are paying off a 20% APR car loan and putting $500 a month into Robinhood, you are not an investor. You are just really bad at allocating capital. Now, what all of this means is that most economic participants don't really participate in their own economy. In the past, when average people struggled, the economy struggled, and wealthy people riding on that economy struggled too. Today, we could very well be in a situation where the majority make up such an insignificant share of market activity that even severe problems for them can be effectively drowned out by the party being had by a very small handful of people. Now, as far as social cohesion is concerned, this isn't great. But for the economy, it gets worse. We could see a situation where unemployment rises dramatically, but the economy continues to grow, because all of those laid off people didn't contribute much to overall consumption or investment. In that case, taking action like lowering interest rates or giving out stimulus to help the unemployed...
I mean, that's literally the case right now. The top 1% of wealth in this country, top 10% of wealth in this country, I think, have like more than 50% of the... No, top 1% of wealth have 50% of all of the consumption in this country right now. Is it 1% or 10%? No, the top 10% of wealth own 90% of the stock market. But I think with overall consumption, I think it's literally, I think it's also, the top 10% of wealth in this country are responsible for 50% of all of the purchases being made in this country. 50% of all the consumption. That's fucking insane. That means that you can really continue the enshittification of everything and only focus on the top 10% of wealth with your goods and services, while 90% of the country is increasingly poorer and poorer, losing their jobs, and that dynamic will shift. So then 90% of the country is then at a servile state to the top 10% of wealth. We're already kind of seeing that with like Uber and the gigification of like other sectors, the gig economy in its entirety, where people are barely making ends meet, having to work multiple jobs, having to work long shifts. It's like it's a digital peasantry, a digital serfdom. And with increasing, with technological innovation in the surveillance side, and technological innovation in like controlling the way people feel about everything, with mass surveillance and also complete social media control in the hands of a selected couple different billionaires, you can try to keep people at bay and make them focus on one another, make them focus on different villains. You are here right now. That is where we're at currently. As shit gets worse for the bottom 90%, which is every single person here, pretty much every single person in this chat, with the exception of someone like myself, okay? When your conditions get worse and worse, and the angrier you get, the more resentful you get, you tune into social media, you tune into media. The media is like telling you, yeah, shit's really fucked up. It's actually because of this or that. Shit's really fucked up. It's actually because immigrants. Shit's really fucked up because trans people exist. You should have Yanis Varoufakis on again to talk about these trends in the economy. I think that could be great to help people understand it from a left perspective. Yeah. Yeah, things are really fucked up because the radical left has created too much communism in this country. That's what this is. That's why you should be angry at the radical left. You should be angry at the Antifa. You should be angry at trans people. You should be angry at migrants. You should be angry at the Democrats that are also representing the radical left.
Would risk further inflating already overinflated asset markets that didn't feel the pain to begin with, which would only make this problem even worse. Even the Fed essentially admitted that it was increasingly hard to enact policy that would help ordinary workers without helping out wealthy asset owners even more. But it gets worse. Average people might not have that much skin in the stock market game, but the 10% that are doing all of the spending do. The reason they are spending so much in keeping entire industries alive is because they feel wealthy thanks to their booming portfolios. If these asset markets falter, there is not going to be much left to prop everything up, and to use a technical term, we are going to be absolutely fucked. Now, this is normally the point where I would say to put away the tinfoil hats, because this is all the result of broken incentive structures and flaccid regulations, rather than some kind of deeper conspiracy. But the reality is, this all sounds very familiar. In 2006, a series...
I think Americans are uniquely servile too. Most people think they'll be rich one day, so it doesn't matter. A nation of temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Yes, I mean, the guy who coined that term literally lived through the Great Depression, and he coined the term at the time. You know, Steinbeck, who is attributed, I think it might not be the correct attribution, but is attributed with that quote, socialism will never work in the United States of America because the working class do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires. It's a bar. For those of you who read Grapes of Wrath.
Of reports were leaked from Citigroup's asset management team dealing specifically with ultra-high net worth clients. In these reports, they described a platonomy, a combination of plutocracy and economy where economic growth is powered by and largely consumed by a wealthy few. In a platonomy, there is no such animal as the US consumer or the UK consumer, or indeed the Russian consumer. There are rich consumers, few in number, but disproportionate in the gigantic income and consumption they take. The rest are the non-rich, the multitudinous many, but only accounting for surprisingly small bites of the national pie. Now, the actual intention of this report was to encourage Citigroup's wealthy clientele to invest in companies that catered exclusively to...
It does make sense. It does make sense that, capitalism is so geared towards financialization and finance capitalism, which is where we're at right now. And finance capitalism in many ways is basically like, gambling on steroids. I know people are going to get mad at me for saying that. They're going to say, how dare you say that? There's fundamentals. There's market fundamentals at play here. Okay, sure. But in that sense, it is, of course, identical to the casino model in general. The casino doesn't make money off of the regular foot traffic. The casino makes money off of the whales. And the economy right now is geared in the exact same way towards simply the consumers that are the whales, people in the top 10% of wealth in the American in the United States of America, who are responsible for 50% of the purchasing that takes place. The fundamentals are not there. No, I know the fundamentals are not there. There are even less fundamentals than sports betting. I would say that the stock market as it currently is designed is basically the stock market as it's currently designed basically implies like you just always have to keep making gains. As long as you've reached a level of financial security where you have some upfront capital that you've accumulated, either through intergenerational wealth, in most circumstances, because of an elevated position, or maybe you lucked into a growing sector or something, right? You made the right decisions. Oftentimes, once again, because you came from an upper middle class financial background, so you can make the right networking decisions, whatever. You get into a situation like that, or you get immensely lucky, or all of those factors combined, you generate enough money, generate enough disposable income that you can enter the capital owning class. You get into the top 10% of wealth that way, and as long as your stock portfolio looks fine, you feel like your net worth is growing because you've entered a different class at that point. You no longer have to work to make money. Your money makes money for you. For the average person, on the other hand, of course, they always have to work to make money.
Other wealthy clientele, because the analysts predicted that they would eventually be the only ones worth selling stuff to. And remember, this report was published way back in 2005. Now, Citi has tried really hard to scrape this report off the internet, so I am going to go ahead and leave a link to it below. It's a dense investment thesis, but also genuinely very scary. Now, of course, there is still one way that you matter in the economy, and this report covered that as well. Whilst the rich are getting a greater share of the wealth and the poor a lesser share.
The real quote by Steinbeck is, I guess the trouble was that we didn't have any self-admitted proletarians. Everyone was a temporarily embarrassed capitalist. Maybe the communists so closely questioned by the investigation committees were a danger to America, but the ones I knew, at least they claimed to be communists, couldn't have disrupted a Sunday school picnic. Besides, they were too busy fighting amongst themselves. Some things never change.
Political enfranchisement remains as was: one person, one vote. In plain English, the biggest risk to their clients was that votes were somewhat evenly distributed. Fortunately for them, we are really bad at spending them wisely. Go and watch this video next to see just the latest example of people clearly voting against their own best interests, and don't forget to like and subscribe to keep.
Anyway. Great stuff. But won't the top 10% of the economy still not eat itself when eventually they outprice themselves, like you said, as happened in the Hamptons? Yes, this is not a sustainable system. It will inevitably collapse. That's how it works. I don't know how the fuck we got here, by the way. Oh, President Trump delivers to the troops. We're going to talk about that. Obviously, the government shutdown is continuing. Chuck Schumer recently said every day gets better during their radical left shutdown. I disagree. If nothing is done because of leader Chuck Schumer and the Democrats, our brave troops will miss paychecks they are rightfully due on October 15th. That is why I am using my authority as Commander-in-Chief to direct our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to use all available funds to get our troops paid on October 15th. We have identified funds to do this, and Secretary Hegseth will use them to pay our troops. I will not allow the Democrats to hold our military and the entire security of our nation hostage with their dangerous government shutdown. The radical left Democrats should open the government, and then we can work together to address healthcare and many other things that they want to destroy. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It is pretty funny that he's putting the responsibility, and also sometimes he's saying the radical Democrats are trying to destroy healthcare, when in fact the government shutdown is only happening because the Republicans refuse to even offer a fucking Band-Aid to the unimaginably costly healthcare system that we have, that they are increasingly taking funds away from because they wanted to make the tax cuts for the wealthy permanent. Okay? Fantastic. Fantastic situation we found ourselves in. Because, like, right now, the Democrats are fighting for a Band-Aid solution, okay? The obvious permanent solution to this, the real solution to this, would be socialized medicine, universal health care. No Democrat is pushing for that, or at least very few Democrats are pushing for that. But even in the interim, like, the reason why they've pushed for the shutdown is specifically so they can try and preserve the existing system without it completely fucking collapsing. And the Republicans are like, nah. Like, the funniest part about the shutdown conversation that's taking place right now is the fact that the Democrats are actually trying to save Congress in general, the power that Congress has in general, okay? Trying to solidify the separation of powers and maintain the power of the purse in the hands of Congress, okay? Because without that, the administration will seemingly use the executive authority to completely negate whatever kind of legislation passes when it comes down to actually funding things. This removes the last remaining congressional power. Okay? It is very stupid. And I know for a fact that there are plenty of Republicans who also want to ensure, the Republicans in Congress that want to ensure that Congress still has the power of the purse, because otherwise it makes their entire job meaningless. Aiden was arguing if this shutdown would earn any political dividends for the Democratic Party. So far, so good. Like I've said from the start, it's entirely dependent on how they message through this process. And so far, you know, people understand that the Democrats are the good guys here and the Republicans are the bad guys here. Now, that might change, especially with the severe violations of the Hatch Act that the Republican Party is now basically committing on a daily basis. This is a funny example of such. A new known video is being played at airports trashing Democrats. Like, this is, the Hatch Act does not matter anymore. It doesn't exist. Okay? It's poo-poo. It's doo-doo. It depends on how they message, so they won't get credit. Wait, what? No, it is entirely, the shutdown is a message war. That's what it is. The shutdown is the last remaining tool that the minority party has at its disposal. And if they don't message decently through this, which they have so far, they've stood strong and steadfast in their approach. And that is the reason why people correctly attribute the problem to the Republicans and lay the responsibility in the hands of the Republican Party, which controls every aspect of the government. But the other part of the messaging, the information warfare here that's taking place is that the Democrats need to correctly point to why they're doing this. And they have done so thus far, especially in the beginning. I hope they don't get too comfortable. That is my fear, that they get too comfortable and they just start saying dumb shit. And then the Republicans keep pushing the narratives over and over again. Like, oh, they're just trying to fucking give health care to transgender migrants or something like that. Okay? Hassan, you're legit farming money, creating some enemy when the top 1% owns 44% of assets in the USA. Good job. What? Don't you realize, like, yeah, I'm the one who's saying that exact same thing that you're talking about when most Americans don't realize that. That's my point. Yeah, that's what I say. This guy said, you create fake enemies as opposed to showing the true enemy, which would be, you know, the billionaires and the millionaires in the capital owning class. And ironically, in that message, he straight up created, he presented me as the enemy for saying this thing that he is saying to me now. Do you think sexy, ballsy Hakeem and Schumer can actually message competently? So far, they've done a decent job. Can you think of a single movie in which there's a video from the government denouncing its political opponents playing on a loop in public spaces in which that government was the good guy? I cannot, but also this is literally illegal. What they're doing here is illegal. I need to explain to you, not that it matters, because the law doesn't matter if there's no one to enforce it, and it's very clear that no one is enforcing the law, at least when the government is deciding to violate the law. But this is not. This is illegal.
I'm Christine Ohm, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe. However, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government. I'm Christine Ohm, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe. However, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government. I'm Christine Ohm, the...
Wow. This AI isn't even close to human looking? No, that's just how she looks, man. It's ironic because, like, she straight up is a dog killer. Now, that's a real dog abuser right there, okay? Stop spreading this terrorist propaganda. Yeah. Speaking of terrorist propaganda, Rutgers professor says he packed up his family and left the U.S. due to death threats.
a historian
take
of
a look.
fascism, and I understand that the way that authoritarian movements grow is by coming up with a boogeyman term like Antifa.
Rutgers University history professor and author Mark Bray says his life and his views came under attack in recent weeks.
It really started after Trump's executive order declaring Antifa a quote-unquote terrorist organization.
We have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa.
Bray says the executive order turned him into a target.
The pace of the death threats accelerated after the Fox News article about the Turning Point petition to have me fired.
This month, the Rutgers Turning Point USA chapter, a political group founded by Charlie Kirk, launched this petition seeking to remove the quote Antifa-aligned professor to protect conservative students from political violence rhetoric. A call to action, Bray says, fueled threats and put his family's safety at risk.
The first one that said they were going to kill me in front of my students.
Bray says he alerted the university, filed a police report, and left the U.S. this week to protect his family.
I landed in Spain this morning after a very mysterious and, in my opinion, fishy cancellation of my flight on Wednesday.
The president of Rutgers Turning Point USA chapter says they condemn any threats of violence, but stand by their call to remove Professor Bray.
You know, Mark Bray's a coward, fundamentally. He thought he could hide behind his books. He thought he could hide behind his degree and radicalize kids from the safety of his classroom.
Rutgers University released a statement.
Dude, this is his job. His job is to teach about fascism. By the way, once again, a lot of people are saying, oh, you're not part of the team, buddy. Yeah, except, what did I tell you? Modern fascism doesn't work that way. Modern fascism is way more diverse. Everything in the United States of America has been hit with the DEI ray. Okay? That's it. This has all the components. This is all the fucking components. It's anti-intellectualist. It's aggressively. It's behaving in this like incredibly militant fashion towards singled out targets that they see as the fucking enemy. And they are the enemy because they are educating people on the way fascism works.
Reading in part, Rutgers is committed to upholding the rights of students and faculty to free speech and academic freedom as fundamental to our community. Some students here say the threats have gone too far.
I think it's kind of embarrassing that people are treating somebody like this just for their own opinions. It's kind of crazy and it's scary.
Bray says his classes will now be taught virtually. In New Brunswick, Addie Guajardo, CBS News, New York.
All right, let's bring in Lara Trump, host.
Jimmy Kimmel blasted for a claim on Antifa. I don't know what he's talking about. It's so funny. This is my favorite type of news making, as you guys know, is my pet peeve, which is first you blast the person and then you do additional coverage on how everyone is blasting this person. It's like, no, it's you. You're the one who's doing the blasting. The fuck do you mean everyone is everyone's really mad at Jimmy Kimmel for his Antifa statement? It's like, no, it's just you. And now you're trying to continue the fucking conversation by claiming, oh, wow, everyone is really mad. Tom Emmer said that the No Kings protest next week was going to be a terrorist event, and Mike Johnson said it was a Hamas rally. Terrorist just means valid target to the United States government. It's scary stuff how comfortable they are throwing that term around. Yep.
Of My View with Lara Trump. Good to see you, Lara. I'll have you react to Alexis's reporting on what's happening in Rutgers University. What I find interesting is that this professor, writes this entire book about Antifa. He says, I'm not part of Antifa, but I just, I teach about it. And then you have somebody like Jimmy Kimmel who says, there is no Antifa. I want you to listen to this sound clip from Kimmel.
There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. This is no different than if they announced they rounded up a dozen Decepticons. We've captured the Chupacabra, everyone.
Okay, so what's happening here?
Well, there is Antifa. This White House classified them as a domestic terrorist organization, which they are.
This is, I said this the first day, bro. Like, because there is no like real organization that is like Antifa, with the exception of like, I don't know, like Rose City Antifa or whatever the fuck, right? Like, that's not, it's just like, there is no like actual defined organization that you are targeting. Anyone and everyone can be considered Antifa. And the administration has obviously made that very clear. Terrorism already is an intentionally vague definition, and it is utilized to take away people's due process and their rights and their liberties and prosecute them and maybe even kill them, right? Without any sort of pushback. And for that reason, because it completely contradicts the First Amendment in the United States of America, it has never been applied domestically. There have been times where the First Amendment has been violated. Obviously, America is rabidly anti-communist, and there have been different ways in which America has violated any sort of like discontent, any sort of dissent, or people that are engaging in any sort of dissent. Having said that, I don't think it's ever been... Dude, calm down, dude. What the fuck? Please, no Fox News, dog. It hurts my brain. Please, man. Antifa is also vague by definition, by design, in the same way that terrorism is a vague standard to apply, a vague term to apply to whoever the fuck you want to extrajudicially kill or apprehend. Okay? This is very dangerous. And the reason why it's very dangerous is because anything and everything can be considered anti-fascist in nature. And that's precisely the reason why Trump didn't just talk about like all of the little radicals in Black Bloc or whatever the fuck. And instead immediately started talking about George Soros, Act Blue, and all of the payment processes that the Democrats use. And when expanded on the definition, of what it means to be Antifa, which is once again a decentralized movement, therefore, everyone from your grandparents who fought the Nazis in World War II down to you telling a racist that they're being fucking racist, those are all acts of anti-fascism, no matter how little or no matter how organized they may be. Okay? This is precisely the reason why the administration can use this vague standard and apply it to everyone and anyone, including former Trump voters if they choose to, and claim that any kind of discontent is Antifa and must be stamped out.
They use violence to intimidate ICE officers, people they disagree with, push back on law enforcement, and try to stop anything, that's the way of life in this country as we know it, that they disagree with. And that's not the way things should be done. So Antifa absolutely exists. I don't know what Jimmy Kimmel's talking about there. This professor, I thought it was funny. He said, I don't subscribe to it. I just study it. I just teach it. I mean, I think it's a little outrageous. And I think he's probably upset, Aisha, that he's been exposed for what he is. And he's been exposed by a lot of these, individuals with Turning Point. I am very happy to see that we have people on campus now who are able to express themselves. For so long, it felt like that it was just an indoctrination factory. And that's exactly what a professor like this very clearly is doing to so much of our youth out there. But now you have these individuals in Turning Point, starting new chapters across this country, making sure that they're unafraid in the way.
I will say, this is definitely an incredibly worrisome development. But this is, I think, one aspect. This is, especially if the Democrats and everybody else, like even the normies who don't really give a fuck about politics, like I suspect they will mobilize against this. And I also think that the courts will hold the First Amendment, because if they don't, it's over. There's two key things in the Constitution. I mean, there's many good things in the Constitution, but there's two key aspects of the Constitution that are supposed to limit the control of the government. And no, I'm not talking about the Second Amendment, okay? No, I'm not. Due process and free speech. Those are the two key safeguards of American theoretical democracy. If those go away, I love when dummies will be like, oh, Second Amendment, dude. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Second Amendment is totally protecting everybody, dude. You're right. If due process goes away and free speech goes away, it's over. It's over. And I still think that the courts will protect those two key components as it stands. And I think that there will be a lot of mass mobilization and mass discontent if the administration tries to go after these two things. Regardless of whether or not there is a compliant media ecosystem that actually pushes people's attention elsewhere, I think people will still get mad. They'll get mad enough. What about the Third Amendment? The Third Amendment, consistently the most powerful one, okay? Nobody thinks about it. Nobody talks about it. There was a brief moment when people talked about it during the BLM protests, but it's the most goated one, okay? Third Amendment, the most powerful, has the most motion. Third Amendment for stopping Kirsty Noem from using the restroom inside of government facilities. It's not even actually the Third Amendment that does that, but still. Fuck it. Let's chalk it up. Let's chalk it up to the Third Amendment.
They're speaking. We are 1 month out from that horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. And man, would he be happy to see the way that these students have made their voices loud and made sure that they are unafraid in everything that they say. So look, we'll see what Rutgers decides to do. Interesting, the guy fled the country, though. Maybe that tells us a lot about him.
Maybe it does. I want to switch gears to what's happening in Chicago and this fight that's escalating between your father-in-law and the leadership there, the Democrats there. And it's getting more and more intense every single day, this fight.
This is like when my haters were like, this fucking pussy doesn't want to go to TwitchCon. I'll kill him if he goes. When I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go to TwitchCon because I don't want to like threaten the safety of others by being there. Okay. She's doing the same thing to this professor. He's like, yeah, that fucking pussy better not show his stupid ass face on American soil. Okay. If my father-in-law has something to do with it, what a coward. He escaped the country. He better not come back here. If he comes back here, I'll show him what's what. It's like, okay, well, you kind of proved why he had to flee the country, which is an insane thing to begin with. Like, what? Why is everyone becoming a school shooter? What the fuck is going on here?
President Trump said that he, wanted to see leaders in Chicago be put in jail because of this conflict. And then the Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, said that he was going to do everything in his power to lead a resistance that is desperately needed to protect democracy and our human.
Who's Laura Trump's father-in-law? Laura Trump's father-in-law, think? Who could it be? Who could Laura Trump's father-in-law be? Could be anybody, really.
humanity. How do you see this ending, Lara?
Well, I hope it ends with law and order being reestablished in a place like Chicago. Go talk to the residents of the south side of Chicago there, Aisha. I'm sure they'll tell you that they need help, that they don't feel safe in their own communities. If you go to Washington, D.C., where you saw President Trump bring in the National Guard, where you saw him federalize the police force, the people there and the citizens of Washington, D.C. are very grateful that he did that. You've seen murders drop out of the bottom. You've seen violent crime go down as well. And these people are finally able to live their lives again. You know, it's a shame that you have leaders.
It's just so funny that there is never any need from any media at all to just like actually talk to the citizens who are like, we don't like the troop presence, and also things were fine. Like, not only were things totally fine, but also on top of that, things have rapidly become not fine with the military being deployed to our streets. Why ask the average people that live there when you can just talk over them? Because your audience is not the people of DC or the people of Chicago. Your audience is the rural folk who don't actually see the military presence in their neighborhoods. It's a culture of domination, dominating the other, dominating the enemy. The enemies of the Republicans are the liberal elite, the establishment liberals, and the radical socialists and the communists. Because these people are objectively fearful of going into any of these big fucking cities anyway, they can just live with this complete false notion, this complete false reality that like these cities are constantly on fire. There's so many black and brown people and they're just like lighting shit on fire and they're robbing people blind and then they're killing them. And then the cops are like, oh, we can't do anything because woke. Like no one is getting arrested. Or when people do get arrested, then the woke judge says, oh, well, George Soros gave me Jewish money so I can release the black and brown people back into the streets. Like that's literally what 30 to 40% of this country believes. I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. Like unironically, 30 to 40% of this country believes what I just described to you. And there is a steady flow of misinformation that they consume that constantly reinforces this idiotic notion. 30 or 40% of the voters, you're right. Not though. I would say 30 to 40% of the country. No, I'll take it. I'll say 30 to 40% of the country believes it, not just the voters.
Whether it's Brandon Johnson, whether it's J.B. Pritzker, who I guess feel like they have to play politics, they have failed the citizens of Chicago. All you have to do is look at the statistics there. You can see that crime is up. And, you know, what President Trump wants to do is he wants to allow ICE agents to go in and do their job and enforce the law as it is written. If Brandon Johnson or J.B. Pritzker has a problem with that, they need to take it to the United States Congress. President Trump is trying to allow these ICE agents to do their job, get violent.
Isn't talking about the country people the same thing she's doing? Are you saying I'm doing the same thing she's doing? Do you think I'm lying when I say that a big chunk of the people that listen to this narrative, which is 90% of the Republicans, and trust this narrative, which is 90% of the Republicans, this is statistically backed. This is backed by stats. Because liberals, for the most part, have a diverse media diet that even includes Fox News. Okay? Republicans, on the other hand, there's Pew Center of research studies conducted on this stuff, on the media diet parsed through people's like political affiliations. And for the most part, Republicans or self-identifying Republicans get their news almost exclusively from Fox News. Okay, 90% of Republicans get their news from Fox News, whereas when you look at the liberals, they have a much more diverse media diet. This is why there's this narrative that like liberal media Like media is liberal and they dominate everyone's collective consciousness. Okay? Look, I agree with you, but I would like you to get out in the real world. I know that is a mad suggestion right now. No, I do get out in the real world quite a bit. I encounter people that have this kind of opinion. And not only that, but also statistics back the things that I'm saying. Here, I'll give you one great example of this, okay? I'll give you one great example of this. People think crime is on the rise in this country, but when you actually look at the data across the board, crime is back to historic lows, okay? And the trend lines for crime are going down, as has been the case for the past couple of decades, right? But people still think crime is actually, when asked, people still think crime is absolutely out of control. When asked further why they think crime is out of control, they say crime is actually not high in my neighborhood, but it's higher elsewhere. That's what I'm talking about. One must ask the question how people arrive at this conclusion. This is a conclusion that I, am this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what I mean. People that don't live in big cities or people that don't live in the big city that they're talking about. Like, because there are, right-wingers that live in New York, for example, that might not think New York crime is out of control, but they think or might not experience it themselves, but they see it on TV and they think it's happening elsewhere. But that is a constant in the American collective consciousness. Americans think crime is out of control. Okay? Americans think crime is out of control, just not in their neighborhood. It's just everywhere else. My dad has never been to LA or SF and constantly tells me how bad they are. To me, a person who's lived in LA for 4 years and San Francisco for 2.5. Exactly. And ironically enough, if you actually do go out and talk to normies and coworkers and whatnot, you've probably heard this dynamic. People do it to me, for example. People do it to me all the time. People used to come in here and talk about like how crime in my backyard was completely out of control, that I was going to get shot any moment. Well, now they still tell me I'm going to get shot any moment, but that's usually just a death threat. But in the past, they used to say, like, dude, what are you talking about? Crime in Los Angeles is completely out of control. It's like, well, I live here. I went to the ICE protest. People were like, LA's on fire. LA is on fire. LA is completely on fire. It's like, no, I'm here. I'm here at the protests. Okay. I saw the fires directly. I stood next to them. I walked 10 minutes away from the protests where the 3 Waymos were burning and got ice cream. LA was not on fire back then, and it certainly isn't right now. Neither is Portland, and neither is Chicago. But these guys keep fucking saying that that's what's going on.
Violent criminals, gang members off the streets, and I can guarantee you the citizens of Chicago are going to be grateful when that is done. So I hope that that's the end we see happen, and I know that that's what this president wants.
Lara, I cannot let you go before I get your quick take on the president not getting the Nobel Peace Prize, getting snubbed on that award despite so many different nominations from all over the world, and the person who just won basically dedicating it to him. Quick thought on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he deserves it more than anyone alive on this planet right now. There's no doubt. This will be his 8th conflict if this is successful in the Middle East, and probably something that people in their wildest dreams never thought in our lifetime we would see happen. No one deserves it more than President Trump, but we know these people who establish who wins the Nobel Peace Prize hate Donald Trump. They suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. And in our hearts, he will be winning the Nobel Peace Prize. We know that for sure, and I hope he gets it in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Lara. Good to see you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Just 1 month after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, conservative podcaster Benny Johnson stood by Attorney General Pam Bondi and described in horrific detail a threatening letter that was sent to his home.
The individual who wrote me described why he wanted me dead. I was a white, cis, Christian Trump supporter.
I'm noticing he skipped one. I'm noticing he skipped one thing. He didn't say straight. Much to consider. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe this guy knew what he was. Maybe this is a homophobic hate crime. It is, after all, coming out day, National Coming Out Day, it seems. So who knows?
They described in great detail how I would be killed in an open field, just like Charlie.
This is so funny to me because, like Benny Johnson gets one descriptive death threat and gets to go on Fox News and talk about it, and then the administration is going to take action or whatever. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, we probably ban 1,000 death threats in not even a private correspondence, but in a very public setting in this fucking chat every day. That's awesome. It's pretty cool.
Charlie, how much blood would come out of my head and neck when it was blown off. This individual described orphaning my 4 beautiful children and widowing my wife with great joy.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says she plans to bring that man to justice.
We have arrested the author of this letter, George Isbell.
Bro, if we were to, I'm going to keep it real. If we were to arrest if the administration was this proactive with all the death threats I receive, I feel like there wouldn't be a prison large enough to house these people. If I were to do if I were to do a press conference every time I received a death threat, I wouldn't be able to do the broadcast. I would just only be doing press conferences. To be fair, though, we would be cleaning up the streets. A lot, I mean a lot of pedophile Nazis would be going to prison. Like, so many of them.
Jr. was taken into custody this morning, and we are charging him federally.
Joining me now exclusively, Benny Johnson. Benny, I reached out to you as soon as I saw this. It is horrifying. I've read the complaint from DOJ. There's a picture of the letter in here. It is absolutely grotesque. And it says that your wife, Kate, a mother of 4, is the one who discovered this. What was it like when she discovered this letter?
Well, yeah, thank you, Kaylee, so much for having me on. It was awful, and I'm still trying to comprehend how anyone could celebrate Charlie Kirk dying, how anyone could celebrate parents being under terroristic threat like this. Charlie, of course, 2 beautiful children and his wife that are left without a father and a husband. How could anybody celebrate that? And it's something that has hit me over the last couple of days, Kaylee, and it's that these people, by and large, they don't understand the joy that is parenthood. The Democrat Party is actually the party of childless individuals in America. 20 points more for Democrats, for childless voters. The Republican Party is the party of parents. They're the party.
Gotta get married, wife and kids, carries a lot of weight with these goons. I mean, yeah, he did do that. He did do that. Miyaga, make insane asylums great again. Benny's a patriotic American and father, husband, and brother in arms. This is all equally disgusting to witness from overseas, too. America's the world's jewel of liberty and no place for thugs and communists. Do you think he says that when he blows guys? I don't know. Is he the gay guy whose wife banned him from going camping? Yeah, he's the gay guy whose wife banned him from going on business trips without her present. I feel like Benny's going to use this as an opportunity to be like, listen, I don't want to threaten your security. You're the mother of my children. I should probably travel alone again. I should probably be allowed to travel alone again, right? Right? Come on, business trips are back on the table.
Of joyful enjoyment of the family structure. I know you know this, and the data shows this as well, Kaylee. It's something that I think is really profound when it comes to the threatening nature of these letters against families and against the families here in America, that you have to understand that there is a major cultural difference between the two parties, and that is that the Republican Party is the party of parents. All available data shows that. In fact, 55% of all fathers are Republicans in this country, and a recent poll, Kaylee, showed that of the #1 priorities.
I don't understand what this has to do with anything. To me, it's like saying, 58% of Republicans like the color red. Like, okay. Like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? It's not even like a super significant percentage. Okay, 55% of fathers are Republican. So what? So you have a 5% advantage on that front? Like what does that mean? What does that mean at all? %100 of people have had 2 biological parents. I just don't understand this. The most thing that Kirk got is just hate. He just has a lot of enemies. Anyone who's different from a conservative Republican white dude.
For young men under the age of 30 that are Republicans, fatherhood is the #1 priority. And so when you're looking at the difference in how people...
Oh, he's trying to present the narrative that it's like the left is anti-family. That's why they want to kill me, because I'm a beacon. I am a representation of the things that they hate, which is being in a committed relationship. Cool.
Could tolerate this. I think there's your boundary lines. Republicans are the party of the family.
Well, this individual, there's no doubt about that. And that is the #1 goal of Gen Z men. I remember covering that. When you read this letter, though, this individual, he talks about your followers. And let me read to you a quote he says about your millions and millions of followers. You all need to be exterminated. So this was toward you and toward every single person who ascribes to the movement that animates what makes you you.
Yes, and I don't understand where this hatred could truly come from, and it's hard to really reconcile it, especially when you come from a party of peace.
Bro, that's so funny. Like, as someone who is on the receiving end of millions of death threats, okay, I know where the hate comes from. I'm sure he does too, okay? Yeah, it's because you say shit like, "Oh, Republicans are the party of peace." That's probably why you do get a metric ton of hatred. Did they just discover what hate comments are? I know. Like, do I think it's good that people play fast and loose with like credible death threats? No, I don't. As the recipient of like I said, millions throughout my career for the past 12 years or so, I would say it would probably be better if I didn't receive it. But at this point, it's just like background noise, you know? It's just background noise. There's not really anything you can fucking do about it unless you're Benny Johnson, in which case the attorney general will go and find the person who did this and will prosecute them. But I will tell you, I know exactly where it comes from. You know, I know exactly where it comes from. I don't agree with the sentiment, and I don't agree with the false characterizations, but I still know exactly what the motivations are behind such a thing like that. It's a person who is deeply, deeply sad, deeply angry, deeply resentful, and finds a sense of community and finds a sense of purpose in their lives by slotting themselves into a specific type of ideology. In my case, the people that are sending me those death threats oftentimes are coming from a multitude of different types of ideology, whether extreme centrists, extreme nihilists, or, of course, a bunch of different reactionary principles, reactionary points of view, whether it be, the pro-Israel crowd, neo-Nazis of different sorts. It is what it is. Red pillars since Andrew Tate, Sam Hyde fans, lolly neo-Nazis, pedophiles. Centrist death threats is so fucking funny. I'm sorry. Yeah. Centrist pro-NATO liberals have straight up sent me death threats. Isn't that funny? Like Ryan Ruth style.
Want peaceful debate. But this is a party that is spiraling, and I think they've lost the debate, Kaylee. And because they've lost the debate, they are going to resort to violence. And it's awful to see. It's something that I don't want for my country. It's something that I want to see resolved. And the only way to resolve it are for Democrats to say enough. How many more of us need to die, Kaylee? How many more times do we need to see our president shot in the head? How many more times do we need to see...
That's such a funny statement. How many more times do we need to see the president, our president, shot in the head? Like, bro, how many times do you think it happened? Like, what? That's so funny. Guys, he's getting shot in the head every weekend. It's really fucked up.
Charlie Kirk's. How many more times do we need to see ICE facilities shot at? How many more Christian children's praying in churches do we need to see slaughtered? The Democrat Party and the leadership of the Democrat Party need to say enough is enough. We're going to reconcile with the extremist left wing of our party. We're going to acknowledge that we have a problem, and we're going to do something about it. But instead, Kaylee, they are nominating somebody for the Attorney General of Virginia that is calling for exactly what happened to my family yesterday. A man was charged for threatening my family to kill me and to kill my children. Well, John Jay.
Wait, what?
Jay Jones, who's running for Attorney General in Virginia, he's on record doing the exact same thing, calling for...
Whoa, that's crazy. Guy running for Attorney General in Virginia is like, I'm running for Attorney General in Virginia so we can kill Benny Johnson. That's a crazy platform, dude. That's pretty wild. I wonder what he's talking about.
Or the killing of Republicans and the killing of Republican children, calling them little fascists. Will any
The J. Jones stuff is really crazy, lol. This is what they're mad at. Let's see. The private messages offer a disturbing glimpse into how Jones, who was looking to oust incumbent Republican Attorney General Jason Miyares this fall, describes his political adversaries in private conversations. Dem Attorney General nominee Jay Jones fantasized about shooting former Virginia GOP Speaker. He receives both bullets. What? Hence the glowing tributes from the R's. Damn, that was from Mark. Sorry, Charlie. No worries. Talking about Joe Johnson, a D, but basically a R. Leaked everything to your caucus. It's why Gilbert gave him such a glowing tribute. I knew what you were talking about. Served with my dad, who had nice words, a little choice sprinkled in. I didn't look at that. I just saw a guy died and assumed you'd have words. He was a D. They say nice things about everyone, lol. If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals and piss on their graves. Send them out awash in something. Jay Jones, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. That's a dive. I can't believe that. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Jay, please stop. Lol. Okay. It really bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death on them. You weren't simply asking questions that you know it. I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. There isn't. I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. Bro, this guy is crazy. He was talking about Gilbert opposing gun control in the aftermath of a school shooting. God damn, dude. That is crazy. Now, obviously the you know, this is a wild person. That's what I'll say. Okay. I don't know how he got this hard. Of course, I condemn this rhetoric, obviously, as I have over and over again. It is pretty wild that in spite of this rhetoric, though, he is like doing fairly well, I think, in the Attorney General's race, right? Isn't he? Isn't there a... Wait, oh no, this is a different guy, right? This is the Dem AG nominee. Let me see. Text from Democratic AG candidate Royal Virginia governor's race. Jay Jones text scandal sparks donation surge as GOP group pours millions. I mean, this just came out. Virginia Democrats defend Spamberger's handling of Jones text scandal. Virginia Democrats are defending gubernatorial nominee Abigail Spamberger's handling of a text scandal that has rocked the Commonwealth less than a month out from the elections. Over the weekend, the governor's race roiled by news that Democratic Attorney General nominee Jay Jones has sent text messages expressing violence towards former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert back in 2022. Republicans have since used Jones's comments in which he suggested shooting Gilbert to attack Spamberger amid a national reckoning over the rise of political violence. Spamberger has repeatedly condemned the text, but she notably refrained from calling on him to drop out during a Thursday night debate against GOP nominee Winsome Earl Sears. Many Democrats see it as the right approach, even as Republicans step up their attacks over the controversy.
Understand why you just can't come forward and say he needs to go. I mean, we're talking about murder. I don't like Abigail Spamberger, obviously, as you guys know, for obvious reasons. I will, however, say that she is cuckoo beans, okay? If I'm thinking about the right person. Jay Jones said cops should die and fantasize about murdering a dad and his kids, and Abigail Spamberger still hasn't called on him to drop out. Tell us,
That tells us one thing. She's okay with what he
We're
said.
talking about someone's life being taken from them. Have you nothing to say about that? Are you not going to address it? Really, you can't go any further. You're a governor. You're supposed to stand up for all the people. Are you saying political murder is all right?
It's so wild to me that Republicans get to fucking sit here and act like this is completely out of place in the modern political equation. Like they're trying to play the role of like civility politics here, which I find to be very strange, considering that they I've seen their campaign ads. I've seen their campaign ads where they do mock executions, for example. I've seen their campaign ads where they shoot like a 50 cal rifle. Like almost all of them engage in some shape or form of direct incitement to do political violence. And it's not like they have stopped. That's what's so crazy about this, right? Because they haven't exactly stopped. They haven't exactly tried to, really stamp out the violent rhetoric on their own side. Like the president will just straight up go on national television every day and be like, we need to brutalize the Antifa thugs. They're monsters. We have to kill them. We have to shoot them. I'm deploying the military. They're going to go full force. That's what he said. Full force. Whatever that fucking means, right? It's like, are we being for real right now? Like, I'm hearing what you're saying. My understanding is that Jones was leading before today. Now a bunch of Republican sites are claiming his opponent is surging, but are using Republican polls. We'll see what happens. I think it's an interesting situation. Obviously, it's something that I suspect Jones has already apologized for, right? Like, or is it a new text message? Nope. Virginia poll for Attorney General. Jay Jones, 46%. Is this dark woke? I don't know. I don't know what this is. 46% can still vote for this guy? Brutal. To be fair, the threat he made is a bit from The Office. I mean, yeah, obviously he doesn't mean it literally, chatters. Yeah, and it's also private correspondence. It's not like, it doesn't actually fucking mean anything sincerely. Once again, we're kind of getting manipulated by the outrage farming a little bit. I do understand, though, tensions are high right now, so it does make sense that people would take extra precautions in a situation like this. But he's being fucking hyperbolic in a private conversation, okay? That's why there's a meme about, the boys when the group chat gets leaked, we're all going to prison, that type of shit. Virginia AG Dem nominee Jay Jones issues a more full-throated apology after text revealed he wished to see former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert killed. He says he reached out to Todd Gilbert to apologize directly to him and his family. I take full responsibility for my actions, and I want to issue my deepest apology to Speaker Gilbert and his family. Reading back those words made me sick to my stomach. I'm embarrassed, ashamed, and sorry. I've reached out to Speaker Gilbert to apologize directly to him, his wife Jennifer, and their children. I cannot take back what I said. I can only take full accountability and offer My sincere apology. Virginians deserve honest leaders who admit when they are wrong and own up to their mistakes. This was a grave mistake, and I will work every day to prove to the people of Virginia that I will fight for them as Attorney General. No, that's not a L. Guys, come on. Come on. Be for real. No, this is like Republicans would never apologize, I think, in this situation, and they would just like double down and then point the immediate blame back at like the Democrats. But like, come on, he's staying in the race. Like, I think the only thing I would tweak in this situation is like gun violence is an atrocity that actually is quite impactful on Virginian communities. And obviously, in my weakest moment, I was overcome with emotions thinking about the numerous victims of gun violence and the inability of the Republican Party to address said violence with competent legislation. And this output and this anger, while the anger itself is just, the way I communicated is completely inappropriate for a person that is, you know, completely inappropriate for a person that's like running for office in any capacity. That's it. I do also want to remind people that, yes, the Republicans ran a man who called himself Black Hitler. The Republicans ran a man who was such a serial, prolific pedophile that he was barred from going to the local mall by the local police department. Republicans ran a person by the name of Randy Fine as well. That's it. That's all I need to say. Randy Fine. So when we talk about, like, you know, fucked up text messages, private correspondence, and like heated moments or whatever, spoiling, I think the Dems need a little bit, they need to have more backbone, okay? They do. They need to have more fucking backbone in this process. I don't think the voters will punish their elected representatives, especially at a time like this when the Republicans have straight up completely destroyed whatever standard of normalcy that previously might have existed, whatever standard of civility that previously might have existed. Do I think in this day and age, anyone that has a D next to their name, anyone that goes and reliably votes for the Democratic Party is going to look at those text messages and go, yeah, I'm not voting for this guy. I can't do that. No, they feel the same level of anger. Is it just? No. Should you say things like that? No. Okay, you need to be more fucking careful. But the reality of the matter is, a lot of people are fucking angry. And also, if one side is presenting civility as this thing that we must uphold and the other side has no use for it whatsoever, then you're always going to fucking lose. VA is a super centrist state that has so many ties to the military. I know. Northern Virginia is a fucking stronghold for defense industry contracts. Norfolk. Anyway, you first should be the Dem motto. Let the Republicans condemn first because they never do. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too crazy for saying this, but like, we have a drunk rapist as the fucking Secretary of Defense, now the Secretary of War. We got an Epstein affiliate that's like stopping the fucking release of the Epstein files as the president, who himself has been credibly accused of sexual assault or found to be at least guilty of sexual assault in a civil court proceeding, where the standards are lower than a criminal trial, of course, who's been allegedly, who allegedly raped his wife. Like, what are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, I can't believe this guy fucking said some crazy shit in a private text message to another person in a weak moment. Like, wow. Republicans have set the standard. And then they turn around and go, I can't believe it. Found liable, not guilty. True. Did I say guilty? I meant liable. That's why apologizing is an L. No, I don't. I think like if you are understandably embarrassed by what you said in that moment, then it's appropriate for you to say it. But that's why I also mentioned that he could have elaborated further and been like, these are the reasons why I had a weak and emotional moment, and it's not reflective of who I am, and it's not reflective of a sincerely held like policy position, you know. Come on, dude. He literally said, you know, the dude and his children deserve bullets. Like, that's pretty crazy. I think no one cares about civility politics, but it's good for everyone to rationalize it. If you do an apology, it doesn't change anything. Who are we kidding? Trump is president. No one cares about this shit. Yeah. I'm just saying, if you feel the need to do right by your constituents, if you feel the need to say something, because the no comment in that situation is going to only elevate it even further, because like Republicans are going to use this from this day on all the way until the election, right? They're going to use this. They're going to farm it over and over again. It's good to at least have an apology that you can point to, so that people go, all right, dude, you're fucking. It's a private text message that leaked. Like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? He apologized for it. Calm the fuck down. Like, it does neutralize the argument a little bit. Do you see what I mean? And that neutralization of the argument matters for the supporters. But once again, even in his apology, I think it's important to like explain exactly what took place, like explain exactly what his mentality was. But yeah, Republican polls are saying that Jones is dropped and Mayares has a +6 lead here. Spanberger's still cleaning on the governor's race. And this is a Trafalgar poll, so. All I'm saying is, have a little bit more confidence in your base. Democrats, you are not very good at reading the room. You can rely on your base, especially with not what he said specifically, but like having a more radical approach to the things that you talk about. I do not think that people will punish you for stuff like this, especially because they are so desperate. They're so desperate for any kind of Democrat to put up a fight. A more progressive approach, not really radical. I mean, I know I'm saying radical from their perspective because they think like free healthcare is radical, right? They think stopping Israel from murdering children is radical. It's not. It's not radical at all. It's not only just, but it's also completely correct. Hassan for president, bro, already fell off. I know. Because the more people that watch you, the more likely you are to be president one day. That's how it works now. Actually, it kind of unironically does. Yeah, it's over for me. Oh, so we're doing straight up defamation to try to get the Trump admin to actually target journalists now, huh? Andy, no. New York City Antifa member Talia Jane Ben Ora was at January 6th in a MAGA costume. She was never charged with any crimes that day. Imagine being so stupid. You get told by these nut jobs that you got tricked by Antifa into rioting, and you're just like, sure, yeah, that makes way more sense and sounds much more in line with my character than what I used to say, which is that we were fighting for justice. I didn't want to overthrow the election based on things that made me genuinely believe I had to take action to help defend democracy. Some chick in a Trump beanie told me to punch a cop, and I just did it. This has to be the dumbest pretext for targeting political enemies. Antifa member is not a thing, and Andy knows this because posting about Antifa has been his whole grift for almost a decade. He's literally just trying to get me hurt because I have consistently reported through the propaganda and bullshit peddled by these psychotic uggos. Kirsty Noam saying Antifa is the same as ISIS.
We arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa. And
that was such a funny. We arrested recently in Portland. One of the girlfriends of the founder of Antifa is such a fucking bar, dude. I wish this wasn't also an incredible threat to free speech. Like, it sucks because, like, you have to take this seriously because it's a serious threat. But it's being done in the dumbest ways possible. It's fucking awesome. I love it.
that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening.
Who is the girlfriend of the founder of Antifa? Because, like, anti-fascism has been around for as long as fascism has been around. So, like, she got to be like 100 plus years, and European too, probably. I mean, I guess we had American anti-fascists as well, but like that's a old ass lady, man. I guess they couldn't arrest the founder because the founder probably died by this point, but like, I assume she's actually talking about like Portland, the Portland Rose City Antifa or something, right? Anyway, happy birthday to the girlfriend of the founder of Antifa, who today celebrates 111 years of fighting fascism. Bro, I heard they arrested your girl. Yeah, I'm the founder of Antifa. Connor, has anyone seen my girlfriend?
Here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas.
That's fucking as ISIS. Yeah. Antifa, a terror organization as sophisticated, with a network of influence as sophisticated as Hezbollah, ISIS, Trendaragua. Also, some of these things are not as militant or even exist. Like, I would put Trendaragua and Antifa in the same category as just like made up problems by the administration. One is designed to basically arrest and apprehend whoever the fuck they think is a Democrat and annoying them. The other is a way to storm entire building complexes to arrest and apprehend and detain, deport every Venezuelan person or someone who just looks kind of Venezuelan, I guess. And then you have like you know, CIA-backed terror networks like ISIS, CIA and Israel-backed terror networks like ISIS that are weaponized as a destabilizing force in a region far, far away from the United States of America. Okay. And then Hezbollah, which again, I don't know what kind of motion Hezbollah has ever had in the United States of America.
Hamas is all of them. They are just
or Hamas. Hamas. Oh, God, it's so
dangerous.
funny.
They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here. For
Also, yeah, one of the girlfriends implies the founder of Antifa is an polycule. Okay, that tracks, though. That does track. I mean, that makes sense. That actually is the most sensible thing that she presented.
being so bold and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter. It will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
What are you talking about? Hezbollah was recently caught putting down fiber in West Hollywood. I fucking wish, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. I wish. Speaking of a person taking advantage of fiber, it seems Bashar al-Assad now lives quietly in a luxury tower in Moscow, reportedly addicted to spending long hours playing online video games, according to Die Zeit. This person says, it is journalistic malpractice to not tell me what he's playing. I 100% agree. I need to know what he's playing. I guess is the next Fortnite Friday. Oh my God, I was about to retweet it and be like, next Fortnite Friday, guess. And instantly I see. Bashar al-Assad, if you see this, fans would love to see you join us on Fortnite Friday. Get it out of your system, chatters. Yes, everyone in the chat in unison. Well, Bashar al-Assad games more than you do. Yes, he does. Okay, what of it? Obviously, this is actually proof that I should game even less. Clearly. Being a gamer means you become like Bashar al-Assad. Also, I can't believe we just like fucking moved around so much. I forgot that this gay man was victim to a homophobic hate crime death threat. Let's get back to him.
Democrat have the bravery to say he needs to drop out. We haven't heard a single one. We don't even see it get covered in the media. And so that is what leads to this horrific culture. We need to reestablish the family. We need to reestablish morality. We need to reestablish things that center people in a godly way, because what we were truly fighting, Kaylee, is godlessness versus godliness. Yes. And when you have a centering of Christianity, you see life as precious.
So you're saying we'll get a hot wife if we game a lot? That's true. Assad is a wife guy, and it makes sense why he is a wife guy. Perhaps the only fucking redeeming quality. Bashar al-Assad is offlining my base. He's a Rust player, you think? Expedition 33 is incredible. Syria has a long history of appreciating French art, but this is different. I cried countless times. Bashar al-Assad via AP. Bashar al-Assad is a hot wife? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because God created life. And so it is not up to the 10 Commandments that don't kill. And so it is like, as a Christian worldview, we see life as precious. We don't want to take it, and we want to resolve things peacefully. Unfortunately, when you're godless and when you have nothing else to ground you, you will resort to violence when you believe you've lost the argument.
Yeah.
He also has a banger theme song. Like, if we're being real, like Bashar Allah Surya Assad is a banger theme song. It's just like, I think that's universal too. It's like, it's one of those things that like even people who have a deep anger and resentment towards the Assad regime will just still readily admit. Like, it was a huge thing on the internet for a very long time. I'm obviously not going to play it right now because, you know, I got a lot of heat on me currently, but it is a banger. I'm afraid. It gives me no pleasure to report that Allah Surya Assad is an absolute fucking banger of a theme song. Even my Syrian friend who doesn't like the Assad regime find the song good. Yeah. When it goes, you can't tell me that's not a bop. Okay, we're not going to play it. We're not going to play it. We used to play regime and propaganda music all the fucking time, but obviously that fun has been taken away from us.
Trump proved during the presidential campaign, being charged with a crime can often result in a huge money haul. A source familiar with Letitia James' political operation tells CNN that the New York Attorney General brought in $567,000 in the 24 hours since she was indicted yesterday for alleged bank fraud, her best fundraising day of her decades-long career, actually. Tonight, the polling frontrunner to be the next mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, is fiercely coming to James's defense, standing outside the same courthouse where she famously sued Trump for business.
This is not only the right thing to do, by the way, but it's also a very good tactical decision from Zohran Mamdani, because Andrew Cuomo is deeply in the pocket of Trump, and therefore he can't really come out and make bold declarative statements about how what Trump is doing is completely inappropriate, even though it obviously is, and even though every New Yorker obviously also recognizes that too. So, good tactical decision from Zohran as well, because anytime Trump does something super fucked up, Zohran can just be like, "This is completely messed up. This is completely unacceptable." Hold on, doors open. Oh yeah, Zohran can fucking come out and be like, "This is fucked up. This is inappropriate." Yeah, he can't. Cuomo can't do shit about it. All right. Also, we got Quentin Quarantino is in the building. He's pissing real quick. And then I will have him on to talk about his experience being apprehended, his experience as a Hasabani head, and his journey towards anti-Zionism, becoming more and more woke. Not Tarantino, Quarantino. He has a meme account called Quentin Quarantino. We'll talk about Tarantino as well, obviously. Here's a clip of Cuomo not defending here. All right. What's good, dude?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Here, let me pull a chair for you real quick. Wait, oh, there's no chair over there. Hold on. We're live already.
What's up, chat? Not Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah. Are you hungry?
No, I'm good.
Oh,
I actually have a very low appetite right now.
You have a very low appetite right now? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Some light starvation in prison, so not really. Still working on getting back the appetite. Been doing like a smoothie diet mostly.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, this cooks what I was about to do, because I was about to order fucking Middle Eastern food for both of us because I'm starving, but I won't eat in your face.
Wow, that's so kind of you. Solidarity is appreciated.
Sit there. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we got Quentin Quarantino in the building. He just got back, right? You just got back from Jordan?
Yeah, it's kind of surreal being here because I got back like late the night before last, then went into hibernation because I hadn't slept in a week.
Yeah.
And I think I texted you at like midnight last night. That was like, I had been meaning to reach out to you, and that was like the quickest I could get to you was midnight last night. Like, yo, can I go? What about the stream? But I'm glad you had my friend David on the other day because, first of all, we became good friends. We shared 2 boats together. We shared the prison experience. We shared the anti-Semitic experience. And also, I think it was good he came on before you. I think it's kind of like a good cop, bad cop. He was very eloquent, and I'm here for, my therapist is off until Tuesday. This is kind of more of a trauma dump for me. You're like the first person I've seen in person besides my friend Alana, who picked me up at the airport. I have, it kind of feels like I went straight from prison to Jordan to your streaming room. So
yeah, well, this is a mental prison that we're in here. But so you're a little bit of background. So Quentin Quarantino is your Instagram.
Yes,
right. You and
real name Tommy Marcus.
So when did you start?
First day of the pandemic, or first day New York City shut down in the pandemic. So March 13th, 2020, I was just, locked up in my apartment alone like everyone else. I knew some people who were sick, and I was already like a full-time, at the time, like meme lord, I would say. So I just had this idea to start a meme page about the pandemic because I had nothing else to do. And
the first time you DM me many, many years ago, I thought it was literally Quentin Tarantino that DM'd me. And this is before I think either of us knew how much he loves Israel. But
that was a new revelation for me in 2023.
Yeah. So I was a big fan of his work. So I was like, oh my God, it's fucking Quentin Tarantino was like DMing me. What the fuck's going on?
I can't remember if I even responded. I was like, I get some famous people every now and then, like accidentally messaging me like that. Also, you have my page up. It's so weird to look at myself looking normal. No, like I didn't expect my first stream to be coming here like all disheveled looking, but like I said, it's been like get home from Jordan, sleep, text you, wake up, have a smoothie, and now I'm here. So
you said just confirming, I'm not Quentin Tarantino. After I reply with a heart to you posting my watching Fox News at a time like this is truly uplifting. They're losing their minds about the Trump raid. Basically asking to defund the FBI, asking about Hillary Clinton's emails and how much sex Hunter Biden had on crack. Yeah, this was all the way back in 2022.
On brand for you.
Yeah. So, in any case, so you walk us through, before we get to your experience being apprehended, you were a part of the Samud flotilla, and you guys bravely sailed to break through the illegal blockade that the Israeli occupation has enforced upon the Palestinian population in Gaza while they were doing a genocide. And you guys had aid on the ships, and it was both to deliver aid directly, but also to inspire others to also do the same as an act of I would say, a tremendous moral courage. To try to get other people to also do the same and show the world that Israel is not as powerful as it presents itself. And of course, Israel came in and intercepted the boats
after a few bombings, but
yeah, that was true in Tunisia and in other places, and of course, previous ships, previous humanitarian flotillas that have tried to do the same all the way back in 2010, like Marmara were
Turkish, right?
Yeah.
Marmara
was intercepted by Israeli commandos that just went in and murdered a bunch of the humanitarian aid workers on the ships. So it's not without any significant threat to your life.
Yep.
And of course, in the aftermath of the kidnapping, then they placed you in prison. So let's start there actually, and then we'll work ourselves back to your own personal journey.
For sure.
As a Jewish American who became anti-Zionist.
Yeah, and on the Jewish note, like I'm only half Jewish, but I grew up like very culturally Jewish in a town where it's like my hometown to this day, like from a Korean nail salon to a gas station, every single storefront has a "We Support Israel" sign in the window. So like all I knew for all of my life was Israel is the thing that protects Jewish people. I went to a mostly Jewish school that would, like, I'm familiar with actual anti-Semitism, like swastikas being drawn on our school, people saying bad things about Jewish people in basketball games to us, like, you know, like real anti-Semitism. So
bad things about Jewish people, like, yo, you guys can't dunk like that.
No, I remember we got into a fight once in a JV, not varsity, a JV basketball game, and someone went up to me and was like, I'm gonna stab you, you Jew, after the game. So like that kind of stuff. So anti-Semitism, that word always got me alarmed.
Yeah.
As an activist who likes to help people. But anyway, I slowly realized that word was co-opted to push horrific things. And, you know, this year I've really leaned into being an activist for the Palestinian cause, raised $2 million for the PCRF, and then went on this flotilla. So thanks for the bravery stuff. It's like we shouldn't have been in this position. The United Nations should have done something like this a year and a half ago. It's like it's pathetic that the flotilla had to exist, but you know, it did. And I'm so, even with what we're about to talk about, you know, was not fun in prison, and that's putting it very lightly. And the actual trip itself was, you know, not without its struggles and fears. Like the night before the bombing in the Mediterranean Sea, I had a friend help me, a friend in the States help me put together a will, because we had seen like the Hasbro increasing about us being Hamas, and knew that meant there was some sort of like increased risk of violence, especially knowing the history of former flotillas. And so, yeah, there was a lot, but I'm ultimately like unbelievably thankful that I went on this. And I'm even in like an ironic way thankful to Israel for the way they treated me, because it really, my eyes were already open, but I think I'm excited to tell my experience, because I think it's kind of like, you know, they will, anyone who steps in Israel's way, whether it's Rachel Corrie, David Adler, myself, like if you can be a white American, you can have Jewish blood, and they will still, they'll still torture you, and they'll still, you know, bomb you. And so I feel like I got to get, I guess, like a microdose of the Palestinian struggle. Of course, it's not actually, you know, I had a light at the end of the tunnel. I was only there for 6 days. I knew I was likely not going to die in jail, but which is obviously all this is way different from what Palestinians experience. But I got to see firsthand, like being told we're animals, like in multiple like medical situations, like being told like no medicine for animals, having guns. Like I've probably stared down the barrel of a rifle like 100 times in the past week. You know, so I got to experience some of it, and now I get to carry that with me now that I'm home in cushy Los Angeles, sitting in your streaming room.
Yeah. So walk us through the steps. So you guys get apprehended.
Yep.
Let's start there.
Okay, we made it. So the first boat that I was on with David as well, the family boat, it was like the lead vessel. The engine failed very late in the trip, and there's a lot to talk about with that, but I'll leave it at the captains and crew were very confused at how the engine failed. But anyway, after that, we were moved to the U.S. Veterans boat with Greg Stoker, who I think you know. David and I joined that. And for the last 4 days, we were on that boat. It was a great group of people, and we made it on the night of interception really far. Like we broke the naval kind of blockade barrier that Israel had created, and slowly learned throughout the night that they were kind of, even though they ended up getting us all, they were kind of like very unprepared for everything and didn't really know what they were doing. They were spraying sulfur water on themselves, for example. It was like their apprehension of us was actually pathetic. And I was live streaming.
It's because it's not, you guys weren't babies. I think that's what it is. Like they're just, when an Israeli occupation force soldier like has in their crosshairs an adult, they get confused. They're like, what am I supposed to do here? You're not a baby in a crib.
Very, very precise on brown children, and weirdly inaccurate on semi-white boats.
Yeah. I've heard reports from other ships as well, like they were getting seasick. Some of the
they didn't know how to steer our boat. They got lost for we had a map, like a electronic map downstairs where they were keeping us after apprehension, and our captain was looking at the map. He's like, they're going the wrong way. Like, he's like, he almost wanted to. He's like this very nice guy. He like kind of wanted to tell them, but we just kind of let them figure it out, and eventually they did make their way to what they call their home. Brought to this center, like the
before
port
before Kitsiot.
Yeah, before Kitsiot, like the port. And we're put in. I think what many people saw, like we're all in that like classic kind of prisoner position with our heads down, sitting upright, and then we were there for like 6 hours. But 2 hours in, two IDF soldiers come up to David and I, and they're like, "Are you Jewish?" And they knew who we were. It was very clear. And we said yes, and then they picked us up, dragged us to the back, made us put us in this corner where Greta was in the corner, either holding or draped in an Israeli flag. I can't remember. And then they made David and I like sit upright, staring at an Israeli flag, like looking at the Star of David on the flag that I've watched kill tens of thousands of children was going to do something, but they apparently thought it would.
You just lock eyes with the flag, and you're like, "Oh my god, I was so wrong."
And then they're going up to David and I. They're like, "So you're born in New York, David. You're born in LA. Like, do you speak Hebrew?" And we're like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, not real Jew." I'm like, "Okay, like I don't fucking care." But anyway,
I've heard this like this dynamic constantly reinforced by like a lot of people in Israel, where on the one hand they'll be like, "This is the only safe place for Jews. Everywhere else is terrifying for Jews. You have to come to Israel." But then they'll also be like, "Oh, you fucking American Jews, like living in the West in your cushy lives, like we're out here in the desert, like having to do all of the horrifying things that we have to do. You will never understand it." It's like, okay, well, you don't have to do those things.
Yeah, I've been told for years. I've been told for years by Zionists, like, just go to Israel and you'll understand. And I just went to Israel and I found it to be an anti-Semitic hellhole in addition to a genocidal apartheid state. But yeah, so we're sitting there, we're staring at the flag, David and I, and after an hour of flag staring, they had finally let Greta off, and then everyone is facing the other direction from us. And two soldiers come and grab David and I, drag us out of the fenced-in area, like that you can't see through. And so now we're sitting outside of everyone else, and we're like, what? Looking at each other, like, what the fuck is going on? And then Ben Gvir walks past us with like a posse of his 40 Nazi soldiers around him, and that was like, David is more of a politically savvy and maybe more calm and collected guy than I, and like, when we saw Ben Gvir, it was like, oh, we're fucked, because we really thought that with the naval vessels and the kind of, even though Italy did end up complying with Israel, like there was a certain agreement they made, like you can't kill anyone, that we understood to be, we thought Ben Gvir had lost like all of we're going to charge them as terrorists, we're going to treat them like terrorists, until we saw him physically, and then that's when we knew we were fucked. And then he goes in without, like, we're just the only two not there, and we're like, what is going on? And there's a clip of him yelling at the flotilla members for 10 seconds, and the reason it's 10 seconds is because everyone started yelling at him, like even with guns drawn at them, they started yelling genocide, like pig, like everything. And Yasmin, one of the steering committee members, she was dragged out, like we watched her be dragged out, like by her arms, like with her feet dragging, like very violently. She is such a badass, just like screaming at the top of her lungs about the genocide. But he didn't really get that photo op that he really wanted. They did get that nice little 10-second video, but they failed to mention that they had strangely brought the two to three people with Jewish heritage out of the group for this strange photo op. And then after that, they take David, Yasmin, and I first through the processing facility, and we're sitting there, and Ben Gvir comes up to each of us, like one by one, with cameras behind him, and tells us we're terrorists and we support terror and we're a disgrace. And I was expecting to see those videos when we got out, and they're not out. And I think it's because, you know, I gave him a death stare. I'd love to say like I yelled at him. I didn't. David like kind of like spit on the floor near him.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Yasmin yelled at him. So he didn't get that video that he wanted. And then from there was zip tied, blindfolded, beaten, thrown onto a bus. My back hurt so much at that point that I slept on the 4-hour drive to the prison. I slept on the floor like head to head with Tiago, the kind of, I guess you would call him like the de facto leader of the flotilla, for 2 different reasons. I was in pain and freaking out and had to be on the ground. Tiago, I think, just like literally hadn't slept in 7 days. Yeah. So he was, I think that was his first moment of peace.
And
actually,
this was also his like second go at it being apprehended, because he was in the first flotilla as well.
Yeah. But I think from there is when it started to become unprecedented for you know, the prior 2 flotillas and kind of what we were known to expect. Like on my possessions, I only had my passport and my prescription for Lexapro. And I was told by previous flotilla members, like, yeah, they'll let you have like medicine that like is tough to come off. And you know, they threw it out in front of my face while I was like, hey, I actually need that. And they're like, don't worry, you'll get it in prison. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll believe. I have no choice but to believe the Nazis. But we get to the camp, we're put in a cage, all of us, and then slowly like stripped and put into our little outfits with I had little sandals that were half the size of my feet, and thrown into very overcrowded cells with very unsanitary drinking water situation, and we're starved. I actually wasn't planning to hunger strike, and I ended up hunger striking because they starved us.
Well, to be fair, you would have had to eat Israeli food.
Yeah.
So
what Israeli food?
Like, I don't know. I feel like
I thought hummus was an Israeli food until like 2.5 years ago. Embarrassingly, that's my bad. But yeah, no, we got to the cell and one of the guards called me Tommy instead of my legal name Thomas, and that's when I started to become really concerned about like me personally.
Was he like had he seen the memes? He's like, you are very funny memes, but you hate Israel.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
I think memes are funny. Why do you hate the Jew?
You know, they are some of the dumbest people I've ever met. And also, you know, I started to realize I was like looking pure evil in the face. Like we're in the prison. That prison doesn't even feel like the right word. Like it, maybe internment camp, something like that.
Yeah.
But like we're in the prison that holds a large number of Palestinians, a large number of Palestinian children. So these are the same guards that are torturing and killing Palestinian prisoners. And from the get-go, they kind of made it clear that we were also considered subhuman animals, just like the Palestinians are considered to Israelis. So we were alarmed. But again, like, you know, I knew what I was in for the most part. Like I had been described by like Chris Smalls as a friend. Like we talked a lot before I went. Like he told me a lot about his experience. He had it extra bad in the last one. And he was like, he was worried about me. And I was like, you know, I'm half Jewish. Like I have things going for me that I feel like are going to make it kind of okay. I wasn't correct. So like my medicine was a problem, but by the second day it became clear that they were withholding insulin from an 80-year-old man, Paddy Kelly, this old Irishman who was on the family boat with me. And you know, they were already treating us very terribly, but this is, you know, we started as a kind of combined group, however many hundreds of us in this cell block, like yelling like insulin for room 16 over and over again in like a chant to try to get the guards' attention. And after a few hours, it did get their attention, but they were dancing to the insulin for 16 chant. And this man is going to keel over and die if he doesn't get his insulin. So, you know, we're really starting to ramp up the protests. Like I'm yelling a lot at the guards, calling them Nazis, yelling about just. I was a bit abrasive, I would say, with the Nazis. So finally, it had been 24 hours at this point of like trying to get Patty his insulin, and they just wouldn't do it. And there was a Turkish man in my cell as well, who it was less urgent, but also needed like a diabetes, how you check your glucose levels and stuff. And he was starting to be really dizzy because he was being starved. So it was getting like critical for them. And so in my cell, a Norwegian man named Samuel, all of us decided, but he was like the leader, and he's also only got out yesterday. We were like, okay, we have to. They every hour they would come in. The IDF soldiers would come in with rifles drawn at us and yell. It was like part of the no sleep torture, sleep deprivation torture thing, like little Guantanamo Bay thing. But we decided like, okay, the next time they come into count, which by the way, I've learned Israelis are really bad at counting. It takes them a long time, but sorry. But like we decided like, okay, we're going to hold up a blanket and all hide, like the 20 of us are going to hide in the bathroom holding up the blanket and say like, we're not coming out until you give Patty insulin. And their reaction to that was,
where did they go?
No,
they have escaped.
Like we don't know what's behind. Like I'm not gonna do the Israeli accent, but they were yelling at us like we don't know what's behind you, and we're going to shoot.
They were spooked. They have no object permanence.
Yes, no, literally.
Oh no, Itamar Ben-Gvir's gonna get so mad at us.
Yeah, they've stripped us of all of our things. Like it's literally impossible that we have like a weapon or something. But they're yelling like, we have no way to know what's behind you, and we're going to start like put the lasers on our foreheads and stuff, and start counting down like 5, 4, and when they get to 3, I'm starting to like push Samuel like, dude, drop the blanket. Yeah. He's like this 6'5", like Thor built Norwegian man, and he didn't drop it until 1. And I thoroughly believe that if he held it to 0, we were all going to be shot. Like there was a clear directive of like, hold off, like try not to kill these people. There was a line that we were able to see that Palestinians don't get to see in that prison.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like that little window of, oh, we don't know what's behind the blanket, you know, and you can draw comparisons to the way they just, you know, annihilate civilians in Gaza, you know, on a much larger scale. But, you know, they were ready to kill us. And from there, it got, that was when like fear started. And I was also like separated from all the Americans on purpose and kind of in like the bad boy cell. I would come to learn after like meeting some of the people I was sharing the cell with. And by bad boy, I mean like incredibly sweet Arab men who had been called horrible things by Israel and are just like nice people and nonviolent people. But third day, everyone starts to like half of the prison is emptied. Like the countries that had been supporting their citizens, like everyone starts to leave.
Yeah.
And we don't. And again, like I like in my kidnap message, I'm like, as an American passport holder with Jewish blood, I will likely be fine. And like it starts to settle in on me, like, I don't know if we're getting out of here. Like based on how they're treating us, what they're saying to us, we have no contact with the outside world, no lawyers, no anything. You know, I'm just yelling at them like I need a Nazi lawyer, I need a Nazi doctor.
Your closest American like representative happens to be Mike Fuckabee.
Yeah, no.
And your senators are massive AIPAC stooges, our senators.
Yep.
So I don't think they made any statements.
Nothing. We got to meet.
Ro Khanna was the first to come out and immediately demand the return of the American citizens. Yeah. And I mean, even like after the second day, it became clear to me that like I talked about this as well. Like I think they were trying to punish you guys.
Oh yeah, it was
like the American government's like, fuck you. Like, how dare you do this?
We met. I think David told you when you had him on, but we got a 20-minute visit with the U.S. Embassy, not Huckabee. We thought it might be Huckabee. It was just like. It was these 3 people who just basically told us like, hey, we're so sorry you're here. We actually can't get you water. Like every other country was like bringing like water, and like I think the Greek government brought cigarettes and cake for their people. Like sorry, we can't get you water. As you know, the U.S. doesn't have any jurisdiction over Israeli authorities, and we all just start fucking laughing. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, we have no jurisdiction except,
it was
you know,
like the most outrageous thing.
We pay for the guns that they're like pointing at you.
Well, yeah, that was something I started like on that day. I started yelling at the guards like our taxes bought your fucking shirt.
Yeah.
From there we knew we were abandoned by the U.S. They let us fill out this little form, and I think it got out that like someone hurt my back. But like the actual form, what I wrote on the form is like, we're being tortured. Like, please help us. Like, some people are gonna die. And that wasn't like, I can't believe it, but that was not hyperbole. It was like, you know, we're not sure what's going to happen. And by that evening, like, again, I was separated from all the Americans, which like by a country thing is very stressful because I was sharing a cell with Turkish, Tunisian, and one Norwegian man. So I didn't really have contact with Americans besides yelling out of my cell, like, yo, David, you still here? Because I was so nervous he was going to get let out.
Oh, yeah. You thought like the rest of the Americans were going to get let out. And
Yeah. So like once every 6 hours, I'd yelled at his cell. He'd confirm he's still there. And then we'd like have a little, I'm like, dude, are we like not getting out? And, you know, that's when it started to build. Again, like I'm going to refer to David as the more rational minded person. In my head, I started to think like, we're going to be political prisoners. Maybe I'm freaking out a little too much, but it's starting to feel like we're going to be long-term political prisoners.
Yeah.
And, you know, I kind of like yelled that to David over the loud music of the October 7th video that was playing over and over again for days.
Oh, you didn't mention that.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, was it the secret one that they don't show anybody?
No, it was one that I had watched on October 8th.
Because the secret one, I want like, I think Owen Jones is like the only Western reporter that I know of that has like maybe seen the secret one, but I suspect that there's a lot in that they just like put together from like other conflicts. Like a lot of the videos that were floating around on October 7 and onward that were from like Syria or numerous other places that they were like that they had cut together to be like, this is what Hamas is doing.
Oh yeah, and you know, like a 5-minute clip of the burned bodies in those cars that you know were, you know, I don't think gunfire really burns bodies like that, but that's a whole nother conversation. But it would also take the guards about 35 minutes to set up the TV. They had it took 7 guards to set up they were so proud of it, and like they would, especially to David and I, would be like, look, watch this part, and like, yeah, we fucking have watched it for days. But anyway, David from his cell like confirmed the same fear that I had, like that he had the same fear, like we're gonna be in here for months or years, because at this point the prison is 10% filled, like almost everyone has gone home. So, and we're starving, we're thirsty. I haven't been let out in days, besides that one little walk to the embassy and back. Like I was not, we were tracking the time by sunlight. And I was losing track. Like I kept asking people like, how many days have we been in here again? And I might be even getting the days wrong as I like recount this. But like I'm also like, you know, Lexapro is not very fun to like cold turkey quit. And I later found out that every other man who was prescribed a medicine like that, whether it be Lexapro or some other like SSRI, they were all getting it except me. I found that out on the last day.
Oh, so they were just like not giving you the
specifically
medicine.
Me.
Like you're the bad boy.
Yeah. My videos got like 125 million views over the month, and I was really taunting Israel publicly. I was really taunting Ben-Gvir publicly, and I don't regret any of that for a second. I'm actually quite happy that I did all of that, but like they did give me a different treatment. I want to be clear, like some of the men from North African and Arab nations were physically tortured more than me. But it was clear they had like this psychological directive to fuck with me, and it was working. Like they did by like day 4 crack me. I'm like I was a bit feral by then. Like I was really yelling at the guards and like confronting. I spit on one of the guards. He didn't like that, and then I gaslit his coworker Nazis that I was like, I didn't. He's pointing at me like he spit on me, and I'm like, no, I fucking didn't. Go watch the tape. If they do go back and watch the tape now that I'm here, I did it. I did actually spit and landed it.
It sounds comical how stupid these guys are.
They're the dumbest. They're simultaneously the most evil and the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. So like there was a level of pity that I felt for a few of them. But it wasn't like, you know, I met hundreds of these people. It wasn't like there was like one nice guy walking around like, hey, sorry about this. Like everyone here is crazy. Like they were all loving it. In fact, like I think this was the most fun they had in a while. Yeah. Because as they would tell us, like they all believe that every baby and any photo of a child in Gaza is AI. But then also in a contradictory fashion, they also believe that every child in Gaza is a future terrorist who should be killed. It's like, you know, you should pick one or the other. Like you can run with your bullshit.
That's funny because like look, with your Jewish upbringing, I'm sure you've encountered Nazis who say the exact same thing about the Holocaust, where they'll be like, the Holocaust was fake, but also it's good that it happened and more of it should have happened. Yeah. But it's also fake. Yeah. And it's the exact same like fascist dynamic that you hear from people who are pro-Israel, who will be like, it's not a genocide, but also the Nakba wasn't real, but also we are going to do another Nakba. And it's really good because you deserve the Nakba because you're all terrorists who would then do a genocide on us potentially. Yeah. You know,
it's great to read Hebrew tweets from like Israeli politicians because it's always like a kind of decoded version of the bullshit that they've spat at the West. And so, you know, they were doing that with the flotilla. They do that with Palestinians for, you know, not just the past 2 years, but since 1948. And we got to experience some of that hell, just a taste of it. And
someone asked how many times they show him the October 7th footage in prison.
It was just it was playing on. I couldn't even count, but I remember it was definitely like AI generated drivel classical music that was playing over it. So like I think that's gonna be
they were respecting copyright.
Yeah. But like I'm definitely gonna have that in my dreams going forward. So good job, Israel. You did do. You gave me some shit song to be stuck in my head, and my back hurts. But besides that, I think they really fucked up with the way they treated us. Like if I was a genocidal Nazi and was given the opportunity to have Ben Gvir's powers over like how the flotilla members were treated, given the amount of attention it was given, I would have done the exact opposite. I would have given the North Korea experience. I would have like I would have put us up in like a hotel, given us like I wouldn't say amazing food because we're in Israel, but like, you know, put on camera, like look at these dumbass activists who thought they were doing something and now they're just like sitting in no, they put us in a fucking internment camp and quite literally tortured all of us. Which is so fucking stupid. It's so dumb.
Again, just so bad. They're so horny for more violence that they like get in their own way, which has played a big role in how so many people have actually become anti-Israel over these last 2 years, in spite of, I would say, American mainstream media and Western mainstream media being totally on board with virtually everything that Israel has done and has like always tried to contextualize Israeli violence as like appropriate, and yet they've still gotten their own way because like even the slightest pushback or the slightest questions that are asked on like Sky News or BBC or The Guardian is met with like sheer arrogance, like endless amounts of arrogance, like how dare you ask me this question, like this is incredible. And I think that played a big role in opening up a lot of people's eyes to the way that Israel operates. Like on top of the bravery of the Palestinians and their steadfastness in showcasing their own this Holocaust that was happening to them in real time, that played a role in people recognizing the violence. But then I think even adults that mostly consume mainstream resources were like, I've seen some of these like images,
who I love.
I've seen some of these images and it's really bad. But then I see, you know, these guys who are yelling in the most entitled, most arrogant fashion, and it's like, why? They're their own worst enemies in terms of like doing branding and PR.
Yeah, and like you said, like I grew up Zionist. I honestly, after October 7th, I made a statement. It's very embarrassing, but I made a statement about October 7th that was reposted by @Israel, like on their government accounts.
I was about to say that, like, I think it's really important for you to like explain this for members in this community as well, and in general, because like that's like your growth in this regard is very important. Like, you went from someone who was, you know, making a pro-Israel statement on October 7th to literally going through the illegal blockade and being tortured in Israeli prison over the course of 2 years.
Went through the whole
you went through the full spectrum.
You know, there's two groups of people that I would give the most credit to. First would be Palestinians, both in Gaza, and Palestinians who were friends of mine, like even before October 7th, who were like extremely patient with my dumbass brainwashing, but also just Palestinians in Gaza who showed me, like, you know, Motaz is now a friend of mine, and at one point I was told I couldn't like trust his photos, and I didn't ever really believe that. Like, I wasn't like a staunch Israel supporter, but I was just like, I was following like the Bernie Sanders line of like, hey everyone, like this war is pretty terrible, and what about that Netanyahu guy? And you know, I didn't realize at the time like how fucking harmful that was with my big platform, and also my ability. Like, I've raised the most money, crowdfunded the most money of anyone on social media ever. And I wasn't doing that for Palestine for like a year, and it started a year and a half. And it started really eat me up, because over the following year, the second group of people that I owe the most thanks to for helping change my mind are Israelis and Zionists.
Yeah.
See, like, because I'm not an idiot. I was brainwashed because of my upbringing, but I am also like someone who's covered like the Ukraine war, the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan. Like, I am experienced in like horrible situations, and I was slowly seeing like, wow, this is like not like those things at all. Like, they're just literally slaughtering children. And then anytime I would be so scared every time I made like a post that was like, Bernie Sanders says there may be like war crimes happening in Gaza. And, you know, even on those milquetoast statements I'd put out, I would get messages like from longtime Zionist followers, like, hey, Tommy, like, I don't think you understand, but like this post is like the reason that Jews get murdered all around the world. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's like, no, your statements is the reason why anti-Semitism is exploding.
And so by this year, like after the election, it was a real wake up call when Trump won. And I started to really get intense. Like, I did know summer of last year that it was a genocide. Yeah. It was a mixture of like cowardice and also like a wrong belief. Like, I kind of followed the Democrat line of like, let's just shut up about it until after the election, try to beat Trump, which in hindsight, moronic, harmful, but like, I didn't know any better. But then after Harris lost, I was like, first of all, ashamed of my work. And then like, I took a couple months off, and I came back and I was like, I have to start doing things about the genocide. Like, I have the power to directly help children. And then I did. I raised $2 million for the PCRF, or 2.2 million, something like that. $1 million of which went to feeding mothers and children in Gaza, and $1 million of which has gone to surgeries for evacuated children who are like amputees. And I'm actually going to Jordan and Egypt in a month with the PCRF to meet some of those children.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, and then so, you know, as I'm doing this, like, I'm getting blamed when Israelis are killed. I'll get the messages by the thousand. Like, I started becoming a real Zionist on social media. I started to really like fixate on me, because I was like the guy with the Jewish background who was like, I was so fucking wrong. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I did not realize, because that's another thing that I didn't mention. I
do think it takes a lot to like say that say publicly, as a public figure, to say that you were wrong on something like this. Obviously, like, the thing that you were wrong on is incredibly consequential. But like even then, most people don't do that.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen, not to, I hope this doesn't sound like me patting myself on the back, but I have seen like some like blue MAGA Democrat influencers like start to post about the genocide, and then in a way where they're kind of like pretending like they've always done it. And for me, it was like, there's no way I'm just gonna like ease this stuff in and be like, oh yeah, I was like, that's not helpful. Like people remember, I was unfollowed by plenty of pro-Palestinian people and Palestinian people who had loved me until 2023 and were like, oh my God, like he just doesn't get it at all. Like they knew me as someone who helps, like even in the Middle East. Yeah. And so like I said I was really fucking wrong, and I'm so sorry. And like I noticed as I ran with that and telling my audience and the other people watching like how wrong I was, why I felt I was wrong, the things that made me change my mind. Like I noticed myself for a few months, like just via direct messages. Like I honestly think I changed tens of thousands of minds. And
no,
like,
that's why. No, it is that 100%. That's why I've always tried to explain to my audience how important it is to be open-minded to people who are going through that change. Obviously, some people
I'm a good example. I watched your shit and I thought you were like I had been a fan.
Did you think I was being anti-Semitic?
Yes. I thought Hassan here was problematic.
Yeah, because he told me that. And I mean, I give you mad props for that. Even we were at the ICE protest, and you came up to me and you were like, "Dude," I think it was on camera, but you were like, "Dude, I've been a fan for years, and then on after October 7, I thought you were being anti-Semitic." But again, that's why it's very important for, I think, people in my community, people all around, to be much more understanding, and recognize like what people's like initial perspective is. Because when you're inundated with this kind of propaganda, it's very difficult to shake yourself out of it.
Yeah.
Especially if you are in a Jewish community in particular, but even if you're not, like, this is just, there is a lot of financial investment that Israel and Zionist groups have put into making this be the normative position, making the pro-Israel position be the only position that is ever spoken about, if spoken about at all. And so that's why I think it's great for you to walk people through your journey and like reflection and changing your mind, and be open about that as well. Because I think rehabilitation, unfortunately, is oftentimes lost in this conversation. There are a lot of people who are very progressive, very open-minded, and they never really consider like systemic factors and the social conditioning that plays a major role in why people believe the things that they do. And I think it's great to be able to overcome that. It takes a lot.
Thank you.
Props to you for that.
I appreciate it. It wasn't easy, but also like it's the bare minimum that I could have done after accidentally like running an apology tour for a fascistic genocidal war machine that is, I think most importantly, just like it's not a country that is based on religion. It's based on murder. And that's something I really didn't understand until this year. And I owe a lot of credit to like some of my Palestinian friends, some of them who are activists like Alana Hadid and Janan Matari. I have to give, like, I basically contacted them when I knew I was, and I was like, Alana had been a friend for many years, and I was just like, I need help. Like, I know that I'm wrong now, but like, I still like had this, like, oh, I mean, Israel there must have been like a reason for the Nakba. Like, it must have been the Holocaust. And then like, the more that I learned, the more that I read and watched and talked to smart Palestinian people, like the more that I realized that it was never about that. At all. So that was the biggest wake up call, is that like, you know, nothing began on October 7th. It was just, it gave them a good excuse to kill Palestinians faster. And on that note, faster than they normally do. And like, I'm just getting back onto the internet like today, and I saw on one of the like more blue MAGA type liberal pages that I've worked with in the past, like they posted a video today of Netanyahu being booed by an Israeli crowd, and like the implication of that video is like, look, like the Israelis hate Netanyahu, and it's like, no, like yes, they do. A lot of them do. But all those people booing are not booing like you are doing your genocide and ethnic cleansing the Palestinian people. They're like, you didn't get our hostages back fast enough, and you killed you started killing Palestinians like a little too fast for our liking.
Yeah,
and they're still waving Israeli flags. You know,
exactly. You're making us. Some people have finally come to the recognition that they're looking really bad, which is why I've always pushed for the importance of like academic and cultural boycotts on top of everything else, because like this is exactly what happened in apartheid South Africa as well. Like the white Afrikaners didn't actually come to the conclusion that this structure was unjust and violent. They realized that it was unsustainable because the rest of the world was looking at them like they're barbaric monsters. And therefore they were like, well, we still want to be like a Western adjacent nation, so we probably have to stop this practice. And I think that's really, really important for people in the West to make sure that these demands continue, because if Israelis are not going to change the dynamic of being almost entirely in support of the genocide, is like, you know, the latest polls always have shown like the Jewish Israeli population's approval for what's going on is around like 80%. It's insane, right?
And I remember this one poll from like 2 months ago that I posted on my page, and I had translated it from Hebrew, and like I was like, I had to like run it by some like semi-Zionist people to be like, is this like journalists, like, is this accurate? And it was that 82% of Israelis are, quote, unbothered by photos and videos of starving children. Like, not that they think it's AI, but that they're just like, they know,
you know
October
they know
7th,
what's going
hostages.
on. They know what's going on, and they don't care about it. Like, so that is the reason why
Jewish Israelis, to be clear.
Israelis, which is,
there was a stark contrast in the poll with other Israelis,
which is always interesting to me, because like when it's their demographic categorization, which I always try to like explain to Americans when saying this, because Americans will be like, what do you mean? Oh, Jews in Israel, like what are you trying to say? And it's like, no, it's their demographic categorization.
That was a poll conducted by Israel.
You only have Jew or Arab. So if you're non-Jewish, you are categorized as Arab. And it's like that, to me, is perhaps one of the best examples of the ethno-state project to the uninitiated, to be like, they categorize themselves as Jewish or Arab, and even if you are Jewish of Arab background, as you know, Itamar Ben-Gvir is, his family's from fucking Iraq, you know, he's Kurdish, he's Arab, then you are placed in a different category, and you're you know, more of a person in the eyes of the Israeli state than the Palestinian citizens of Israel are. But yeah, here's the video. When Steve Witkoff mentioned Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in his speech to the hostages at the hostage square in Tel Aviv, the crowd started booing.
To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's always nice to see Kushner's face.
Okay. To Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Like, those posters in the background are notably not starving or exploded children in Palestine. They are
they're the hostages.
They're the occupation soldiers.
Well, yeah, they're not even at this point. They're prisoners of war. The ones that remain. It's it is pretty remarkable how much of a fucking clown show this administration is too. Like Steve Witkoff is in this position because he's Trump's golfing buddy. Like, there is no other reason why he played this formative role in the negotiations process, which is mind-boggling. But then also, when I talk to people like Jeremy Scahill and we go back and forth on this stuff, it's like, I guess in some weird way, it's better that it's someone like him than it is a fucking Brett McGurk, for example, who is just like a rabid ultra-Zionist and has his own like personal investment in his mind to the cause of maintaining this ethno state. and maintaining the dominance of this ethno state. So like, I think he gives less of a shit about Israel and more about like what kind of building developments that he can have in the Gaza Riviera project, which might play a role in a weird way, might play a role in like ending the genocide faster. It's so fucked up, but that incompetence might have played a role in like, you know, changing the way that Israel was operating.
Yeah, it's fun to watch or not fun is probably the wrong word, but some sort of dark, amusing character of watching Trump's buddies like try to excuse the genocide. And again, it's like both parties, but you know, Trump's buddies who don't really have anything to do with Israel, but know how bad that this administration is looking, because even Republicans are starting to be like, okay, in a less altruistic or morally correct way, but still being like, all right, why are our tax dollars being spent? Like, we hate Arabs, but stop spending all of our tax dollars on it, or maybe take away their healthcare for all from the Israelis.
It's also, it goes back to the like the networks of influence and lobbying. I think that like really pisses off Republicans, because in my experience, when I try to like deprogram people away from, you know, having Zionist beliefs, like one thing that I've found with Republicans that to be incredibly successful is like talking about anti-BDS measures in like 38 different states in America, where they're like, what do you mean in the state of Texas, a public school teacher has to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel that they will never boycott or divest or demand sanctions from the state of like a foreign nation state? Like, that doesn't make any sense. That usually is what pisses off a lot of Americans who otherwise, especially Republicans, who otherwise do not give a shit about, you know, dead Muslims. Like they think like, no, that's great. Who cares? You know, they deserve it probably. They're scary. So that has also, I think, been another way that like Israel has like overplayed its hand and has for many, many decades, I think, grown very comfortable with how little propaganda they have to do, because like the base level of propaganda and influence peddling has been a prominent fixture of American politics.
Yeah, and it's all also built into the things that come back home to the U.S. So like when one of the first things that we saw when we got to Jordan, we got to a hotel after the U.S. embassy in Jordan, and it also told us they're not our babysitters. I know David went through this, but like the U.S. embassy in Jordan told us they're not our babysitters and left us with our passports and no money and no phones. And we just happened to be put up in a Jordanian hotel by Palestinians who were happy to help us. But we got upstairs and there was a TV playing, and I saw the like National Guard sent to Chicago and Portland. And, you know, like really struck me about how, you know, the militarized state all the way out there is kind of almost it makes people be ready, or I guess like it sterilizes,
it normalizes,
minds.
It normalizes and desensitizes that level of like militant escalation. Amy Cesar and Foucault has also talked about this. Imperialism is fascism turned, or fascism is imperialism turned inward, or the boomerang of colonialism and imperialism. And what's really interesting, specifically in the case of Israel, is that I think with the monoculture that is liberalism, where like Republicans also embody a lot of those qualities, where they'll do like standpoint theory every now and then. One of the funniest moments was when J.D. Vance came out on television and said, calling our ICE agents Gestapo is blood libel. That's what he said. And I just don't think that that's like good propaganda. I don't think American Republicans especially are going to be like, what the fuck?
Honestly, I think the phrase blood libel in a similar way as anti-Semitism has just become so ridiculous. I mean, I have that word said to me 1,000 times a day when I'm covering Palestinian children being slaughtered, and it's like I'll be told that something's blood libel when I post a video of a child's intestines spilling out and like gasping for breath. And like, what's blood libel? I'm just posting the video that the doctor in Gaza filmed,
which of course has the secondary capacity to just like undermine the historic significance of the term when it was valid and used in a valid fashion. Yeah, I one of the funniest encounters I had with the blood libel term was I think it was Ben Shapiro, who many years ago during the Black Lives Matter protests, when I talked about like the practice of kettling and corralling protesters, was initially the American police departments were trained by the IDF in the aftermath of 9/11. All the local police departments literally got counterterrorism training from the Israeli occupational forces. And Ben Shapiro said it was blood libel for me to say that.
I also thought that was a lie 2 years ago. I don't like, I never looked it up, and I was told by smart people who I trust, like, no, that's like some anti-Semitic bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like, no, they literally trained the police.
Yeah.
Like, it's a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Just one of many examples of like the Hasbara, even on people like myself who
who have progressive values.
Yeah, like I was always I don't want to say growing up I was a Republican. When I was like 12, I was a Republican, but like Bernie got me like when I was going into college. And I'm 30 now, so like for most of my life I've been progressive, and still I fell for the Zionist propaganda bullshit.
No, but see, that's what I mean. It's like it's very sophisticated. The networks of influence are very sophisticated in the sense that, like, for the progressive circles, like, there is a carve out, progressive except for Palestine, and that was. It sounds crazy to say now, given like how many more people are totally tuned into what Israel is doing and are like no longer oblivious to it. But for the longest time in progressive circles and leftist circles and socialist circles, like there was always the notion of progressive except for Palestine. And that's precisely the reason why, like, even American leftists would be like, well, Jeremy Corbyn, like, I don't know, isn't that guy a scary anti-Semite? And it's like, no, he's not. He's just saying the truth about Israel being an apartheid state.
Yep.
And now I think this generation onward will be confused when hearing that. Like, will be confused when they hear progressives who were pro-Israel. They'll be like, what the fuck do you mean?
I have a good example of that. Your friend, I think you're friends with him, Nathan Robinson. He was on your podcast a few weeks ago. He runs Current Affairs magazine. Like, I was introduced to him 2 years ago, like by a Zionist friend. And like the intro is like, Nathan's this brilliant guy who has great politics, but like he's a little kooky when it comes to Israel. And it turns out that like Nathan is like spot on about Israel, and I wish I had been reading his articles and listening to him more then. But I sent him a funny message a few months ago telling him about that, and we
Nathan Robinson,
friends.
who was the truth teller of John Fetterman, for the record. He was the standalone figure who was like, John Fetterman's statements on Israel, even before his like brain hemorrhaging,
before the lobotomy,
before the lobotomy that turned him conservative, like fully conservative, he was one of the few people that was like, no, I think it's really fucked up that John Fetterman weirdly is like signaling that he's pro-Israel when this like block of the Squad +4 or whatever at the time was like definitely more anti-Israel than like the average American politician, average American Democrat. He was the Fetterman truther. And I totally at the time was like, oh, he just doesn't want like the Democratic majority for Israel to come after him.
I was in the same boat.
That's the reason why he's just like, because I was obviously anti-Israel then as well, but I was looking at it and being like, you just kind of have to play ball, right? Like you should have to kind of play ball to not draw too much ire from these like pro-Israel lobbying groups and advocacy groups. Nope. He was, I don't know, maybe it was a Harvard education. I don't know what the fuck happened, but he was with it.
I knew I was doing something right when my longtime follower, Giselle Fetterman, his wife, unfollowed me.
No.
That was like a real honor for me because I had been checking, and I really was hoping to clear my following of any Fettermans, because I did help his campaign a little bit. Like, I wasn't paid or anything, but I was just wanted him to
was
win.
an undocumented immigrant.
Yeah.
Which is why this new version of Fetterman
Crazy.
is extra crazy. Like, I don't know. It just kind of feels like she's doing this like for medical reasons, I feel like, where she's like, I have to take care of my ogre.
Yeah.
Like, he can't, otherwise he just reboots and starts walking in circles or tries to walk into traffic, you know?
Yeah,
That's
I'd feel
what it
bad
is.
for him, but he's a genocidal monster. So
He
you
is.
know.
It's crazy that like he sounds like Randy Fine when he talks about
Oh, yeah,
Israel. It's
yeah.
like, bro, you're from fucking Pennsylvania. Like you're like, it doesn't make sense. Anyway,
Of
I
everyone,
just-
he makes me like the most ashamed to be
Yeah.
an American because it's like, you know, he's a Democrat.
yeah,
And
he is so fucking, he eats off the
it
floor.
makes me question what the fuck I'm doing with politics. Like I'm very disillusioned with politics. Like I think
Yeah.
you are as well. But just on a level, like I don't know what I'm gonna do in 2028, which I never thought I'd say. But if they run out like another blue MAGA type, which I think they will probably do. Like I'm
Gavin
not,
Newsom.
I'm not like Gavin Newsom was on a podcast like a couple weeks ago, one of those bro podcasts, just talking about like, yeah, man, like what's going on in Gaza is horrible, but like of course I love Israel. And you know, I see so many people, even people who follow me and like what I'm doing for Palestine, being like, "Oh, Tommy, did you see like the Gavin Newsom clip or like the tweet that he did to Trump?" And it's like, yeah, good. He has a good social media team. He still is a Zionist who supports genocide. So
Well, there's also
you know.
a lot of other. I think even on the domestic front, he has a lot of issues as well in domestic policy,
of
like
course.
as the governor.
I'm a new
But-
Californian, so
Yeah.
I'm just kind of getting introduced to some of his domestic fuck ups as well.
Yeah, it's just it's pretty bleak. It's pretty dire. Someone said 5-second rule. Come on, bro. You know that thing has been on the ground the entire time. He's actually eating it directly off the ground. He is such a goddamn ogre. Yeah. Well, Gavin Newsom recently said that he really liked my work. So I'm now I have to be pro Gav. No.
My bad. We love no.
No. I mean, I will be interviewing him in the future, but it'll probably be a little contentious, I think.
Nobody saw my previous sad note.
Yeah. But what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about how you feel disillusioned with the way American politics works. Like, I mean, yeah, you just gotta focus on you just gotta focus on allegiances that you can create.
Yep.
And creating networks of pressure and be a voice that will pressure the Democrats to do the right thing.
Yeah.
When they are showcasing their inability to ever entertain doing the right thing. Like even when I think about like the shutdown, like I hate Hakeem Jeffries. I hate.
Oh
Chuck
yeah, why?
Schumer. Yeah, because he's too hot. They're too charismatic, and I'm jealous, right? But like what they're doing with the government shutdown, like it's valid. It's the right approach. It's the appropriate thing that they're doing.
Right.
So it's important not to be like super single-minded in any capacity, and remember that like harm reduction is still very important. And
I know there's fights to fight here, just like, you know, we were both on the front lines of the ICE protests together.
Yeah.
You know, like I fully acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So it's a tough mental balance of like, okay, I need to use my platform to fight Trump, but also
the way I see it is that I
But
combat.
also-
I am an anti-fascist.
Yeah.
I will combat fascism wherever
You know
it
it's
is.
illegal.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Trust me. Also, Jordan Ewell asks, really chill guy.
What's up, Jordan?
He said, "Does Tommy have any comments on the Mets collapse?"
We can't. You know, I'm willing to go really far on Israel, but I can't do baseball. It's too hurtful to a lot of people, and the struggle of Mets fans is just not something that I can. As a Mets fan myself,
From what I've seen,
it doesn't feel right.
You can always say at least they didn't do like a Charlie Kirk memorial.
Yep. The Yankees,
unlike the fucking
Yankees did. So you know, there's a reason to be a proud Mets fan,
Yeah.
even through the struggle.
Yeah.
So thank you. I won't say that big of a thank you because their owner is not a great guy, But
what
to
sport?
put it-
There's no sports
Yeah,
team that
yeah.
has,
It's just
like, a
like that's
good
like the
owner.
one. Like he spends a lot on my favorite baseball team, so it's
Yeah.
like, you know, I know he's a bad guy, but
there is no.
he's my $1 evil billionaire pass.
At least not fucking Miriam Adelson. Like, imagine being a fucking Mavericks fan. You know what I mean? Like that's gotta suck. That's gotta hurt so bad. Yeah, she single-handedly made people anti-Zionist, I think, in the entire Dallas metropolitan area with the crazy trade decisions that they made.
I saw someone write something about Fiji water. Like I'm entitled to drink Fiji water after drinking toilet water for a week. In my opinion,
I don't even know what's the problem with Fiji water. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's. I mean, I don't like the taste of it. That's my only frustration with it. But there was another thing I wanted to talk to you about. It wasn't about disillusionment or discontent, but fascism, anti-fascism. Okay, I can't remember anymore. I'm losing my train of thought here. But
were you sleep deprived in the past week of by soldiers?
Yeah, no, I was up all night worrying about you guys. No, I was just I don't know.
Well, I mean, thanks for actually covering the flotilla properly, as I saw. Like one of the things that was really shocking when we got out, like David and I got access to an iPhone through a friend in Jordan, and it was just like kind of like a Safari browser, but we got to like read some article. We were like people who just got out of a cave, and we got to read some articles about the flotilla. And it was like, there's this New York Times article that had 3 writers. It covered the flotilla well, covered the interception well. But then there was just like no follow up. Like there wasn't like these guys like just fucking disappeared, and there's like no one knows exactly what's happening to them. Like it just, the coverage ended. So you know, that's why you were one of the people that I hit up, because I don't.
Yeah, especially when it was like obvious that the American government was like actively trying to punish you guys.
Yeah.
I was like shocked. But I guess like there is no end to the well of depravity in mainstream news. It is pretty. It has been pretty ridiculous, and we'll see where it goes, because like everyone I've talked to, both in Gaza and Palestinians have been able to escape. You know, including Motaz, like everyone seems to think that this time it's different, like that this ceasefire will hold, in the sense that, you know, they'll go back to the previous formation of the slow burn of ethnic cleansing that Israel is committed to.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, we'll have a clearer picture of what will happen by the end of this weekend, because that is the technically, I guess, like the end of the first phase. But
there's still a lot of variables that haven't been, to my knowledge. I'm still very like news starved right now.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of stuff. Obviously, like the real meat of the argument is going to be in the second phase. But I think like it's a joyous moment for the Palestinians. Yep. They are obviously, understandably, getting a moment of respite here. And what I'm interested in is to find out how Israel tries to deploy a Western propaganda apparatus now to try to like clean up its image. And I suspect that a big part of that will be to not allow anyone, humanitarian rights organizations or third-party investigators, to enter the Gaza Strip, to begin to figure out what the true calculation, the magnitude of violence looks like. And then outside of that, I mean, Trump straight up said it. He was like, I'm going to fix Israel's PR.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just keeps saying like our hostages too. I don't know what the fuck.
That's the result of a president who's just concerned with what's being said on the cable news. And, you know, even the cable news in the past couple months has kind of gotten a little bit truthful about because it's impossible to hide at this point. People have social media and are, you know, the ones who aren't just completely falling into the trap of like AI, Pallywood, you know, whatever.
Oh my God,
the Pallywood, even that word like triggers me because of how many times it's been sent to me. But, you know, I think this summer has been a huge wake up call for a lot of people. You know, just seeing the evil like completely unveiled in a way that like any objective person can't really deny. And so I don't, you know, I'm really happy. I talk to so many journalists in Gaza who I platform, and even like children that I have, like I talk to their parents and collaborate with them. And it's like the saddest concept ever, but they make very effective content to show like, I'm just a little girl in Gaza, like, and this is my destroyed house type of content. And, you know, I'm seeing them all celebrate, and I'm really happy for them. And I just, but I do, you know, also at the same time, have a hard time trusting this plan. And then also, you know, knowing that even with a ceasefire now, with what I know, that just like, at best, it's going back to a apartheid state that kills a ton of Palestinian children, just not as fast and not as not as transparently,
and deprives them, starves them,
starves them, manages their food, everything.
So, what can you elaborate on as far as like your personal experiences with like your friends from your upbringing? Like, do they share similar perspectives, or did they like outcast you? Because like one of the things that when I went to the encampments,
glad you asked,
the student encampments at UCLA, a lot of Jewish anti-Zionist students on campus came up to me at the encampments, and they said that they like felt a lot of isolation, that all of a sudden like this sense of community was like taken away from them, because they were like, oh, we wanted to go to Hillel or the Chabad, and it was like, they were like, you're either full-blown unconditionally pro-Israel or you're not with us. You need to get the fuck out of here. And I feel like that's it's almost like Mormon style, where there's this like outcasting of
I committed social suicide by doing what I've done, to the point that like friends' parents were writing publicly like, you're not welcome back in Bergen County, New Jersey. And I've been uninvited from weddings. I got uninvited from a wedding that is a longtime friend from childhood. But, you know, another guest at that wedding is going to be Rabbi Shmuley Botich, one of the, who I unfortunately I've had the displeasure of knowing for a lot of my life.
No way.
And like
you knew Rabbi Shmuley?
I have unfortunately had Shabbat dinner at Rabbi Shmuley's house.
Wait, make sure you don't show anything on your phone.
Forget what we're, you know what? I'll just, from memory, the text is like, you know, there have been some concerns about you coming to the wedding.
That's crazy.
From guests at the wedding.
They chose Rabbi
Shmuley's daughter, Hannah, and I'll say her name because she like there's a reason been publicly writing that I'm like
the
a
one
vile
that sells the dildos.
Yeah, so she in 2020 tried to hire me to be like the social media guy for her kosher dildo company that she runs with her father. And, you know, even then when I was like proud of my Jewish background and didn't think of Israel as like the evil that it is now, I was like, you know what? I think the kosher dildo thing is like a little weird for me. And I was like really desperate for money. And so I considered it. But I was so like the whole thing.
You dodged a bullet with that one.
Oh God, thank you. Like thank God I don't have to say like, yeah, dude, I ran the social media for a year and a half.
Because it's like embarrassing more than anything else.
Yeah.
It's not even like.
No, I'm embarrassed like on their behalf, even though I think they're monsters. Like Shmuley, I think is one of the most rabid Nazis in the entire world.
Oh yeah.
Like
so, what's really funny? My funny Shmuley story is that I know from people that I know that have like, you know, unfortunately had to debate Rabbi Shmuley, when they sometimes go to like, you know, they'll host like events, right, at the Holocaust Memorial Foundation or whatever, to like bring an appropriate anti-Zionist guest that's like maybe not as radical as someone as myself, and they'll like Zionists who are there as the representative of the pro-Israel position will go up to them and be like, I'm so sorry you have to deal with Rabbi Shmuley. Like even people who are pro-Israel recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is a burden for the cause.
Yes. And you know what? I'm honestly, as much as I love the person, or I have a very his like
long
familial history with this person who uninvited me from the wedding. Like, honestly kind of agree. Like, I don't think I could have been in the same room as that monster without disrupting the wedding. So like I honestly like I think they made the right decision, but for the wrong reasons. And I honestly didn't. I was having my doubts about going to the wedding myself, knowing that he would be there. But just one little schmooly story. There's a chance that Quentin Quarantino would not exist without him, because in February 2020, I was at an event at his penthouse in Manhattan. It was like a memorial event, but I was like walking around his apartment. Like I knew him as a maniac. Like I was walking around his apartment that's like decorated in like news headlines from Israel about like him fighting like Ilhan Omar and shit. And at some point, like my back just fucking locked. Like I just like it got like I from just like bending over and like looking at all of his weird like self-promoting memorabilia. And I hurt my back so much that I was like, I need to go to the fucking hospital. And I like walked out of this memorial service and went to the closest, like I Ubered to a New York hospital. Like I was like, I can't move.
What the fuck?
And I was in the emergency room just for the night. And then I got like what I later found out was like a really, really like early case of COVID from that hospital. Like I was in a hospital with sick people, and 4 days later I was back in a hospital with like insane illness.
Rabbi Shmuley,
so thank you, Shmuley. You deserve a little credit for helping me raise $2 million for Palestine and change Jewish Zionist mind. And I think, you know, outside of me as well, Shmuley probably has had that impact on some Jewish Zionists as well, just because of how disgusting he is. Don't think I'm going to be invited to another Shabbat dinner after that rant. But
Megaphonic says, I've mentioned this before, but I've encountered rabbis, cantors who refuse to officiate Jewish weddings if both of the couples aren't Israel supporters. A 4,000-year-old religion reduced to a litmus test over a 78-year-old political ethno-state. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like there are a lot of secular Jews in America, and they appreciate the community. From what I've seen, they appreciate the community, the sense of like purpose. And they don't obviously like keep kosher or anything. They do, you know, Yom Kippur, stuff like that, right? They don't always go the full length as like conservative or Orthodox Jews do. But for a lot of those people, I think it's Zionism has been almost like a perfect way to Zionism has been a perfect way for them to like substitute like the religious side. And instead turn it into like this national project so that they can, you know, present it as this like beacon of prosperity in this desert landscape surrounded by scary Muslims, right?
Yeah, you know, I applied to go on Birthright in college because I just knew it as this fun trip where you went and got drunk and traveled around what I thought was like a cool place like Tel Aviv and stuff. And I convinced my Chinese roommate in college to apply with me, and like helped him like construct like a very transparently bullshit story about like, but like we were both accepted, and then I was really poor, and I just like, even with the free trip, I just didn't have like, thank God, I just didn't have enough money in my checking account to be like, okay, like I'm down to go on this free trip across the world.
Damn, you could have had a very different. You could have had a very different.
For
life.
all I know, if I went on that trip, I would have been brainwashed so much that I wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah,
so
you
know,
would be living with your IDF wife.
Yeah,
right now in Tel Aviv,
just like my non-friend Quentin Tarantino, who he did once say I have a license that other people don't have on a podcast, but at the same time I did have to like change my avatar and stuff because Israelis specifically were mistaking my account this year as being him, and it caused, without going too much into detail, it caused some issues.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
dude.
and like I am at the point where like
you stopped him from sucking toes.
Yeah.
He was like, "Come on, man! I'm in Tel Aviv. I'm sucking IDF toes out here, and you're fucking the bag up for me."
To his credit, not that he deserves really any, but you know, I've been allowed to keep the username, and I love the username, and at the same time, like I pulled up your stream like 5 hours ago when you said my name. Everyone's like, "Don't you know that Tarantino's his eye?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Fuck, man, I should like change it to QQ
I think that
at
was
some point."
literally the first thing I told you at the ICE protest, where I was like, "Did you know?" Like when you told me, you're like, "Oh, I became an anti-Zionist." I was like, "Do you know how fucking like I didn't know it either." I was a huge fan of Quentin Tarantino. Like I have
a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood poster on my wall.
Like I was like I knew he was a weirdo, right? But
but in like an admirable way.
He's a weirdo. He's a director. That's how directors are. That's how good directors are. You know, like that's the way I thought about it. But then then I found out he just like straight up lives in Israel. Is he? He's not Jew. Is he Jewish?
I know his wife is Israeli. I don't remember 100%, so I don't want to. I don't want to answer falsely.
I don't think he is.
I'm already in hot water with him, you know.
Yeah, let me see. Quentin Tarantino.
My guess was no.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Someone said he's Italian 100%. I feel like that's true.
Also, Inglourious Basterds was awesome.
Oh yeah,
Such a
objectively fucking sick movie.
Such a good movie. What is this? Naz Hashem. Quentin Tarantino, though not Jewish himself, has developed significant connections to Judaism through his marriage to Israeli singer and actress Daniela Pick. The couple married in 2018 in a Reform Jewish ceremony, which included traditional elements such as chuppah, is that how you say it? I don't know. And was officiated by a Reform rabbi living part-time in Tel Aviv. Tarantino has embraced various aspects of Jewish culture and traditions.
Said he likes Shabbat dinner.
Yeah, I like. Well, that's.
I mean, I do. I had some good dinners at Shmuli's house. You know,
It's also
still a Nazi.
It's like. It's like, come on, Shabbat is awesome. That's like, okay, who doesn't like a Friday dinner?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you get together with your family, have dinner. Tarantino's also learning Hebrew. Oh my God, he's learning. He's learning Hebrew. To better connect with his family and surroundings, he has mentioned that he watches Hebrew children's shows with his son to improve his language skills. In recognition of his ties to Israel and cinematic achievements, Tarantino received the honorary degree from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem in 2022. While Tarantino has adopted certain Jewish customs and actively engaged with Israeli culture, he has stated that he has not converted to Judaism. He identifies as an atheist but participates in Jewish traditions to honor his family heritage.
You know, listening to him
those aren't
say
like
that
my
he likes
actual
like
DM
Hebrew children's shows, like it reminds me. My friend Janan Matari wrote. She's a Palestinian and wrote this very sweet children's book about Palestine. Sent it to me and I read it, and even for children, it was moving, and it's not like. There's nothing that should be controversial about it. And it's being banned all over and people, causing parent-teacher outrage type of things. Yeah. And the contrast is pretty stark. Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is. Well, Tommy, thank you so much for coming on. This was a remarkable experience, and I admire your bravery. You've done a fantastic job. And I look forward to seeing you at the next protest.
Yeah, I'll be there. And thanks for having me. Thanks for having me chat. Yeah. How long were we on? I've lost track of all time counting in the past week.
You came at 3:15, so we did an hour and 20.
Awesome.
Hour and 30.
On, bro.
Of course. All right.
See you later, everyone.
Oh man, I'll walk you out. All right, that was Quentin Tarantino in the building. I'm going to play this Zoran video right now, and I'll be back in a second.
Fraud. He went on the attack against President Trump, a role that he believes is critical to being the next leader of New York City. And joining me now is the Democratic New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani. And thank you so much for being here. Obviously, following the news of the indictment of the Attorney General here, Letitia James, last night, I know you said you actually got a chance to speak with her after she was indicted. What did she have to say to you?
She told me, don't worry about me. And I think that's just indicative of what she means to so many New Yorkers. She's somebody who has put this city, this state, the people of it first. And frankly, that's why Donald Trump is persecuting her. It's because of the fact that she looks at everyone in this state, everyone in this country, as being held to the same standards of the law. And she held Donald Trump to that same law. And he couldn't take the audacity that he would have that applied to him. And so what we're seeing is the weaponization of justice, and it's one that's looking to make an example of the Attorney General, but it's one where we will have her back through every step of the way.
Well, and Trump has always pointed to what she said on the campaign trail, that she would go after Trump, that he would not be above the law if she won. Obviously, she did prosecute him. He's gone after you multiple times as well. He's called you many things, including, quote, a communist lunatic, which I'm sure you're well aware of. Yeah. Do you worry that he might try to come after you as well?
Look, I think we've seen, whether it be with James Comey, whether it be with Attorney General James, that this is not something that Donald Trump is going to stop at any one individual. It's a feature of his political agenda, and it is the only thing that he can quite deliver on in this moment. And so I know that when he makes these threats of denaturalizing me, deporting me, arresting me, these are ones that he may intend to deliver on. And yet it is also the price of standing up to that administration that many of us are willing to pay if it means actually standing up for New Yorkers.
Do you prepare for something like that if he does try to come after you in terms of that?
Well, I mean, when I was speaking to Attorney General James, she said, I have the best legal team around me. And that gave her confidence. And I think many of us will have to take those same precautions. But what is so alarming is that in this moment, when we are seeing authoritarianism plain and simple, the weaponization of the Department of Justice, we have other candidates running for the same seat that I am, the mayor of New York City, like Andrew Cuomo, who can't even bring themselves to issue a statement with the names Tish James or Donald Trump. And just this morning, while I was standing alongside people who've been on the front lines of this fight, be it Congressman Nydia Velázquez or Maya Wiley or the Speaker of the City Council, Adrienne Adams, Andrew Cuomo was on TV refusing to denounce Donald Trump's persecution of Attorney General James and refusing to describe that as political when it's clear for all of us to see.
And he put out a statement last night, obviously on her indictment. Cuomo did not mention Letitia James by name in that statement. What did that say to you?
I think it just shows how unwilling he is to actually name what it is that we are seeing or who it's even impacting. And the only thing that I can give him the benefit of the doubt for is that he's at least showing New Yorkers a glimpse of what his capitulation will look like if he were to be the mayor of the city. It would be one that would continue the era we've seen from Mayor Adams, where there are oftentimes press conferences where he will refuse to even say the president's name or acknowledge the crisis that president is bringing to the city.
Yeah, he argues that because he battled Trump before, that he could do so again. Obviously, Mayor Adams is now out of this race. We've seen your polling remain pretty steady. You're about 13 points ahead of him, but he is 10 points higher than where he was previously, according to the latest Quinnipiac poll. One question about that is something that's been brought up on Capitol Hill multiple times this week, is why the Democratic leaders there have not endorsed you. Have they told you why they haven't endorsed you yet?
The conversations that we've had have always been focused on the necessity of an affordability agenda. And I have to say that in this moment especially, I'm appreciative of the fact that we have Democrats in Washington holding the line, making sure that we protect the health care of millions of Americans across this country. And what I will see, and I'm seeing right now across the city, is that New Yorkers are desperate for a mayor who can stand up to Donald Trump. And in these next 3.5 weeks, we have the opportunity to let New Yorkers know that part of the reason that Andrew Cuomo won't say his name is that Andrew Cuomo is funded by the same billionaires who gave us Donald Trump's second term.
Trump has argued that Democrats don't really have real leadership in this moment, that they're kind of lost at sea, essentially. Is that how you see it, or do you think that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing a good job in Washington?
I think holding the line right.
Did Zoran ever come on the stream? I missed a bunch of days in a row. What do you mean? Like recently? No. I mean, unless you're chatter is tuning in from prior to the primary. Chatter missed not a couple days in a row. Politics chatters don't watch IRLs. Oh my God, it's true. These guys probably were like, oh God, I never watched that because it's a fucking IRL stream and it's not like him sitting in his goddamn studio. He wasn't sitting in his goddamn studio reacting to the news. So of course I didn't watch it. He's just caught on rewind. Yeah.
Now for healthcare for millions of Americans, that is exactly what we need. But I understand what Donald Trump is saying if he's referring to Andrew Cuomo, because Andrew Cuomo is what used to pass for a leader in the Democratic Party, and now he refers to Democrats in the third person. He refers to them as something he doesn't belong to, and that's indicative.
This is what I was saying is like this is such a good cook, because like Andrew Cuomo, anytime Donald Trump does some fuck shit, Andrew Cuomo has to stay silent. And New Yorkers will be reminded that he is not going to put up any opposition to Donald Trump because he is in the pocket of Donald Trump. So things like this are a reminder of said reality. The debate is next week. I know. We will be watching the debate, and I will be around New York City during the election, most likely. Saw this tweet from reliable source. China seeks to remain focused 100% on open source, open weights, open data models, and 90% adoption of AI agents and work roles by 2030. Thoughts on Mamdani doing a 100%, 180 on arresting Bibi? I think that's, did he do that? I'm surprised. Or is that like a squirrel post or something? Oh, here comes the copium? No, I don't have any fucking copium. I don't. If he 180'd, he 180'd, and that's fucked up. I think this is something that I have. Look, overall, I've said this already. I think like there is. He said he would stand by it the other day. He literally asked about it. No copium chatter. Was that Kaya's treat? Yes. My mom was complaining earlier, saying, I can't believe the things people say online about the most spoiled dog of all time. He was asked in an interview the other day and said, yes, he would still arrest him.
The fact that he's only out there for himself. That's the only constant in his own politics is his ambition.
If you were mayor today and Trump pulled the infrastructure funding as he did for major projects here in New York, something that Republicans have been trying to convince them to reverse, what would you do specifically to try to stop it?
I think there are a number of things. The first is you utilize every legal tool at your disposal. You sue Donald Trump because too often what we find is we're treating his pronouncements as if they are legal just by virtue of them coming from his mouth. And we've seen in California when you have Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass and the Attorney General of the state coming together to file a lawsuit, a federal judge found in their favor the deployment of the National Guard was illegal. The Attorney General there estimates that for every dollar they spent on legal fees, they recovered more than $30,000 in what would have otherwise been lost federal funding. And we've seen, whether it be Pritzker in Illinois, Governor Hochul here in New York, there is the means by which to fight back through the legal tools. And also, we have to actually make the case in public. I don't think I've heard our mayor right now say all that much about the $18 billion in infrastructure funding, or from Andrew Cuomo for that matter. But what I will say is that it jeopardizes the promise we made to people in Harlem decades ago. The subway station would actually be built on 125th Street, would extend the 2nd Avenue line, and the people who are using the most used rail travel in the country.
Do you think the governor has made that case forcefully enough?
I think the governor has been making a good case, and I think the governor has shown that there is a way to beat Donald Trump, and the way is to actually fight back. Because we used to hear Donald Trump talk a lot about congestion pricing. He doesn't do it anymore. And part of that is because the governor actually stood up and said no. What we would see if former Governor Cuomo was the mayor is he would accept the terms of the agreement right when Donald Trump made them.
President Trump is going to the Middle East this weekend. Obviously, there is now a ceasefire in place. The IDF troops are pulling back. People are returning to Gaza. Do you believe the president deserves credit for brokering the ceasefire?
You know, I'll say that the news of a ceasefire leaves me with hope, the images of children celebrating, and I pray that it is lasting. I pray that it delivers peace. And I think that the question of praise should come in the enforcement of this ceasefire, because what this agreement can never do is erase what the last few years of tragedy have been for so many, whether it be Hamas's horrific war crime of October 7th or the Israeli government's genocide of Palestinians since. And what we are talking about is no agreement can bring back the rubble or make it whole. It can bring back entire bloodlines that have been erased. It can bring back hostages that died in captivity. And so we continue to both mourn and remember what has occurred and hope that the future will look far different than it.
So at what point would you decide that he does deserve credit for it?
If the genocide ends, then I think that's something worthy to be praised. And if the hostages are returned, those things together have to be done in tandem.
So you think maybe in a week after you see if the hostages are returned, the fighting is continued to have ceased, that then maybe at that point you would give him credit for this?
I think if it sustains, yes. And the fact of the matter is that the hostage families themselves.
Chad, isn't that bad of a take? Why y'all mad? Chatters are mad for understandable reasons, because he's presenting a blanket symmetry between Israel's actions and October 7 or Hamas. And it's something that he, if he wasn't running for office, this is not something that he would have done. It's just because it's just not, there is no, it's incorrect. There is no symmetry. He is burnifying in real time, it seems. And I think it's unnecessary. That's what's so crazy about it, is that this is so unnecessary. The reality of the matter is, if Zoran's starting point was like this kind of position on this issue, I'd probably be less critical. I'd be like, yeah, great. He's bold. He's brave. He's speaking to the truth about the genocide. And of course he's doing the, he's paying the piper, right? As far as like the reflection on Jewish pain, Israeli pain, right? It's not even Jewish pain. It's just Israeli pain, really. Because at least he's not doing the other side, where he's not like going into it by being like, oh, well, the anti-Semitism is completely out of control. We got to dial it back. That type of thing. He's not doing that. But the reason why I'm more critical, I think, is because two reasons. Okay, number one, that's not his starting position. That's not his starting position. Like, he knows better. His dad knows better. But also, right now, this very moment is perhaps the worst moment to do this. You are in an incredibly unique position to push the boundaries, to push and expand the permission structure, and hopefully bring it closer to the truth, because you have maximum leverage. And it's not something that I think people would punish you over, but I will say it is clear to me from everything that I have seen, regardless of the expansion of the Overton window, regardless of the Overton window shifting closer and closer to the reality and the recognition of the reality that Israel has done a genocide and this is completely unsustainable, and there must be some kind of decoupling from Israel, regardless of the reality that most Americans are so much more open to that position. And Zoran himself, with his platform of national prominence during the fucking primary debates, actually helped prove that the time for politicians to make bold statements about the true nature of Israel's conduct. I think the faucet of anti-Semitism allegations have given him a bit of cold feet. I think he's playing this as secure as he possibly can. That's it. I am become Hasabani, destroyer of dogs. How many months of a subscriber is that? That's crazy. This motherfucker's been in here for 12 months. There is no... Don't ban that chatter. He's just fucking memeing. That's crazy. There is 0% chance that chatter... Yeah. There's 0% chat. There's 0% chance that chatter unironically thinks that I'm like fucking a dog abuser. Okay? He's just fucking memeing. Most of the people who do sincerely believe that or just like want to use this as an opportunity to be like, Hassan, you're a bad guy. They don't come in here and make funny jokes. They don't say, why did you fire your dog out of a cannon point blank at a brick wall? They don't say stuff like that. They say, Kaya abuse, or not Kaya. They don't even know Kaya's name. They'll be like, dog abuse, dog abuse. Your dog is abusing you. Shock collar. You've shocked you. Your dog has shocked you. You are killer of dog. The amount of capitulation to anti-Semitism allegations when they are completely disingenuous is not great, but it's not the worst either. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think he is trying to moderate his position at a time when he does not need to at all. Yeah, or they'll say they hear you with the, I came in here to watch you abuse your dog. Or my favorite this morning was, how much do I have to pay you to watch you abuse your dog? It's like, dude, you're an insane person. Like, why would you type that out? That's like really fucking weird. A really fucking weird thing. I think he has to do all that so he can govern because New York City politics is very, very Zionist. No, it's not. Wait, what? You literally called his take at the debate is lib and disappointing. Now you're praising that moment. I think people need to chill about him paying the piper. Wait, what do you mean? He called one a war crime and the other a genocide. Speaking them in the same breath doesn't mean he's equivocating them. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years of genocide. And the equivocation wasn't like Hamas's war crimes or anything like that. It was more so about the hostages and the genocide, the victims of the genocide. Oh, I saw this one. This one's funny. I'm Team Slime. Yeah, he said, hashtag, let Hassan kill dogs. No, New York City in general is not pro-Israel any longer. New York City politics is probably less pro-Israel than other places as well. I still like Zoran, and I think he's the best option for New York City, but he doesn't need to be saying all this in every interview. Yeah. I think I will go so far as to say, due to his own expansion of the permission structure, when he was bold and was courageous, he literally does not need to have a level of restraint in these conversations now. Okay? Like, brother, you played a role in proving to the rest of the country's politicos that you don't have to fucking constantly eat Israel's dick to get a fucking word in, you know? Like, you have expanded the permission structure with your own moral courage. So, like, this is a time, a unique opportunity to continue just saying the truth. Because it's not like, my demand is not for Zoran to lie or to fucking be super radical or anything. It's just to say the truth. Because right now, there is more opportunity than ever before for anti-Zionists to be able to say the truth on a prominent platform. This is a super cope take, but I think he has to frame it this way because he will be asked about both sides anyway, and he can get it out of the way to end focus on more affordability. No, I think he's trying to play it as safe as he possibly can. I don't think he needs to be playing it safe either, for the record. But even more, to be fair, guys, it's not playing it unsafe if he's like 2 years of genocide, Donald Trump is responsible for it. I think, if a final cessation of hostilities actually takes place, we must examine how we got there and why previous administrations failed to do so. Having said that, this is not, it's just, you don't have to constantly do the whole, oh yeah, we really have to make sure that the hostages are safe and secure. Like that stuff is not, like, you don't have to do that at all. It's not even unsafe to just be like, no, my focus is on re-examining our relationship with this country that has done untold amounts of pain with our tax dollars and demands more every step of the way. That's something you can say right now. And not only is it something you can say right now, you can literally say that and see benefits from it, which is something that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Do you understand? We should never, ever in a million years allow the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene at any point to outflank prominent anti-Zionists who are running to the left flank of American politics. Like, think about it. We are watching Marjorie Taylor Greene become like a prominent voice. That's unacceptable, I think. That is so unacceptable. Like, Democrats need to wake the fuck up, dude. Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens cannot be the ones who drive the conversation of anti-Zionism in this country, especially because they are, in many instances, failing to explain the complex relationship with America and Israel. And maybe if I'm even a little bit more cynical, I would go so far as to say that they are driving the conversation and steering it in a way that is more so to beef up their own personal benefits and also to steer the conversation in an anti-Semitic direction rather than a real steadfast approach to decoupling from Israel, to push for to push for BDS, for example.
Said everyone for everyone. They reminded us of the universality of what a resolution could look like. And we have to ensure.
Because you just said Jessica on Fox 5 is still saying he doesn't care about anti-Semitism. Exactly. That is exactly why you have to be honest in this moment. Because anytime you take like a wishy-washy approach on this, your response should be, this has nothing to do with Judaism. It does not. And I think it's this negative association, this negative conflation, this false conflation between Judaism and Zionism is actually incredibly problematic and dangerous. It's a dangerous conflation. A lot of people play fast and loose with this. And I think that there are polls to suggest that American Jews are broadly coming to the recognition that Israel is committing a genocide. Also, on top of that, even if that wasn't the case, it still doesn't change the reality. Yeah. The Democratic Party is never going to become the anti-Zionist party. They literally armed and financed the Gaza genocide in 2023 and continue to do so. I mean, yeah, I understand why you're saying this. I don't disagree with you. It's just my goal here and the goal of others who are anti-Zionist should be to force the hand of the party into becoming that. Okay? You just can't give up. There is no other alternative then, right?
That there's a universality in the delivery and the enforcement of a ceasefire so that we can actually build a peaceful future as opposed to one that elides over the injustice that's become a constant.
I ask because I spoke to a Palestinian American.
We just talked to Tommy Quentin Quarantino, man. Think about that. Grew up in a Jewish community, grew up as a Zionist, and over a short period of time, he came to this conclusion. He came to this recognition, so much so that he took action, not only fundraising millions of dollars for PCRF, but then also literally got on a fucking flotilla and got tortured and kidnapped by the Israeli state. Like, people's minds do change, even at this level. Like, you just can't give up. You can't give up on being steadfast in your approach, being uncompromising in your anti-Zionism, and simultaneously still welcoming new people every single day. He also said he committed social suicide, so he's obviously not in the majority. No need to pretend otherwise. Wait, what? No, the polls that I'm referencing is 39% of American Jews, not New York Jews. 39, or is it New York Jews? No, I think it was American Jews. 39% of American Jews believe that Israel is committing a genocide, and I think it's like 61% of American Jews that believe Israel is doing war crimes in Gaza. Which is like for the most targeted, socially conditioned group in the country, with the exception of evangelical Zionists, like the fact that American Jews are outflanking evangelical Zionists, evangelical Christian Protestants, white evangelical Protestants specifically, is crazy. Okay? They're literally Jewish. This is baked into every fucking social function. Like, support for Israel is quite literally, from birth, baked into every social aspect of their existence. Like, no, that was Fiona barking. Those numbers are so bad. Yes, I know. I think you're misunderstanding something, okay? You're not hearing what I'm saying. White evangelical Protestants, I haven't seen the latest numbers, but I suspect white evangelical Protestants have a more pro-Israel stance than the American Jews that were polled. How is she able to bark without you going full Emperor Palpatine on her? I've decided I'm no longer doing that. I love doing it, but it's my favorite thing, but just not doing it anymore. One of my hobbies. As a Jew, is literally every waking moment that you were taught about the importance of Israel, you helped open my eyes. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think people understand. Why do you keep infantilizing Jewish people? Like, why the fuck are you doing Jewish exceptionalism in Big 2025? It's not the first time. Oh, my Lord. It is not Jewish exceptionalism. I don't give a fuck if 100% of Jews were pro-Israel. How many times do I have to fucking explain this, dumbass? Please, please, please stop with this fucking dumb shit, okay? It's not. Jesus Christ. It's not. This is not Jewish exceptionalism. This is an understanding of how people get fucking propagandized. If you want to change people's minds, You have to fucking be nicer, okay? You have to come to the conversation. You have to come to the fucking recognition of social conditioning. This is the same for racists that I talk to, people that are in the margins of transphobia that I talk to about trans existence, people that I talk to that are in the margins or have like unexamined anti-black sentiment about black liberation or police brutality. This is just how I do everything for every single thing that I advocate for. Okay? Please. Oh my God. It has nothing to do with Jewish exceptionalism. It has everything to do with an acceptance of the reality of social conditioning and how much of a formative role it plays in developing the collective consciousness of whatever group that we're talking about. Okay? You do it more with the Jews, though? When I'm talking about fucking Israel, specifically about, Jewish opinions on Israel, of course I'm going to talk about that. Jesus Christ. No, you're just more fucking primed into hearing that. It's not like I bring it up every day either, by the way. Jesus Christ, it's just literally the topic at hand. Just stop. Ay, ay, ay. It's just so funny because half of the chatters that chirp at me like this did not know what the fuck Palestine was before October 7 and might not have even actually been on board with what I was saying during the first couple of months of Israel's fucking incursion. If I had this exact same fucking attitude that you have currently with your moral posture, I would not have been able to convert many fucking people into a recognition of reality. Okay? Can you imagine every day I just sit here and talk about how I'm so much smarter than you. I know so much more than you do. Like every day. Over and over again. And be like, oh, it took you months. It took you years. The apartheid was for 75 years. 77 now. And only now you realize that it was an apartheid? Like, can you imagine if I just did that all the time? That's not productive. My job is, my goal here is to change people's minds. Okay, to help them come to the recognition, to lead them to the fucking water, okay, to help them come to the goddamn recognition of the reality. Oh my God.
Last night, we've had him on the show multiple times. He has a lot of family living in Gaza, has a lot of family that was killed in Gaza over the last 2 years. He said that this ceasefire gave him hope in a way that he hasn't felt in 2 years.
Yeah, and you don't push anyone further. Wait, what? Yeah, just don't push anyone further? What do you mean? Further to what? Further than what? Anti-Zionism? Anti-fascism? Just bring them to the water? What are you arguing? What is further than anti-Zionism and anti-fascism? What is the... What are you trying to say? Is there like a secret third position that I'm unaware of? Funny you think you are bringing people to that. Within the confines of this stream, I can only highlight the voices that are doing the brave work, which is the Palestinians. I don't know what you mean outside of that. But yeah, in this stream, oh, do you want me to come on stream and debate? Are you all right, dude? What the fuck's going on? I think you should stop debating your therapist. That's what you should stop doing. We got ourselves a master debater here. Yeah. If you don't take a more tempered and more open-minded approach to people's past positions, coming at it with the recognition that they are still always going to fall victim to their social conditioning, you are not going to do a very good job of changing people's minds. That's all I'm saying. This is not like something. This is not like anything crazy that I'm bringing up here. It's just something that I've always believed and always abided by in my commentary. And it's something that I will always, is a charitability that I will always apply to every single thing that I talk about in my advocacy. David from Douglas Murray secretly drafted